days after round 22, ending MotoGP's longest season ever, it's time for day one of 2026 here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit. Preparations begin for the 78th season in Grand Prix history. What a season lies in store on the action. Gets underway next year on February the 27th at Toprak over in Thailand. Having completed the greatest comeback in history over in Japan in late September, Marquez will be looking for more success to tie Italian icon Giacomo Agostini's record of 8 MotoGP World titles. One of 2025, the Spaniard had until injury ruled him out of the final 4 Grand Prix. Aprilia and Marquez back second. Well, over 2025 in some style, back-to-back wins in Portimao and Valencia. Well, that will combination to help Marc in the captain's nomination next season. Pecca, Bagnaia and Martin bounce back on their own. And Aspirations in 2025. New world champions come to test themselves against the elite as we get set for the mouth-watering prospect of seeing triple world superbike champion Toprak Razgatlioglu switch to MotoGP, and Brazil's first ever Grand Prix world champion Diogo Moreira graduates as the winner of the Moto2 title. South American rising star winning that championship right here in Valencia less than 48 hours ago. Keep an eye out on numbers 7 and 11 in this test action. Yamaha enters a new era with its V4 powered M1, and it will be the end of an era in 2026, of course, as we wave goodbye to the current 1000cc 300 horsepower 4-strokes and change to 850 capacity, and perhaps even more of a game changer. What will the move from Michelin to Pirelli tyres do to upset the status quo in 2027? Also expect a wild, silly season next year. 19 out of 22 riders, including Fabio Quartararo, are out of contract in 2026. All eyes on superstars like the Frenchman and Pedro Acosta. Those two will not be short of suitors, will they, for 2027 and beyond. Welcome then to 2026 MotoGP, talking you through all of today's testing action here in Valencia. After the Concession, check out the hard down in pit lane. We've got a few special guests joining us too, as we bring you over 3 hours of live coverage through until 1:15 p.m. local time here in Valencia. Of course, for lunch, I will be back on air at 14:20 for another 3 hours. So sit back, relax, and enjoy your last chance to see MotoGP bikes on track until early February. Your first chance, of course, to see the World Superbike champion Toprak Razgatlioglu joining MotoGP. Having a little chat here with his new teammate, Yamaha star Jack Miller. Can't wait coming, not just for the start of 2026, but to see how Toprak Razgatlioglu, the A-list star, the box office superstar of World Superbikes, will fare over in MotoGP.
MotoGP's new number 7, Toprak Razgatlioglu, who arrives with the fanfare and excitement that very few rookies arrive in MotoGP with, but he has earned every bit of it. So excited to see how he gets on today and through next season. Diogo Moreira, the Moto2 World Champion, will also see him on a MotoGP bike for the first time here today. As you mentioned, so many storylines emerging out of this 2025 season, which means that the last year of this current iteration of technical regs in MotoGP should go out on a high. MotoGP will go racing over 22 races once again, starting on the last weekend in February. The first Grand Prix of the season, Sunday, March the 1st next year. The countdown to that begins today.
Well, we've seen a number 7 on a factory Yamaha quite a lot in 2025, haven't we, with Acosta and Fernandez doing so many wildcard appearances and injury replacement appearances with that number 7. Of course, Razgatlioglu unable to run at the number 54, which he has done so often down the years, because that's already in the possession of Brazilian racing rider Fermin Aldeguer, our 2025 MotoGP Rookie of the Season. Now, we're not expecting the track will open here in Valencia in about 5.5 minutes time at 10 a.m. local time. Nobody in a great look because there was some real powerful thunderstorms here last night. And Christmas has come early for the rider on your screens here. Celestino Vietti, Frankie Morbidelli, of course, in somewhat bizarre circumstances in the final Grand Prix of Valencia on Sunday when he clipped the back of a Later Spargo's Honda on the grid. In that instant, Frankie suffering a fracture in his left hand, which has ruled him out of this Tuesday test. We wish Frankie a speedy recovery. That, though, has opened the door to the biggest day of this young man's career. Celestino Vietti will step in and replace Frankie Morbidelli. The off-road 6 Ducati team announcing that at just 8:30 a.m. local time this morning for the 24-year-old who did ride for VR46 through 2019 to 2022. Still very much part of the VR46 Academy. What a moment, what an opportunity. Bad luck as far as Frankie Morbidelli is concerned, but what a day, what a moment in
Probably the last time he switches off mentally as he's pulling over to set for the grid for a MotoGP race. A rather bizarre collision of rather serious implications for Fabio Quartararo's 2026 build-up. I did love the smile on Celestino Vietti's face there, just when he looked up on the screens and saw Celestino Vietti, 30-year Giro, VR46, the MotoGP rider, at least for today. Christmas has come early for Celestino, who was linked with the MotoGP ride 3 years ago when he was leading the Moto2 World Championship. Better say he has dropped a little bit off the radar of MotoGP teams since then. But very little to lose for Celestino Vietti today. He has a chance to at least put himself in the shop window. Those who expect a major reshuffle on the rider market ahead of 2027.
Busy day, a very busy day ahead for those two riders. Factory Yamaha stars Fabio Quartararo and Trins. They already have made debuts on that V4 powered Y-Start M1. This is where their prep really does start to begin in earnest. There's been so much work done behind the scenes by Acosta, Fernandez and Dani Pedrosa on the V4. But now it is time to hand over the new M1 full-time to their full-time riders. They can just see Max Bartolini, the Yamaha tech Primo, out the Iwata factory, just running rings and Quartararo with some instructions. Tried to get a little bit of a sneak peek at the V4, and maybe it's an updated V4 compared to what Augusto Fernandez has been running of late. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see in the hands of Quartararo and co what the V4 will be capable of doing in 2026. Big win to this for Yamaha. Fabio Quartararo, so much noise about him potentially stepping away from Yamaha in 2027. They have to get this V4 right, otherwise they could be at risk of losing their #1 talent.
It's fair to say they have been a little cautious in terms of just how much power they're prepared to feed into that V4, which is still its early-ish stages of development. Fabio Quartararo is going to want to see the tangible signs that it's going to be fast enough to head into MotoGP victories once again next year. Another winless season for Fabio Quartararo. It wasn't a winless season for Pecco Bagnaia, but it did come close. Just the 2 MotoGP Grand Prix victories, a couple of sprint wins in addition to that, for a season where Pecco Bagnaia, rather a disconsolate figure every time he came to speak to us, having to answer the same old questions about the same old problems. Today might give a first opportunity for Pecco Bagnaia to see if next year's Ducati Desmosedici GP will give him the feeling that he lost for all of this year.
As you can see, rather unfortunately, a lot of riders are still in their civvies, they're still in their team uniform, because, as mentioned, there was some powerful thunderstorms which struck Valencia around 5 p.m. local time here last night. Torrential downpours, lightning strikes, claps of thunder in downtown Valencia. It's very cool. Arguably the coolest morning we've had since we arrived here in Valencia, sort of late last week, Wednesday and Thursday. Track opening was due to open in just over a minute's time, but I don't think anybody's going to be too much more to get out there. There's still, as you can see, a few damp patches around this Ricciardo Tormo circuit, just over 4 kilometres in length. So it might, unfortunately, as we kick off 2026 by the GP, have a bit of a quiet start. Good news is we don't have a cloud in the sky, so despite the fact it is rather chilly, there is a bit of sun blazing down on the surface here in Valencia, so fingers crossed that we do get some track action relatively quickly.
That's the way to try the track, is to put motorcycles out on it. Unfortunately, no one wants to be that guinea pig with the person out there to clean the track up. Very easy in these kind of situations to have a rather innocuous crash that can have a big impact on your winter recovery. Of course, there's some very experimental prototype versions of 2026 MotoGP bikes here out on track. No one's going to want to go out there and leave one of them in the skip with the final ticket flag of 2025 in sight.
Well, it is now 10 a.m. local time here in Valencia, which means the pit lane is officially open. We are open for business in 2026. Unfortunately, it looks like this could be a very, very quiet start of not all at once. Pecco Bagnaia is just content to wait for the track to fully dry up. This, well, talk about a rebuild mission in 2026 for the Italian on screens there, the 28-year-old. Came into this year's World Championship with such huge expectations, such high hopes. Ducati had assembled the dream team, haven't they? With Marquez and Bagnaia together. The last 4 World Championship campaigns, Bagnaia had either been first or second, including hiking successes in 2022 and 2023. His second half of the season slump in 2025 saw him drop from 3rd in the ranking. For so long he was chasing Marc and Alex in the top 2 of the championship. He eventually got passed late on by both Vietti and Pedro Acosta, finishing the World Championship down in 5th place overall. Does not put the mustard at all, does it? He scored just 14 points, Bagnaia, in the last 5 Grand Prix of the season. That dreadful run where for the first time in his career he had 5 successive DNFs. Three was own doing, 2 you have to say he was a bit unlucky. Of course he had the puncture when he was on course for the podium in Malaysia a couple of rounds ago. He did that flyaway tour, and then on Sunday when he got properly cleaned out, then he on the very first lap at turn 4 in the Grand Prix by the very over-aggressive Johann Zarco, who was very apologetic also post Grand Prix.
Starting to look out of the commentary box window, just overlooking the final corner in the pit lane entry here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit. At the main straight, there is still quite a lot of damp tarmac, but there's barely a semblance of a racing line on the main straight. So I expect anyone who does go out, the first row to go out, might just initially, just for safety reasons, go out there on some wet weather tyres. The main straight here is pretty much entirely in shade, which not see that dry out particularly quickly.
Well, Bez is on the coffee. I'm sure he has to be a little bit stronger than that on Sunday night after he rounded off his fantastic 2025. William and Bez really did finish the campaign, didn't they? With a flourish. Put himself up to 3rd in the championship for the 2nd time in the last 3 years. As you mentioned, it was their most successful season, wasn't it, for the Indonesia factory? They had their most poles in the season 5, taken by Marc that second. They ended with 4 victories, 3 for Bez. We're going to get a little chat with Lucio Cecchinello on the left-hand side of the screen. He's very familiar to all of you watching at home. Despite to Valentino Rossi throughout his Grand Prix career. Vietti in Portimao and in Valencia, our season-closing Grand Prix. He did not see anybody else retire at all, did he? There'll be some real pressure here on Sunday. Like Raul, Fernandez, Vietti and Aprilia, they really have stepped up, particularly in the second half of this season. I think Bez in the press conference on Sunday after his victory said, look, seeing onwards around that midpoint of the season where he really felt like he was clicking and gelling with the factory Aprilia. He's actually taken it to Hassan, first sprint podium of the season. Had a victory at Silverstone in the British Grand Prix, which was a bit of a present after Fabio Quartararo's wide height device from Yamaha gave up when he was 4 seconds clear. Marc, I think there's a general feeling there was around the paddock. And we have to put a caveat on this end of season burst by Aprilia, this winning burst, because Marquez has not been around for the last 4 Grand Prix, but there's definitely a sense that if this sort of trend continues to upset in Aprilia, one of our teams feeling pretty healthy, that they could be maybe the big contenders to win that Ducati domination.
Yeah, we know it's been a very good end to the season for Vietti and Aprilia. We don't fully know how good, do we? We'll find that out at the start of next season. Yeah, there are only 3 Grand Prix from Assen onwards where Marco Vietti didn't take either a sprint podium or a Grand Prix podium. Double DNF in Barcelona. He finished 4th in the Grand Prix. That was the best we saw from him in Japan when he was taken out at the start of the sprint by his teammate. He didn't finish in the top 5 in either outing in Malaysia either. Other than that, Marco Vietti was a consistent and strong front runner throughout the second half of this season.
There's Celestino Vietti. I'm not sure what I should have said about Vietti. So how do you do it then? I want to see all these MotoGP bikes. What a day, what a moment. Celestino Vietti. Let's go down to a pit lane and then Jack's got an update on that Toprak Razgatlioglu. Hello and welcome to 2026, Jack.
Good morning, everybody. Great to be here on, as you guys have said, a rather chilly Valencia Tuesday morning. Now, as we've talked to you throughout the course of the weekend, unfortunately, Toprak Razgatlioglu, because of contractual issues and all of that rubbish, can't speak to the media today. However, off microphone, can catch up with him, and I managed to do that just a few moments ago. And as you can imagine, excitement levels are reaching fever pitch for the Turk. There's unlikely that we'll see him first hour of this session. The big issue today as we go throughout it, all we'll see is the fact that there's only 3 off-front tyres available to ride up and down pit lane, and obviously the conditions as they are, the hardest tyre is just not going to be impossible to get that equal working temperature, which means we're not going to see too many big lap times coming in, obviously given the fact that they're so limited by that soft front tyre. He says no nerves just yet for Toprak, obviously for that test in Aragon earlier in the week. He's been in the box last night, said he's managed to at least get the important things down and getting all of the ergonomic settings so he feels comfortable on the bike. He is, of course, quite a tall rider, similar height to the likes of Aldeguer and Luca Marino, which means that it takes a little bit of work getting comfortable. But he did admit, I'm sure, once I start putting the levers on for the first time, that those butterflies will arrive in the stomach, the nerves will start to build. He's got a good support team here with him. Dennis Onshun here, of course, who he trains with nearly every single day. And look around to be able to offer some support to him today. So it's going to be exciting. Alberto Giribioli, as we've mentioned throughout the course of the weekend, is there in the back of the box. Of course, an incredibly experienced with team around him. Let's see what the Turk can do when he finally makes his debut in what we imagine will be around an hour's time.
Good stuff. Thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, so much expectation, anticipation, as we mentioned, surrounding the 29-year-old Turk. 2021 World Superbike champion, won, of course, with Yamaha. Tourist in the last 2 World Superbike Championship chases with BMW. 78 wins over in World Superbike, 73 podiums, the best World Superbike riders in history. He has been part of the Grand Prix, had it previously, hasn't he, at Razgatlioglu in the Red Bull Rookies MotoGP Cup. One more time ago now, back in 2014, he was 6th overall that season. He also take a victory at the Saxon Ring, coincidentally. So, close to the shaded pit lane, awaiting his ride to venture out on circuit. Well, not even 48 hours ago, is it, since Diogo Moreira created his own slice of history. He'll be able to take this one away from his first Brazilian in Grand Prix history to win a world title. Moto2 over Manu Gonzalez. What a weekend it was for Diogo Moreira. What a future rising star for him as he gives to LCR Honda in 2026. Well, I'm sure this was a very unexpected experience on Tuesday. He was probably expecting to have jetted home back to Italy to start his winter break, but he's about to make his debut on a MotoGP bike, the VR46 Ducati. What absolutely global day for Celestino Vietti, who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. Celestino, I imagine this is like Christmas early.
Yeah, was really unexpected. Really thanks to the FDR46, my team Speeder S. So, be a bit too much excited. I really want to try to feel it. Nothing more, only to enjoy it, and is a present from the team. I really appreciate it.
When did it happen? Walk us through how it all came together, because I imagine on Sunday night you were packing up, ready to fly home.
Yeah, I was ready to go on Monday, but unfortunately Frankie missed the test for the ending, and then they said maybe we can try to test with you, and I said, I'm here, if it's possible, I'm happy. Everything go in line and we can do it, so only to enjoy watch me to ride a MotoGP.
Putting your number 13 firstly across the 46 of Valentino and onto a Ducati MotoGP bike. What were the emotions like when you were putting your number on?
Really a dream that every rider have, so have the possibility to only one lap was a dream come true, so I want to enjoy this day and remember it for all my life.
Just chatting to Marco then, has he given you any advice, anything to expect?
Yeah, no, he said to me only to enjoy it, and he said to me, maybe we can go in together, that I want to see you, so maybe we try to go in the track together when it's right.
I imagine that the Academy guys are just as excited as you are to see you out there.
Before also Maro and Pedro arrived here to say to me something, they are excited like me. well. The weather is all okay, so we have only to wait for the dry moment.
Well, Celestino, looking forward to seeing you out on track. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant stuff, Jack. Thanks ever so much for grabbing a word with Celestino Vietti. I'm sure it's going to be intense and nervous when he sees the track of ride, and what an experience that is. I'm sure he will be laughing with the likes of Marco Bezzecchi. Just have a bit of fun. Having fun right now on pit lane is Toprak Razgatlioglu, as you can see with the white cap. Hopefully, as always, led by one of his partners in crime, Dennis Onju, who's never too far away, is he? What a partnership those two will be in the MotoGP World Championship next year. Looking forward to seeing Dennis Onju back in action, of course. Winner of the closest Moto2 race in history. That we'll never forget with Jorge Moreira in Aaron on his 3,000 a second splitting those two, but unfortunately has been missing for the majority of the second half of the campaign as Onju with a serious left leg injury. Moves on to Marc racing next year, but you just knew that Dennis was not going to miss Toprak's public debut on a MotoGP bike.
Well, we saw earlier in the week on social media, Toprak training for his upcoming MotoGP public debut. Dennis Onju was training with him. He looks to return from his injury. So Dennis certainly wasn't going to miss this experience. We do actually have a pretty decent crowd here for this first day of 2026. The grandstand up above the pit boxes, just over to the left of the picture, is available for fans to come in, and tickets were just €5 a pop for fans to come in and watch what is a historic day for many reasons. We wonder how many of the fans that are above the pit boxes and watching the action have come all the way from Turkey to Toprak on the MotoGP biking public for the first time.
Yeah, you won't be lacking support, will it, at all in 2026? There's so much excitement around Razgatlioglu just because of what he's been able to do. Whether the World Superbikes was never before had a rider won the World Championship for BMW. But just box office. Pay for admission fee just to watch Razgatlioglu on his own. Really is going to bring something a little bit extra special to MotoGP next season. As you can see, well, those pictures are a bit deceiving because we've got clear blue skies and a lot of sunshine around this part of Valencia, but it's very, very cool. It's very chilly, as you can see. Look at that, 14 degrees in parts is the surface temperature. It's hardly cold. It's not doing any favours in terms of drying up this Ricardo Tormo circuit too quickly. We'll be patient. We'll hope to see some MotoGP action very, very soon at the start of 2026. Of course, the 2026 starts here in Valencia, minus our reigning world champion. Marquez missing the last 4 Grand Prix of 2025, picking up that injury. Contact with Marco Bezzecchi on lap 1 over in Mandalika. Marc's recovery from a serious right shoulder injury is going hang on plan. It's all going according to the medics' hopes. But Marco still has to keep the arm relatively mobilised for another 2 weeks before we can really start stepping up his training. Hoping to be back on 2 wheels very, very shortly, maybe at some point in early December. This Marc's next time before the mountain will be February the 3rd over at the Sepang International Circuit, when 2026, I guess you could say, really does begin in earnest.
The phrase paint dry. We're currently watching a track dry as we wait for somebody to brave the cold and go out there on circuit. Marquez, injury or not, Marc has the runaway title favourite. Even if Ducati's clear advantage that they had through 2024 has shrunk slightly, let's say that even with Marc Marquez absent and putting his dominance in the season, pretty well closed the gap before Marc Marquez was injured. The question that Marc Marquez wasn't going to win in the injury before he got hurt. It was pretty tough victory in the sprint, and Marc would technically pushed Marc Marquez all the way to the final quarter of the final lap. Marc's last victory of the season in Misano back in early September.
Well, he's going to wipe the smiles off those fans' faces. They're getting more airtime at the moment. The MotoGP riders, aren't they? Those two, as they patiently await the opening action of 2026. Most of them know that their league despise as they sport the 93 caps. We wish Marc well on what's going to be another rather painstaking win for rehab. Not new territory, unfortunately, as far as the 32-year-old Spaniard is concerned. There's Diogo Moreira then, first Brazilian rider to compete with MotoGP. It's Alex Barros in 2007. It was a real special moment, wasn't it, here this weekend, when Moreira was crowned world champion, because he did it in front of a former Brazilian two-wheeled superstar Alex Barros, who was present here this weekend. Just to Moreira's left, to our right, is Klaus Moles, who will be crew chief for Moreira in 2026. Most recently, of course, working in LCR Honda and Songyak Chantra. Right on cue, the graphic pops up there. Moreira just gets a few instructions. He's another exciting prospect for the future. Just 21 years of age is Moreira, overturning the biggest points deficit in Moto2 history to capture the World Championship. After Le Mans early on in the season, he was 61 points behind Manu Gonzalez. Some recovery, wasn't it? Real first end of season charge from Moreira. And a couple of wins in those final 5 or 6 Grand Prix that really did catapult into Moto2 success right at the time, really, when Gonzalez's challenges starting to major cracks appear in it.
Meteoric rise, let's say, for Moreira. Was Rookie of the Year in Moto2 last year. No one really said that Moreira was going to be a genuine frontrunner for this World Championship. He wasn't on the radar of all of us when we were discussing our pre-season title favourites. Celestino Vietti, who we just saw a moment ago, was probably among those who thought would challenge for the championship, but they never quite came together. And then Bastianini, it was his new rider crew chief combination. He previously worked with Alberto Giroviola. Of course, that split came about shortly after Bastianini finished on the podium in Barcelona. There has been a bit of a KTM crew chief reshuffle as Anea Bastianini now works with Brad Binder's former crew chief Andres Madrid.
To work with Brad Binder is Phil Baron, who I'm sure is a familiar name to many of you watching back at home. Baron has been with Razgatlioglu throughout his World Superbike career, and now they're welcoming Toprak with open arms into Pramac Yamaha for 2026. Exciting times, aren't they? Now Yamaha with the new V4 engine on its way full time in 2026. I think Jack's Christmas list was 25 more horsepower, so no break on those who are 20s. I would like to say Jack joins Jack down into play.
Yeah, he does. More often than not, when the track's a little bit slippery and a little bit damp, you're the man we turn to, Jack. And I have to say, this opening hour might be a little bit tedious, so when are you sticking your leathers on?
It'll be slow going today, or at least for the first couple of hours.
When we spoke on Thursday, we were trying to keep a lid on expectations, and obviously there'll be a lot of
currently had. No, we kind of reached the ceiling. No matter what we tried, the same issues were arriving. Trust me, they tried everything. So, you know, with the V4, we can start at somewhat par. You know, I believe the ceiling will be a whole heap higher, and we can keep driving for that.
big day for the new man across the other side of the box as well. Have you had a word with him this morning or yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. No, Toprak's a good lad, and no, we've had a couple of good chats. You know, he's I feel sorry for him. You know, he's been here all weekend and hasn't been able to turn a lap, so he's itching to go. And then, you know, on a slow morning like this, especially in a whole Valencia, there's nothing worse. So, you know, hopefully you can get out there sooner rather than later and scratch that itch.
How big of a challenge do you think it's going to be for him to make this adaptation?
World-class motorcycle rider who will adapt, you know, relatively quick, I believe. You know, he's got a lot of experience on different manufacturers, albeit in a superbike, but yeah, still got 2 wheels on a pedal, so I'm sure he'll be able to sort this one out as well. But he's pretty.
Looking at things from a different angle, Toprak, do you think that could be a fresh impetus that could help Yamaha?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think, you know, different riding style, obviously coming off the rally and stuff like that. As I've said all along, you know, there's so many different ways to make these things work. And, you know, already this year, myself feeding off Fabio's data, Fabio feeding off my data, you know, we've been able to help each other out, I believe. You know, having another rider like Toprak, I think another completely different riding style again, you know, you find out getting all different sort of data and think, oh, he's making the bike work here, how is he doing so? I mean, all that's going to play into the strengths of Yamaha, I believe.
We're reaching to get into one final one. Christmas plans? What's up for the Miller household over the month of December?
The month of December, I mean, that'd probably be pretty quiet out. Give me December. And we're up the Yamaha in Italy at the end of the month. Full of time, I think we'll go to Finland on Friday and take to see Santa Cruz. Go there for the weekend and head to Italy, and then we'll stay an extra day and do Gallo's 100-kilometre race. So we're going to make an appearance there and do a bit of dirt track there, and then fly home. And I think the first weekend I'm back home, I'll be racing another dirt track race. So still another 2 races. But then after that, you know, bit of family time.
England beat Australia in the Ashes as well. Can't think of anything better.
We'll see about that. Well, I'm happy with the rugby.
Going to be there watching it from now on. Absolutely. Brisbane a week on Saturday for me. Looking forward to it.
Well, at least the weather will be good.
Absolutely. Jack, have a good one today.
Yeah, we're not jealous at all about both Jack and Jack's winter plans, as one of them goes to see Santa Claus in Lapland. That'll be a beautiful trip for the Miller clan as Jack heads down under for the Ashes Cricket Series. So yeah, thanks very much, Jack. And thanks as always to Jack. Man, he's always great. He's always good enough for a that is the Australian. Pretty clear he felt like the current YZR M1 and its current guys, the inline four-cylinder configuration, which did deliver so much success, did it down the years for Yamaha. You think back to the real glory days of Valentino Rossi, Jorge Lorenzo and co. It's reached its ceiling, is Miller's observations. We know that it's certainly been lacking horsepower. How many times have we seen this season through the speed guns, Yamaha's rocked or stuck at the bottom of the speed traps, sometimes 10, 15 kilometres down on power compared to the V4s. It seems as well they just grip. Yamaha really has been suffering for lack of rear grip, both mechanical, electronic, roll grip, and they've got it all on. They have it all on to keep this man interested for 2027 and beyond. He signed a 2-year multi-million euro contract to stay with Yamaha for 2025, 2026. You've had a sense a few times this year, Lewis, that patience is just wearing a little bit thin in terms of how uncompetitive this Yamaha is against the European brands, in particular you think of Ducati and Aprilia. Also some interviews with Fabio on Sunday when he was asked about the importance of this feed form, the importance of it being competitive and showing him that Yamaha are moving in the right direction, how much time we have to wait to see it get competitive. Fabio just, I don't have time. I do not have time. I can't wait. I've given Yamaha enough time. I've shown my loyalty in his entire MotoGP career on an M1. Now it's time. You can get a sense from Fabio. Time to start winning again. Simple as that.
Fair to say that Yamaha and Fabio Quartararo, as a consequence, they were much better in 2025. Compare them to where they were at in 2024. Fabio Quartararo scored nearly double the points. Yes, there were 2 more Grand Prix, but it was still a major step forward. Returned to a Grand Prix podium when he finished second in Jerez. 5 5 pole positions, and you had to go back to the second round of 2022. The last time Fabio Quartararo had been on a pole position. So it was his best season since he was runner-up in the World Championship in 2022, but not fighting for the World Championship, which is what he wants to do. Fabio Quartararo is now speaking in pit lane to Jack.
Yeah, he is enjoying his morning espresso. Fabio, good morning. From sounds of it, was it a big night on Sunday?
Was a good night, but sick and big night, so but what really happened?
Excited for today?
Yeah, excited because it's a new era for us, and I think I have a lot of work to do, but let's see if the track we know how to do this right, but
Obviously, so much talk about your career, your future at the moment. Is this one of the most important days of your career so far?
yes, not say one of the most, at least I will have how is it going, also another one has a pair of right, but in the best direction.
From what you've heard, is this bike that you're going to ride today a step forward from when you were last on it in Sano?
Yes, it's slightly different. We have like as they are really find the direction for them, for try to find something more, and especially set up because we still have no base, at least for us. So yeah, a lot of stuff to
Understand as well, a small change to your crew team, shall we call it as well. Obviously, Tom has been with you, your right-hand man, for so long, but he's going to take a slightly different role next year.
Yes, of course. He already took his man 2 years ago, but he was doing more things. Now I will have actually Alex holding at his stand also coming with me. I needed someone, especially in the circuit at home, and he will have the 100 time top.
Let you rest your voice. Last one here, Sepang. Are these the places where your decision for the future will be made? Is the idea that you'll get to round one and have something confirmed, know in your mind what the future holds?
Well, I don't know if for one or not, but especially with Tom, I thought, but I have to inside what. But like I said, right now we should try to our current bike. Yamaha is family. We are trying to make our best, but of course that I will go myself and to take a decision.
Thanks, Fabio. Have a good day. Rest that voice.
Yeah, well, a combination of what sounds like a very heavy Sunday night for Fabio Quartararo and a bit of sickness, unfortunately, which he has picked up. Let's hope it's not going to affect Fabio too much when he heads out on circuit to start what is going to be a hugely important 2026 on a personal and professional basis for the Frenchman. No power, no grip this year, and Fabio's got no voice as he starts 2026. He is going to be so key, isn't he, Lewis? When you look at the rider market, it's going to be a wild, silly season next year. Only Diogo, Moreira, Toprak, Razgatlioglu and Johan Zarco have commitment for a 2027. 19 of our 22 riders who will line up on the grid in Buram next year out of contract. Of course, we always have to wait for one big name and the dominoes start falling, but you do feel that rider market next year will be completely controlled by what Quartararo and Pedro Acosta do.
Yeah, they are the two, perhaps, standout riders on underperforming machinery as we stand at the moment. That may change as we get into 2026 if Yamaha do turn up the V4 to 11 and get some performance out of it. KTM, of course, their own step forward to convince Pedro Acosta that they are worth his support and trust into the future. Many riders on the grid for 2026 are either in a position where they're expecting their team manufacturer to prove things to them, or the riders themselves are in prove it mode. Some perhaps coming towards the end of their MotoGP career, or some perhaps fortunate to still be on the grid for 2026, mentioning no names, but there is no question that with, as always the case, such an immense crop of talent coming out of Moto2, likes of David Alonso, Dani Holgado, Manu Gonzalez, who's already tested a MotoGP bike and did a pretty good job on the Casa Aprilia when he replaced the injured Ayagura earlier on in the season. Also got Celestino Vietti testing today on that PR Polish Ducati, so he's got an opportunity to show exactly what he can do on a MotoGP bike. Of course, with the change from Michelin tyres to Pirelli tyres, 2027 might be the ideal year to enter MotoGP as a rookie in 2027, when you're going to have some experience of Pirelli rubber, even if the MotoGP tyres will be slightly different, which could make for those young rookies a very attractive proposition for MotoGP teams next year. So as much as some riders are expecting a step forward from their team, same in reverse for some of the other riders elsewhere on the grid.
Yeah, I mean, how much do Yamaha need Fabio Quartararo? How much have they relied on the brilliance of the 26-year-old Frenchman? Well, he scored 3 points more on his own than all the Yamaha riders combined in 2025. Fabio ended the season 201 points. The likes of Jack Miller, Alex Rins, Miguel Oliveira, and at times Augusto Fernandez, that foursome scored 198. That's how much Yamaha are reliant on the brilliance of Fabio Quartararo. Unfortunately, his 200th Grand Prix start here last weekend, he did not see the checker flag rushing out of top 10 contention at turn 6. Let's hope for his sake that, well, let's hope for our sake, of course, because we want the very best in the world racing at the front. That's what the neutrals want, but Fabio Quartararo is on a competitive Yamaha in 2026.
It's looking back, and how must Fabio Quartararo looking back to Silverstone this year when he was on course for a comfortable victory. He was leading by 4 seconds from Marco Bezzecchi when the ride height device broke down on him. Quartararo was forced to retire from the Grand Prix, slumping to his knees on the start-finish line at Silverstone in front of the main grandstand, who gave him an enormous cheer. But there, Fabio Quartararo's only hope of winning a Grand Prix this season really came close again after that, even with the pole positions that he took this season, poles in Perez, on Silverstone, Assen and Phillip Island. Only one of those pole positions was converted to a podium finish. Ultimately, Yamaha were able to give Quartararo the race by the lead, and that's ultimately, I think, when you look back at Yamaha's decision to do the V4 from the inline 4, to explain why the inline 4 really reached the ceiling of its performance and the end of its shelf life. For a few years now, we've seen Yamaha underperforming in MotoGP. And whatever they do, whatever they change with that inline 4, it doesn't work. That's 2022 and 23. Fabio Quartararo, and even parts of last year, Fabio Quartararo was saying that I have a bike that's pretty good in race trim, but I just can't get a qualifying lap out of it. When I put a soft tyre on, I get no jump in performance. This year, it's almost as if they've gone completely the other way. They now do have a bike with Fabio Quartararo on it, which is capable of taking pole position at most circuits. Their race pace is nowhere close.
Some of the best single laps in 2025 were produced by the Frenchman. I think to those pole positions, and he took the 5, as Lewis mentioned, Perez, one of his hometown in Le Mans. What a moment that was. Of course, Silverstone, Assen, and then that podium in Phillip Island, which was just extraordinary performance by Fabio Quartararo. Well, Luca Marini's 7th place at the checker flag here on Sunday was a welcome boost for everybody connected to the factory on the team, because they will now go into 2026, moving up from concession rank D up into concession rank C, which is going to give Marini and his teammate Joan Mir a bit of a more free time in 2026. Honda then now no longer part of the strict engine development freeze. There'll be limits on the amount of testing time they can conduct. Joan Mir and Luca Marini will no longer be able to do the amount of testing that they will be able to do, of course, as factory riders. We're relying heavily on Ace Spargo and Nakagami behind the scenes. But yeah, it was they needed, what, 9 points, didn't they? 9 points is what it was going to take HRC from concession rank D to C. Luca Marini did it just, was 2 seconds ahead of Brad Binder. Had Brad Binder got ahead of him, well, that was going to keep HRC in rank D. And we saw what it meant to Marini and to all the HRC engineers when he came back into the pit box, because moving up the ranking concessions shows that Yamaha, Honda rather, are moving in the right direction performance-wise. It's been a rapidly improved RC213V, hasn't it, in 2025. Aleix Espargaro and Luca Marini throughout the Valencia Grand Prix weekend saying night and day difference at this year's Honda compared to last year's. The sleeping giant is finally awakening from its slumber. This isn't good enough, is it, Lewis? They want more. They're going to be wanting to be fighting for victories and podiums next season.
Sure, many of you at home might have been thinking it wouldn't have been the worst thing for Honda if they missed out by 1 point or so and ended up with those extra concessions available to them, because they would have been able to use those until at the very earliest, the midway point in next season, which is when the concessions are revisited and potentially recalibrated. Changes that it means for them, as Matt's alluding to there. The difference between D and C, you have 40 fewer test tyres available to them. I mentioned only test riders will be available to them. They can only test at 3 nominated circuits on the calendar, as opposed to any circuit they please. They do still have the same 6 wildcards available to them, which we would expect to be taken up by a combination of Aleix Espargaro and Taka Nakagami once again next season. And 2 fewer engines, rather than having 9/10, they have 7/8, though that 8th engine is available to them in the final few Grand Prix of the season. And Honda will have to homologate their engine spec at the start of next season and will not be able to adapt that or develop it the remainder of the season. Whether they would have done that anyway, given that we are changing to the 850cc engines for 2027, remains to be seen. They may have frozen engine development themselves anyway, and that is going to be something that all of the teams are going to have to weigh up next season. Of course, engines are frozen now for 4 of the 5 manufacturers once we start next season. Only Yamaha will be exempt from that. But of course, in terms of other parts of the bike, be it aerodynamics, be it ride height devices, which of course will be out at the end of next season, there is going to be a bit of a balancing act between the teams of how much they're prepared to really put in terms of resource, in terms of finance, into their 2026 bikes, knowing that the big change and the big regulation shift for 2027 could see the entire competitive order reshuffle.
Still no Honda rider finishing top 10 in the World Championship, though. Aaron Run that's ongoing for the Japanese manufacturer. They did make big strides forward, didn't they, in 2025. Johan Zarco, the top Honda rider in the last 2 World Championship campaigns. He eventually finished the season with 148 points, which gives an indication of just how far HRC have fallen from grace. That's the most points scored by a Honda rider. Marc Marquez won the World Championship 6 years ago, back in 2019. The Honda did move forward by leaps and bounds, but Zarco still did finish the season with the most crashes. 28 times he was on the floor. That was a season high in MotoGP. Only 2 less than the Frenchman had in the whole of 2023 and 2024. There was a limit still out for the RC213V at stages. Juan Mir also unfortunately topped the DNF count this season. 19 fails to finish for the Spanish rider, including in the sprint here on Saturday, where he also walloped out his teammate Luca Marini. As we get this quiet start to 2026, you can just see there our Italian TV college at Sky having a little chat with Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. And the track, well, the pit lane has been open for 40 minutes. Fortunately, we're still not seeing any obvious signs of any track action. The clue will be in our ears when we hear MotoGP bikes fired up down in pit lane, but you can tell it's all rather quiet and a little bit hushed at the moment on the outskirts of beautiful downtown Valencia.
It's questions that Davide Tardozzi was answering there from Sky, or a question answering for much of 2025. I've seen a few signs in the Ducati Lobo box of patience wearing thin. Davide Tardozzi as Equaniaya trudges into the factory box, shaking his head once again, bemoaning a lack of front-end feeling and confidence on board that Ducati Gazmas EP. A real slump from the 63 this season. Really, the dominant package, you have to say, in the last stage of this season. 3 of the last 4 Grand Prix. Courtesy of 2 different riders. Raul Fernandez winning the Australian Grand Prix. He went on a run of 6 different winners in 6 Grand Prix. From the San Marino Grand Prix through to Portimao. Marco Bezzecchi, of course, taking the first of 2 consecutive wins to end the season in Portimao, and here on Sunday in Valencia, which held him up to 3rd in the World Championship. Aprilia finishing a very comfortable 2nd in the Constructors' Championship, but that was not enough for them to move up a band of concessions. They stayed with 3 of the other 4 manufacturers in rank 6.
Yeah, it was a sensational ending to the season for Aprilia, with their 8th victory in 328 MotoGP starts, and 4 of those, half of those wins have come this year. So the RSGP really did emerge as some potent threat to Ducati's domination at the field. If they can get Jorge Martin fully fit, if they can get him comfortable on the 2026 version of the RSGP, well, Bezzecchi and Martin, that is some team, isn't it? To be fighting Marquez and Bagnaia. Alex Marquez, of course, will have 4 Ducati GP26s on the grid next year. It's been the big promotion and richly deserved for Alex, the 29-year-old Spaniard who was part of that history-making 2025, the first time ever that 2 brothers have finished 1st and 2nd in a MotoGP race. They did that in round 1 in Thailand, and the first time ever that 2 brothers have ever finished 1st and 2nd in the World Championship. But next year it will be Marc and Alex, Pecco Bagnaia and Fabio Di Gianantonio, who will be the 4 riders on the latest spec GP26. That will leave Frankie Morbidelli injured from this Valencia test, and our 2025 Rookie of the Year, Fermin Aldeguer, who will get promotions of their own because they'll jump up onto the GP25. Only 6 Ducatis, 4 will be on the latest spec, and Morbidelli and Aldeguer will be campaigning this year's World Championship winning machine.
Bagnaia will be perhaps saying, tongue-in-cheek, to Frankie Morbidelli, have fun with that, Frankie. I haven't particularly enjoyed the 2025 spec bike through much of this season. We did when Frankie Morbidelli was confirmed at PR46 once again for next season in the summer. We asked Frankie Morbidelli how concerned he was by the performances of his good friend Pecco on board the 25 spec bike, and how inconsistent the trio of 25 riders have been this year, and Morbidelli said, never be concerned riding a factory Ducati. Morbidelli, yes, we'll go into that with open eyes, although he has had 2 years now on a GP24 at Ducati, so he'll be grateful, I guess, of an upgrade in terms of machinery, even if he is still a year behind the bulk of the Ducati riders.
Ooh, there's a sense of excitement in my voice there, as I can hear a MotoGP bike fire into life. Let's hope that we're going to be getting some track action then in this Valencia test very, very shortly. See if there is a dry line that's dry enough for somebody to venture out pit lane. Yeah, Frankie Morbidelli is going to have to step it up, isn't he, in that 2026. Of those 3 riders this year that were on GP24s, the GP24, which is so dominant, arguably the best Grand Prix motorcycle in history, scored 37 podiums in 2025. Alex Marquez scored 27 of those, 6 for Fermin Aldeguer and just the 4 for Frankie Morbidelli. So yeah, pressure's on Morbidelli in terms of a seat in 2027. Well, he was a frequent winner here, wasn't he? For 4 times Jorge Lorenzo won around this Valencia circuit back in his prime. 3 times MotoGP World Champion. Hall of Fame, I'm delighted to say, enjoying the start of 2026 down in pit lane is Jorge Lorenzo's for Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. Surprised to see Jorge here. Jorge, why are you at Tuesday's test? Why are you here today? I wasn't expecting to see you.
I wanna sunbed a little bit, see some bikes.
Any bikes in particular?
No, normally all the factories bring something new, so I'm very curious to see what is the new parts that the people bring here.
Some rumours online, maybe you might be helping Peter next year. Can you tell us anything on that?
Probably it's a possibility. We need to finalize the thing.
Do you think you can bring to a rider?
Well, I think many things. Sometimes when you are too much inside you don't see things that are clear from a point of view more open, no? And have a person that live what you are living crash that I think will be important.
Obviously, a huge year 2026 with 19 of 22 riders out of contract. Two big names on to speak on. Firstly, Fabio Quartararo, you've been at Yamaha, you weren't afraid to leave Yamaha. Right now, how do you assess Fabio's situation?
Well, looks like from his words, he gave opportunity to Yamaha. Also, the contract economically was very good. But when you don't have the money, you want the money. But when you get the money but not the results, then you miss the results. So you cannot have it all, or it's difficult to have it all. This moment, at least in the most competitive fight, Ducati don't need to pay as much as the factories who are behind. There's a balance, and I think it's right in terms of the willing that they
Pedro, who's his age, his talent, a lot of people interested in him right now. KTM with obviously giving him so much.
depends on the result. Pedro start winning races in a row, for sure. Mine will change and I will like and also appointments, no? I think Marquez now is 32. It will be 33. It will be 34. So, little by little, age affecting you negatively, no? Risk when the riders are very strong. They will be stronger. Bagnaia and Leclerc are 27, 28, are in the best age, for sure. People like Marc usually struggle with age. They still sport. But for the moment, he's the most complex rider. Let's see this season. Very long, good. But I see Aprilia and Leclerc very strong. Aprilia is unbelievable. Contract life. Very stable. Have not a weak point. It is not at the same level as Ducati. Pedro is going very strong. Alex is there, so I think Marc, theoretically, will be more
His career as well. I feel like this mentally make him stronger going into one.
Has been very unlucky with the injuries, getting 30 fractures, a lot of fractures, especially the last year, has been very, very unlucky. This for sure doesn't help mentally. Every fracture that you get, increase your back behind you. And especially want to leave situations again. Every time that you have it's complicated. Because they have many experience. clearly disadvantage experience of engines. Also very strong. This year was very underrated as well. He's one of the best supervised riders in the history. But I think even the tires, either Yamaha will help. Yamaha is very rigid, very corner speed. Toprak is
I'll let everyone at home try work it out. Thanks, Jorge.
Down there, Jack down there, fantastic interview there with Jorge Lorenzo on a whole wide range of topics. Maverick Vinales maybe teaming up with Jorge Lorenzo in 2026. Pedro, Acosta or KTM have sent out the search parties, haven't they? Searching for a dry line around this Ricardo Tormo circuit. We just saw there the live pictures on a scooter of their rider coach, Mika Kallio. Brad Binder's assistant as well, Bjorn Estemunden, just trying to feedback current track conditions to the factory KTM squad. Pedro Acosta. Well, you just know the fact that he has now gone 2 full seasons in MotoGP without taking his first victory. It will be eating him alive inside. This guy was born to win. It's in his DNA. He did so much winning for fun, didn't he, in Moto3 and in Moto2. But we are going to go into 2026, the start of his 3rd season, still posing that question. When will the 37, when will the Shark be victorious for the first time in the MotoGP World Championship? He's come close several times this year, 21 podiums so far in MotoGP. Pedro Acosta still, though, unable to find some of his winning form. 5 Grand Prix podiums this season was the same as he managed in 2024. He had to wait until round 12 in Brno for a first sprint or Grand Prix podium. KTM scoring just 14 podiums so far this year. He scored 12 of them, did he? Another brilliant performance by Acosta, but he's not here to make up the numbers, Lewis. He's here to win, and he's talked about it several times this year. KTM just didn't make the progress forward that he expected. This year he expected to find the championship. Never got close.
He's not here to finish second. If you combine sprints and Grand Prix, he's now finished 9 separate occasions a MotoGP rider. That will hurt a rider who did nothing but win in Moto3 and in Moto2. Rookie champion in Moto3 in 2021. Rookie of the year in Moto2 the following year before winning the championship at Atlanta in 2023. Ultimately, KTM's shortcomings have been laid bare. Yes, they have made steps forward in the second half of the season. It was a turbulent winter. Can't really dress it up any other way. Off track, it was a tough winter for everyone connected with KTM. It showed at the start of the season when they were never really in the ballpark. Didn't see Pedro Acosta on either a sprint or a Grand Prix podium until the Czech Grand Prix at Brno, the final race before the summer break. From that point on, yes, he has been arguably pound for pound strongest rider in MotoGP, but when it comes to Grand Prix, trophies and for victories, he's had nothing to celebrate on that point for a couple of years now. And just to emphasise the winner's mentality that Pedro Acosta had, finished 4th in the World Championship this year, had a sensational second half of the season. And he was asked what mark out of 10 he would give his 2025 season on Sunday evening. He said 5 out of 10, improved quite a nothing.
He won't be messing around next year in terms of trying to sort this future out. There's massive pressure, the big onus on those KTM engineers at Mattinghofen in Austria to roll out a championship winning or a championship contending RC16. Like Fabio Quartararo, his patience is wearing way for thin in terms of competitive machinery. Well, Jorge Martin, if you look back, make sure it's only to learn. Goodbye 2025. What a year it has been for Jorge Martin. He spent so much of it on the sidelines, hasn't he? Unfortunately, it all went wrong. Just 13 laps into the defence of his World Championship, 2 off-throttle high sides at Fernandez in early February. Sidelined him. You're expecting him to be fully recovered by the time we went racing for the first time in Thailand, and just as he was testing his fitness on a supermoto bike before he was about to fly to round 1 over in Buriram, there was another massive crash which left him with more big injuries. He then tried to make a comeback for Jorge Martin. First time we saw him in competitive action at all wasn't until round 4 over in Qatar, and unfortunately there was more pain coming the way for the 27-year-old when he crashed out the Grand Prix, was hit by Fabio Antonio, multiple rib fractures, a punctured lung, wasn't enough to leave Doha, was he, for over a week. Back then sidelined him until the Czech Grand Prix in Brno. And just as he was sort of gaining some confidence, both mentally and physically, just when he was starting to perform in that MotoGP, a season best 4th place in the Hungarian Grand Prix in Balaton Park, well then there was more injury misery coming away for the Martin, and he crashed at turn 1. He hit Marco Bezzecchi, his factory Aprilia teammate, in the Motegi sprint. More serious damage to his right shoulder. And we only saw Martin return to action on Sunday, or here in Valencia last weekend. A 2025 that he will wanted to get rid of very, very quickly. It's a very innovative way to get your autographs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tie your cap to a piece of string and then just lower it down to at the back of the garages. Marco Bezzecchi doing the honours there, signing up one lucky fan's cap. Yeah, Jorge Martin. I suppose if there's any positives for Jorge Martin to take from this year, Lewis, is, I mean, there were times when he did show flashes of brilliance when he was coming close to fitness. I mean, that 16th to the 4th was a top cut line, wasn't it? In Hungary, top 10 in Catalonia. And what he does know, there's no doubt in his mind that when he's fit and healthy, that Aprilia is a very, very competitive motorcycle. It's not like he's thinking, well, is the bike going to be working for Aprilia at the level that I want them to be or I need them to be? He knows that the bike is ready to win.
I don't know whether it would have hurt or inspired him, to be honest, seeing success of Aprilia in the last stage of this season, knowing that had he stayed free of injuries and not run into his teammate in Teki, he would have been competing on that bike. Jorge Martin also returns back to his familiar 89 for 2026. Running the number 12, as we've seen for several years, is Maverick Vinales into 2026 as he stays with Tech 3 in his pretty speaking jet.
Yeah, it's great to be down here with Maverick. Obviously, when he was recovering from that shoulder injury, they had Polly Spargo on the bike, and pit lane reporters were waiting for some track action. Maverick, maybe you can lend me your leathers and I'll do a couple of laps to entertain the fans.
You want to try?
Up to
KTM ones you can take the ride.
the pit's down there. Let me go and chat to him and see. Do a bit of crash damage. Anyway, how are you? How are you? Obviously, it was a long weekend. We're just building day by day with the shoulder, so day's rest, ready for today.
Sunday was a better day. I recall feeling warm-up was the best session of the weekend. Somehow I feel we are doing the correct step. It's just a slow process. But I'm excited for the new year, excited for, you know, the project with KTM, which I think we are showing a lot since last year. Probably this year with more experience, more days in us to work down, we will be much more prepared. So I'm really excited to work again side by side with KTM and try to put a good performance on.
A few things to try today.
Yeah, a few things, especially the aero side. My side, I need to try the new stuff that the guys were riding here, Pedro and Marc. So yeah, I have a lot of work to do, but it seems that the track being short is time on the track, but I'm excited. I know I have a long winter to work, and the type of guys that like to put everything
just chatting to Jorge Lorenzo, and rumours out there that maybe he might be helping you in one way or another next year. What would the idea behind that be?
I think a rider I need to found the best for myself. Still, I think I need to improve in many areas. You know, Jorge is a specialist on rider technique, so I'm always wondering if I can find, you know, the way that I can develop still my skill. I think it's very important next year. I really feel I have a chance with KTM, so I will put everything to work on it. Of course, I'm talking with Jorge and see the partnership. We can do a partnership and work, especially on details. Structure of the weekend. Basically, in terms of KTM, Mike is working, Pedro is doing well, but to make the next step, we need to be excellent on the bike.
If he's not at the circuit, we understand he wouldn't be coming to every Grand Prix. How would he help from afar?
I think the best help I can have is someone like Jorge. You know, at home, you need to make the homework at the end of the day.
What do you think, KTM? You've spoken about what you need and what you're doing. KTM, what do they need to bring so that bike is ready to fighting for races? And
We have a clear mind of what we need for the bike, so it's really clear where we have to go. And we have now today and 6 more days. The problem of last year is that I am here on the bike, I didn't know the bike, and on Sepang was really hard for me because I didn't found the feeling. And now I understand very well where I have to go. So it will be much easier to find the proper bike to be competitive.
Maverick, the big final question is, so often were our star performers our football match Thursday night. So when are you coming back? Because we desperately need you on the left wing again.
I'm not coming back, I'm sorry.
Your crew chief, Manu, playing at left back, who's a fantastic left back, but just need a bit of skill and pace that we're missing from you on the left wing.
You can do my role. You are really good as well. You play so good, mate. And I love to play soccer. One of my childhood, you know, hobbies. But I think next year I will be desperately looking for any improvement on the bike.
Well, we're going to have to find another goal scorer next year.
Come to Shira. Yes.
Be our manager.
Yes.
You can be the...
Okay.
Look forward to seeing you there. Maverick, have a great day when you get out.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Vinales, football manager. Maybe one time in the future. Great interview as always with Maverick. Jack, thank you very much. It's good to catch up with the 30-year-old Spaniard. Fortunately, it was an injury-ravaged campaign, a little bit like Jorge Martin, wasn't it, for Maverick? That crash he had in that really wet Q2 session at the Saxon Ring, high side, which whack on that left side, and a left shoulder injury which followed, which really did completely compromise the second half of the season for Maverick. He ultimately ended up missing 8 Grand Prix, and for only the second time in his MotoGP career, he ended it with no podium. The other one being 2015, his rookie year in the Premier class with Suzuki. I feel that he probably should have had at least one podium though when he had that brilliant ride. Only time he was leading this year in that Qatar Grand Prix. Of course, he took the checker flag in a brilliant second place behind Marquez. Unfortunately, second. Not too long thereafter, into that Sunday evening in Doha, turned into a 14th place as Maverick was done with for a tyre pressure infringement. And that's to say, Lewis, prior to Maverick's injury around the halfway stage of the season, he actually was the star performer for KTM, which I think caught a lot of us by surprise. We were all looking at Pedro Acosta to be the rider to really excel KTM from the get-go. With some of the early season performances, it was actually Maverick that was really stepping up on an RC16.
One thing you can say about Maverick Vinales, he's certainly experienced in learning new bikes. For Suzuki, Yamaha, for Aprilia and KTM, MotoGP, so plenty of experience of adapting to different motorcycles. But he said back in pre-season when Phil and Jack were in Sepang and in Buriram, the KTM handled like no bike he'd ever really ridden before MotoGP. In terms of how you get that bike stopped, the braking. He and Bastianini, in fairness, looked quite lost at the Sepang test. Maverick certainly made a step forward. We got through Buriram and approached the European season. Of course, that phenomenal ride. Shame, really, isn't it? It's one of the rides of the season for me in 2024. over it because he got the penalty for the tyre pressures post-race, which robbed him of a second place. Could have been KTM's first podium of the season. He is ultra experienced now, still finding ways to improve, as he said to Jack. He will notch up 200 MotoGP starts, 6 races in 2026. So there's question of Maverick Vinales. Got the experience, got the speed. Is he going to have the KTM underneath him for next season to truly compete? Perhaps we'll get our first clues into that today. But yeah, a real shame to see Vinales. Essentially, his season ended qualifying 2 Saturday morning at the Trackside. Wasn't the same after that.
I wasn't expecting that injury to be as severe as it was, Aaron Vinales, but we so often see sometimes you're better off breaking bones, aren't you, MotoGP, because then you can at least get the kicking-off race unscrewed up and plate, and you can be back in action sort of a week, 2 weeks later. Jorge Lorenzo and Aston, all those years ago. Everything Vinales, yeah, season best 4th in the Grand Prix, best sprinter 4th in the Jello for Maverick Vinales. Now then, one man who's been very, very close to observing the brilliance of Marquez inside that factory Ducatis this year, and one man who's unfortunately been able to see the struggles of Pecco Bagnaia on the opposite side of the Ducati United squad. It's Manuel Poggiali, rider coach inside the factory Ducati. I'm delighted to say the former 125 and 250cc world champion joins Jack right now down in pit lane.
Yeah, he does indeed. The rider coaching, rider analysis is such an important part of MotoGP nowadays. But I don't think a lot of fans at home understand exactly what goes into it. So just explain what your role is during the weekend.
We check a lot of video there, rider with Chris, and yeah, it's interesting.
Alex Marquez and Michele Massini. Yeah, look over. And don't look at them. Don't look at them. You're doing a great job.
We are happy. We are happy, especially for this season, and a lot of good results. And part of our job.
You've been able to see Marc Marquez as this year. How special.
We attend him again. We hope that he can early for sure for Sepang Test, and we start the new season from there.
His riding this year, you get to watch his videos.
Yeah.
What is his style like, and how good is he?
We need to improve a lot in the right corner. Marc in the right corner suffer a little bit, but in the same time in the left corner he was fantastic, and yeah, best is the best in this season. Won with 5 weekend of races before to the end, and yeah, we start from there.
You know, the videos, are you looking at not only at the Ducati riders, as you're trying to find every all advantage?
Yeah, we use the video analysis, we don't compare, because we try to understand especially in which part of the riding we gain or not. This is important also for the rider, because they know what they want to do on the track, and is an important thing part. We need to improve and yeah, change if we want to.
It's one in a your analysis, idea what's happened on the outside.
Yeah, with Pecco was a difficult season for sure. Just in a few races did a good job, and the strong part of our analysis, the breaking entry, start always for that part of riding style, and yeah, we need to understand much more what's happening in that part. We need to best bike for his riding style, especially in part of the riding.
I know, thank you for your time, and hopefully we see you doing some work soon. We want to see some bikes on track.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Manuel Poggiali, a very key component behind the scenes of the successful the factory Ducati team. As Poggiali just mentioned there, missing Marc Marquez, but it would be remiss of us not to touch upon some of his brilliance in 2025. His first world title in 2,148 days, secured on that unforgettable day, 8 September at the Mobility Resort in Motegi. Just 88 of his brother Alex in the championship, despite the fact he missed the last 4 Grand Prix. He was 246 points clear of the next best GP25. He did break the point scoring record in MotoGP this year on 545. I mean, heaven knows what Marc's end of season points tally would have been had he not missed Phillip Island, Sepang, Portimao and Valencia. Well, we always knew we could rely on Jack Miller,
Breaking news
a
right in,
rider to be going out on circuit. And finally, 2026 will be kicked off, it looks like, thankfully, by the Pramac Yamaha rider. Jack Miller has seen enough, confident that it's dry enough just to at least venture out and do a couple of exploratory laps on what will, of course, now be the V4 powered Y-Star M1. Thumbs up then from the crew chief, Giacomo Guidotti. Big smile on his face, looks like he's excited to kick 2026 off, just like we all are, of course. Yeah, a nod there as well from Miller. So Jack then about to be our first rider to venture out on circuit in what we can say is 2026. Usual departing routine for Jack as he ventures out on circuit. We're going to hear that V4 then powered up into life. So much work has been done behind the scenes by Augusto Fernandez and Andrea Davizio. So Jack Miller, this is not his debut on the V4 YZR M1. He did do a handful of laps on it after the test in Misano in September. So he pulls out of pit lane, and when he gets to the end of it, we'll give it the big opening, shall we? As finally, that green light's been on for over an hour now, but if Jack Miller crosses the white line, we can officially say 2026 MotoGP starts now. And thank you very much, Jack Miller.
Yeah, thank goodness for Jack Miller to at least get the action underway, and he has. Anyone's going to make that decision. And Jack Miller has gone out on slick tyres. It is predominantly on the racing line now, dry track. Of course, we've had an extra hour and a quarter for the sun to beat down and get rid of some of those wet patches. Jack Miller, this will be, even by his standards, approaching this with a little bit of trepidation. Very little lean angle there through turn 4, so there will not be an awful lot of temperature in this track. Will be the story throughout the day. Of course, he has to be wary of where those wet patches are, and he doesn't already trash one of those V4 Yamahas before the session's really even got underway.
Yeah, Jack Miller getting his knee down through turn 6. Very, very hesitant through there. Of course, we did see an incident in Moto 2 on that Friday morning, an incident which ultimately, sadly, ruled out Adrian Huertas and Iva Sasaki from the Grand Prix. A bit of liquid was seeping through the surface, so understandably so, Jack Miller will be incredibly cautious. This will be the slowest lap you'll ever see Jack Miller tackle this 4-kilometre Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. It might encourage a few others maybe to don the leathers and the helmet and get out on circuit. Look at that, you can just see, I mean, there's no lean angle whatsoever. Another thing to factor in when the lap times, or when they do feel confident enough to start pushing, is there was torrential rain here at around 5 p.m. local time last night. So all of that nice weekend rubber that was laid down, well, that was washed away by the thunderstorms which struck nearby Valencia. So into turn 14 we go. And this will be the completion of the first lap in our van for 2026. In fact, no, it won't be, because Jack has had enough. He's seen enough. Clearly, he feels like it's not worthy of continuing. So Jack Miller did 14 corners, but not one a full lap here in Valencia as he pulls straight back into pit lane.
That may have been the plan from Pramac and from Yamaha, just to send Jack out for an early installation lap on that V4 Yamaha. So Jack back into the Pramac box. The focus, so much of the course today, is on the other side of that Pramac box for next season for Toprak Razgatlioglu, his public MotoGP debut. The reason we say public debut is Toprak did test the Yamaha M1 in Aragon the weekend before the one that's just been completed here in Valencia. Yeah, he did test for a couple of days, although conditions and the tyres didn't exactly mesh too well together. The temperature's much lower than when we raced in Aragon earlier in the season, so perhaps not the most representative of running that Toprak was able to get, but he did at least get some laps on board that Yamaha, so he won't be completely riding without reference when he goes out on track at some point today.
Yeah, Baltic here today in Valencia. It was Baltic in that Aragon test, although we are told that Augusto Fernandez was having a good look at some Razgatlioglu data. Said, yeah, immediately one thing you can tell the strengths of Toprak are just how good he is, how much feeling he has with the front brake and the front tyre. Marco Bezzecchi, well, he's not showing any great interest. Is he likewise his factory Aprilia colleague Jorge Martin? Sofuoglu, multiple world supersport champion. Well, he's very, very tight in that inner circle with Toprak Razgatlioglu. He's his manager as they embrace the back of that Pramac Yamaha garage. Well, we've had not even one lap completed. The positive news are coming your way here this morning. Stay with us because in about 15 minutes time we are going to be joined in the commentary box by Hall of Famer, 25cc world champion, 250cc world champion, still very much heavily involved in the MotoGP paddock as KTM's test rider, Dani Pedrosa. I'm delighted to say will be joining us very, very shortly for a little bit of a chat. We're going to be joined by Fabiano Sterlachini, who's done so much work behind the scenes to turn Aprilia's RSGP into a winning machine so often in 2025. Davide Brivio, Trackhouse Aprilia, probably one of the few teams that didn't want 2025 to end, given Raul Fernandez's end of season purple patch. But yeah, we've got a few special guests joining us in the commentary box. So yeah, in about 15 minutes time at 11:30 a.m. local time here in Valencia, Dani Pedrosa will be with us in the commentary box. Fascinating to get some insight behind the scenes from KTM and just some general thoughts on MotoGP right now from one of the best to ever do it.
Company up here shortly. An update on how the day is going to pan out. Actually, there has been a slight modification. We're informed that the teams have decided unanimously, because of the damp start to the day and the late running on track, of course we've only seen one out lap so far on track, the teams have unanimously voted to scrap the practice start session that was scheduled for around about 1 o'clock afternoon. With a short pause in the action, that now will not take place, so they will run about from 10 until 5 p.m. local time without a break. We will take a break though, about 20 past 1 this afternoon. The start session has now been scrapped. The teams, I guess, recognising that with the late start this morning, essentially the first hour and a quarter, hour and a half, has been lost due to the damp patches out on track. They want to maximise every little bit of running they can get once the track is ready to go.
What are you going to say? They've extended the day until 6 p.m. Well, no, not going to happen. I'm going to play the catch out of Valencia to get back home. Jorge Martin then. Big 2026 coming up for him. Hard to really imagine the suffering behind the scenes that Jorge Martin has had to go through throughout 2025. Scarcely fully fit at any stage, was he? As history beckons for Toprak, he'll be the first ever Turkish rider to compete in MotoGP. With excitement around Diogo Moreira being the first Brazilian to ride in MotoGP since Alex Barros in 2007. And of course, massive changes behind the scenes, aren't there? A Red Bull KTM Tech 3. We said farewell to Hervé Poncharal after a career spanning over 4 decades in the MotoGP paddock. He's handing over the reins next year to Gunther Steiner in the French-based team. His team principal will be Richard Coleman, very much the eyes and ears inside the French garage next year as far as Gunther Steiner is concerned. So let's welcome the MotoGP and welcome to all of our viewers at home. Richard Coleman, who joins Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be able to introduce Richard to all of the fans at home. You're going to be my go-to man inside the Tech 3 box going into 2026, Richard. So firstly, welcome to MotoGP. How excited are you for what's to come?
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, very, feels like a bit like first day at school. I've obviously shadowed Hervé over a few of the last races in Barcelona, but I guess, when they say that, go.
How much is there to learn, and what have you learned under the tutorship of Hervé over the past couple?
I mean, firstly, Hervé's a great human being, if we even get anything professional, he's just a great human being, and I'm sort of proud to call him a friend now. It's been really helpful. He's got more experience than just Alex. He's going to be around next year as well, so he's always on the end of a phone. That's been really good. I mean, listen, I'm very much a four-wheel guy and very much an English. Coming into a two-wheeled French team, it has its problems, but everybody's so welcoming. Yeah, a lot to learn, a lot to do, but also, sometimes bringing some new ideas and a fresh approach.
Yeah, for the people at home, what's your background in four wheels? What has led you to this point?
So mainly management and engineering background, World Rally Championship, World Endurance Championship, some fun stuff, and then in 20 a peak sport management. But ultimately that's brokered a huge sport, predominantly in F1. Obviously excited to MotoGP will go in the next 5 years ownership. So yeah, hopefully we've got a few ingredients there that will help make it.
They step into the team at a crucial moment, 2026, a year where the contract with KTM runs out, the contract with both riders run out. So what is the priority going into next year?
Well, you're absolutely right, and I think a lot of these things will move very quickly, not just within the tech-free environment, but also the private market, teams, everything else. And normally those decisions are based around form book, and there isn't a form book. So a lot of it, I think, will probably move quite early next year. Riders aren't close to that. So I think we've got to be really aware of that. And plan A is get remarried to Kate. Also had a lot of conversations with those guys in the last few months that will continue over the winter. So yeah, there's a lot to take in. Everyone's kind of in a state of what 27 really means, and yeah, we just got to try and navigate that process.
See that deal with KTM being an easy one to piece together, given the relationship that has existed?
It should be, but nothing's ever easy, right, in this game. I mean, listen, KTM are very clear about their commitment to MotoGP. They won 4 bikes on the grid. By and large, the partnership so far has been successful. The one race this year they've been on the podium. So there's a lot of ingredients as to why it makes a lot of sense to continue. I think both sides probably guaranteed on how that will work and ultimately how to go get better and be champion titles. A lot of things that need to come unknowns to knowns in that process, and that's what we'll try and do in the next.
How involved are you and Gunter going to be when it comes to choosing the riders?
Well, again, that's another sort of area of discussion. Currently that probably slightly is treated to KTM. I perhaps a little bit more independent now, sort of around mind. That's again another sort of. Ultimately, KTM have been very good like that. I mean, they would have ever given a rider that he wasn't happy with or that won. So it's not like forced upon us. Definitely one of the sort of discussion items.
Since the deal was announced, how much interest have you had from parties outside of MotoGP that are now maybe looking at it more closely than they have previously, given your experience in four wheels and given obviously Gunter's status in the four-wheel world?
Yeah, I think probably we're perhaps seen as a bridge. I mean, that interest is certainly not driven by Gunter and I, but I think the interest that is there perhaps as just like bridge to understanding what paddock is all about. And I think, listen, healthy, a lot of interest, a lot of people. Dorna have been doing a great job in the transition, and sort of need to see where that goes. The only thing I would say is that look in Formula One, that landscape probably took 4 years to change when Liberty ownership. Nothing happens overnight, and everyone thinks that we're going to take this pill that says Liberty and things will be different. It doesn't work like that. But I think there's a big consensus of where this paddock could be in 5 years' time, and we really want to be part of that.
Richard, it's great to chat for the very first time, the first of many, I hope, after some success next year. Enjoy today, and we'll see you in 2026.
No worries. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack, and thanks and best wishes to all the new connections at Red Bull KTM Tech 3 next season. Richard Coleman, of course, and Gunter Steiner, who's going to be bringing something very different to the MotoGP paddock, I'm sure, on occasion next year. We're just seeing some slow motion replays of Jack riding this Valencia circuit very, very slowly. Jack didn't even complete a full lap around this Valencia circuit. As Maverick Vinales, we get a thumbs up. There'll be a thumbs up from us, Maverick, if you could actually go out on that RC16 and do a few laps around this Valencia circuit. We are told Dani Pedrosa, our first special guest of the day, is on his way to our commentary box, so stick with us as Toprak Razgatlioglu, like he was jumping to the back of the Prima Pramac Yamaha truck and maybe getting himself set for this much hyped up first public outing as a MotoGP rider. Celestino Vietti, well, he got the big call up to make his MotoGP debut here today, replacing the injured Frankie Morbidelli. I'm sure Celestino has just been praying and hoping that this track dries up very, very quickly so he can go out and get what is going to be a unique, special feeling. I remember when Pecco Bagnaia was with the Aspar team in Mahindra Moto3. They gave him a chance on a MotoGP bike when they were with Ducati many, many years ago in Valencia. I remember Pecco's eyes when he grabbed a handful of brake coming out of that final corner for the first time. They were on stalks. It was brilliant to see, and it's a great present for another VR46 Academy star with Vietti.
I remember a year or so prior to that as well, Alex Marquez also getting an opportunity to ride a factory Honda in MotoGP after he'd won the Moto3 title, getting to ride on track with his older brother Marc. Of course, they've now ascended together to the very top of MotoGP once again. Alex Marquez back then was a Moto3 champion. Marc Marquez, he had been in 2014, he'd have just won his second MotoGP title. He's now added a further 5 since.
Ring just trying to get himself comfortable. Do some ergonomic tweaks on the factory Yamaha. Just getting himself ready to venture out on circuit. Too long, then we can hear more bikes being fired up down in pit lane. Well, we promised you a few special guests to join us in the commentary box then. I'd like to say our first one is very special indeed. A 125 CC World Champion, 250cc World Champion, multiple MotoGP race winner, and this year he had the honour of being inducted into the Hall of Fame. I'd like to say we're joined by KTM test rider Dani Pedrosa. Good morning, Danny. How are we?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for coming to help us out on what's been unfortunately a very, very quiet start to 2026. Of course, we know you're still very much actively involved in the MotoGP World Championship, working with KTM. You were testing quite recently some new updated parts that I'm sure the likes of Pedro Acosta and Maverick Vinales were looking to run today. So what's on the agenda? What have KTM got to test here?
Well, we have an important day, as everybody knows. Unfortunately, still we are losing time on track, and it's not going to be easy to do all the program because of the delay. But anyway, we will try to prioritize what's most important for the winter time. And then during what we cannot do today, we will try to prepare for Sepang. Obviously, it's a big break now, but at the same time, we came the last races recovering some good speed with Pedro, and he has some requests for the winter time. So we are looking forward to do something that in the way he needs to be faster.
Can you give us some insight into what Pedro's requests have been? What does he need to make that KTM winning once again in MotoGP?
One of the topics is try to get a little bit more grip on the rear tire, and we've seen the last races he was fighting with Alex and Bezzecchi, and he kind of struggled to keep the rear tire performance. So this is his speed was there, but he kind of lose performance during the race in some laps of the race. So we need to try to improve in this part.
Pedro said this year he's matured a lot in his second season in MotoGP. How big a change have you noticed in Pedro, not even just from last year to this year, but also from the start of this year to the end of this year?
Yes, for sure, the situation wasn't easy at our team, and he had high expectations where we couldn't achieve. So obviously he had to rewire the mindset, and that was the biggest step. Trying to build slowly again the confidence and build again the new hopes for the season. And you know, once you are aiming to try to achieve podiums, victories, and at the beginning it's not happening, it's hard to swallow. So for sure, this was his biggest step, trying to rewire and coming strong, even though this wasn't easy. showed at the end of the season how strong he was.
Looks like Toprak Razgatlioglu is making himself already very popular inside that Prima Yamaha garage as he's turned up with some very special treats. Pedro's spoken recently, Danny, about how much he's used you a lot more this season. He spoke to you for more advice. I mean, obviously you bring so much experience to the KTM project. How have you been personally able to help this development that we've seen from Pedro this year?
Well, I think Pedro is a very smart guy, and he also always looking for the best result. And I don't try any time to go much on because it's his career, and every rider has his own way and his style to do things, off track, on track, and so on. But of course, if they are willing to have some inputs, we are more than welcome to share ideas. And of course, after my idea can work or not for him, but anyway, it's worth trying if he's willing to.
What's the best piece of advice you think you've given him this season?
I think I would say he at one stage he was, you know, in the beginning of the season it was difficult for him. At one stage we sat down and basically get the best each time with what you have. I know it's not enough for you for your expectations, but it will come if you do this every weekend. It will upgrade. So you will come closer, and actually this is what happened. Unfortunately, came up a bit short on the win, which is what we all wanted.
Okay, we were looking forward to him winning because I think you had a little bit of a bet with him. Everybody was this was a story that kept breaking throughout this Valencia weekend. You had a chat where if he won the Grand Prix this year, he had to dye his hair orange, or was it you that had to dye your...
Me.
It was you, it was you.
Actually, yeah, because it was okay, it was coming closer to the end. He was almost about to do it, but also the chances were slipping from our hands because every time was one race less. So I kinda said this to motivate him. Okay, if you win one time, then I will get my hair totally orange. So I hoping that would give him some punch.
Will stand for next season.
We will have to.
See how good the bike is.
I'm not happy that it couldn't happen. It would be funny, but anyway, we will find a different one for next.
Just looking at Pedro as a talent, Moto 3 world champion, Moto 2 world champion. He's one of the best in the world right now. What is he able to make the difference on the KTM? This year KTM have had 14 podiums. Pedro delivered 12 of them. Clearly he's been the standout rider this year. What do you see in him? Where is he able to make the difference?
I think he is pushing the bike to the limit every meter. Either he's in entry the corner, turning the bike on the exit, and basically one of his strengths is that he goes out from the FP1 and try to go on the limit. He's not checking out, okay, what's the situation, what's the bike like on this track and the tires, and he just goes, try to achieve the goal, which is stay in the top part of the standings, work throughout the weekend as much as he can, even if have some troubles with the bike.
Looking more generally at MotoGP this season, was returned to the top for Marc Marquez this year, and a rider you know very, very well. How impressed have you been, not just by his performances this season, but the journey he's been on over the last 2-3 years to get back to the top once again?
I mean, what can I say? I think everyone already speak about how great he's been, and there are no other words to add because the results and the facts are there. He's been outstanding, and I think the injury recovery is also something very personal. I mean, everybody knows had for surgeries, etc. and so on, but you never know exactly what do you feel, how you are mentally and emotionally in this period, and what you have to do to overcome this kind of situation. How you find the motivation, how you restructure your environment to again have the chance to attack. And you know, this is what he did. He prioritized performance, because he knew performance is what gave him the best, I don't know how to say, feeling on being happy. No, he's not a happy one if he's back in the grid. So okay, he had to leave Honda and do all the moves. It seems kind of hard now, but it's not easy thing to do. And well, it was worth it all the way.
Part and parcel of racing, Danny, is injuries. Unfortunately, you know yourself better than anybody how tough the times can be when you're injured. Marc's talent has never been in any doubt. Is that something that's impressed you perhaps more than anything, is the fact that it's been his desire not to give up, just to keep going, still believing in himself, because he must have had some really dark moments over these last 5 years. I mean, you know, you're an ex-rider yourself, you're an ex-world champion. To keep pushing, to keep that motivation, that's what's so impressive about Marc, isn't it?
For sure, I guarantee you that he was doubting himself. He was doubting all around himself, and he, at some points, he was maybe thinking to even stop. That's over. The mountain is too big to climb again, and I have one arm which is not like it should be to climb this mountain. So obviously, you have this in mind. But at the end, the thing is that the heart is pushing you along. So your mind is kind of tricking you, trying to trick you and make you believe what you see in real life, the situation is what it is. But then there is something else, which is the heart, the will, the motivation, and then you find a little detail here and a little detail there that you grab onto it, and then you take it along with you, and then it's a step-by-step process.
This is a big day in the life of any MotoGP rider to make their first appearance. Of course, many years ago, Diogo Moreira was just about to jump on the Honda like you did, all the way back in, 2006? Wasn't it a long time ago, it feels like? What's it like as a rookie before you're just about to make your first ride on a MotoGP? How's Diogo going to be feeling this morning when he woke up?
I mean, it's overwhelming. The feeling is overwhelming because, I mean, a guy like Diogo comes from Brazil, family, no resources, and for a long time fighting to get, I don't know, even training bikes, to get help for get some tires or get some helmets or some stuff to prepare yourself for racing. And now you are in HRC, so in MotoGP, and you feel all the attention from the media, all the expectations behind your debut, and for sure it's a moment of kind of joy, as well of hope, but also relief, you know, because what's coming on the background with you.
Well, what does a first day for a MotoGP rookie look like? What are the main things that a rider has to get on top of? Because MotoGP bikes now are perhaps as complicated and as technical as they've ever been.
For a rookie, today I would say it's a bit more simple, because you jump on the bike and basically they more or less give you, okay, that's what setting is working. So jump on this one, you don't have to try to do too many things. Just try to get along with the bike, feel the tires, feel the power, learn how are the brakes and how is the braking points, the speed and so on. So just ride, and then we will collect the data and we will tell you what is not going well or what you are doing wrong and so on. And I think that's easygoing step, but obviously the other guys are a long time in the class, so they go out and from the first lap they are doing pretty much lap records, and you are maybe in the beginning 5, 6, 7 seconds off, and you are scratching your head thinking, wow, what's going on? But you have to not look at the standings for a little, and then just focus on riding.
Diogo's coming to Honda at arguably a good time, because clearly we've seen big steps forward this year from the RC213V. You're very much now part of the KTM family, Danny, but for all of your racing career in MotoGP, you were with Honda. What do you make of their current situation? What do you make of the 2025 that they've just had?
Obviously, there is a clear improvement. They all improved, not only with one rider, which this is, I think, one of the keys. It's very important that everyone feels confident and more and faster. The bike has clearly made a step. They are quite often now in the end of the season fighting for top 10s, fighting for Q2. So that's clearly a step. Yesterday, Sunday, they lost the key group concessions by 1 point. It's very important detail, but I think once you already got your engine and now it's working better, and you got your aerodynamics that is working also better, you don't need that many options to keep trying things.
I agree at the moment of our rookies in 2025 waiting patiently to head out on circuit. Of course, it's been an incredible ending to the season as far as Aprilia are concerned. Fernandez winning, the pilot Marco Bezzecchi won the last 2 Grand Prix. It's always kind of difficult to really judge where Aprilia are at, because Marc has obviously not been here for the last 4 races. We know that Marc was always going to be super strong, but you must have been impressed as well with Aprilia and Bezzecchi. When Jorge Martin's fit, Aprilia are going to be big challenges next year, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. For me, Bezzecchi was the great surprise of the season. I mean, Alex was running as well, but Aprilia was moving from Ducati. Bezzecchi was moving from Ducati to Aprilia, and you have to make the adaptation, new style of working with different people. At the end, he was extremely strong. Not only Bezzecchi, but as well Raul. The second Aprilia was also very strong in the end, and this makes me wonder, because Aprilia made the step, and they also said publicly that they are looking forward to next season. They feel very confident to fight against Marc and Ducati. And Pedro is also riding strong. Honda is improving. So this makes me wonder, what is Gigi having on the pocket? Because at certain point he will have to take something out of the pocket. Obviously the gap is closing. Marc is not on the track, that's also true. But I'm pretty sure Gigi will maybe, I don't know what possibilities Ducati has with the concessions or not to change the bike, but for sure something might come out.
Gigi has very, very deep pockets. That we do know, looking to the future. And I guess looking to the future, there is a big technical shift coming up in MotoGP for 2027. What does the next, I guess, few months or 12 months look like? Do you know when you'll first, or when you'll next perhaps ride a bike in 2027 spec? And how is the progress at KTM going ahead of this new change in the regulations?
So far it's going with the times, with the time schedule KTM has planned for the bike. At the moment the engine has been running on dyno, so that's already pretty important. Track time, I'm not sure, and as well we would like to do this on the new tires, because that makes more sense, and so far we don't have still the schedule for the tires. So not in a rush, but obviously we don't want to sleep on.
And you know yourself, I mean, the switch from Michelin to Pirelli could be a game changer in 2027. It's going to be probably the toughest transition for some of the riders and manufacturers. You went from Michelin to Bridgestone, then Bridgestone back to Michelin. I mean, how do you think yourself, I mean, or how did you deal with that tyre change, and how significant could it be?
Oof. It is significant. Honest, it's something really radical. It depends on how different the tires are, if the difference is small. But for sure, regarding on of the bike, regarding on riding style, how you brake, how you use the throttle, how you turn the bike in the corners, angle, wrestling angle, or you are a guy who smash the bike into the turn, or just want to roll with speed. We've seen on Moto3 and Moto2 how the lap times were moving, and I've spoken to some of the teams, and they had to changes, suspension, riding style, especially the riders had to hard. So it's the process. Who adapts first, who understands first, dealing with the maybe best situation from the beginning, because maybe you put the tires and your bike is just perfect you have to do the little things. Maybe you put the tires and the bike is totally off the line, so you need to do a lot of changes. It will depend a lot on
Paul Espargaro would have ridden the Pirellis in Mazzano, I guess, in September. Did you speak to him?
I was.
Oh, you were riding.
I
Okay,
was.
so what is the difference then in the riding style?
I can't tell you.
Oh, I had to ask you.
No, I know, but it was in the.
Oh, it's in the contract.
Yeah, there's a contract that it is this situation.
You can tell us. Nobody's listening. Don't worry. Your secret's
So
safe with them.
I would get a big fine if I would speak about it.
Will come to us, so we won't press you too hard on that one. But yes, so much is going to change. I guess change to ride height devices are going to change. Reduced aero. I think there's a direction that MotoGP had to go in. The change to the motorcycles technically in terms of ride height devices, aerodynamics. Change MotoGP had to make.
Well, I think it will or hard to say now. Yes, we are riding this way now, but it will give for sure more technical situation for the rider to avoid the wheelie, create the grip, and to control the exit speed with the amount of power this bike has.
Starts will change as well.
The stars a lot on the stars. Today we see that the stars pretty much, if you do a good start, you are set okay into the first turn with your grid position, and I think it will give more room improvements to the grid. You might recover more places before the first turn, so I think opens more the fight in the race.
Two riders that we really expected to be fighting for the championship this year were Jorge Martin and Pecco Bagnaia, both of them having very difficult seasons for different reasons. We'll look at Jorge first. I mean, he knows that the Aprilia is going to be strong and competitive next year, but a real tough year for Jorge. I mean, hopefully he can recover back to his best, but he really has had a tough year.
Yes, I've had bad years. Well, this was tough. This was really tough on him. And it started in the first laps Malaysian test the winter and just finished now. So I think for Martin what he needs to do is just try to do laps, as many laps as possible. Let's say show to the team that the bike is doing well, as well for Raul. So it will just take time to Martin to recover his confidence.
And Bagnaia, I mean, obviously he's been world champion in 2 of the last 3 seasons. We all expect him to be having a real strong battle with Marc for the championship. Clearly, it was a very difficult season for him. He was never really comfortable on the GP25. How much, though, do you think it's a factor of just Marc being his teammate and how strong Marc is? You've been on the opposite side of the garage to the 93. You know the way that Marc operates. Is that a factor? I mean, is Marc being such a strong teammate what's had an impact on Bagnaia this year?
Well, from my position today, it's hard to say. I'm not there in the Ducati team, and I don't know if it's the same Marc as it was when it was together with Repsol Honda. But for sure, it has an impact. For sure, that's no doubt. Same way as it was for me, I don't know. I cannot tell you if this affects Pecco or not, but for sure, Marc influence is big, and he's so strong. It makes life more complicated. So, well, Pecco will have to figure out how he can come back from.
Fabio Quartararo having a bit of a chuckle inside the Pramac Yamaha garage at the moment.
Yeah, they're sharing how much they've recuperated overnight from last night. Jack Miller's in around the 40%. Fabio Quartararo, as you may have seen, showed his phone up to the screen. His recuperation is at 1%, which we heard when he spoke to Jack in his voice in pit lane.
So before we let you go, Danny, we've got a couple of other special guests joining us. It's been fascinating to get your thoughts, but what do you think? Well, let's go. This is the start of 2026. So, what are you thinking about next year? Who do you think? I mean, obviously, Marc will be the favourite. You hope that Pedro and KTM can be much stronger. But your general thoughts on how you see 2026 unfolding?
Well, I think it's going to be a bit of how it finished this season. At least in the beginning, with strong Aprilias. I think Marc is there is no doubt about him, but we still have to see his physical condition. And I'm looking forward to see the rookies. The honest are two interesting characters, and really looking forward to see them on track.
Quick thoughts on Toprak. I mean, we know he's unbelievably talented. What he does on a superbike has been amazing to watch.
Yes.
How do you think that will work over MotoGP?
I mean, Toprak, to me, when I watch him on bikes, he reminds me Kevin Schwantz at times. You know, he's so spectacular and he's enjoying so much riding and funny. I think he will bring a lot of good moments for MotoGP. So I'm really looking forward to his riding style.
Danny, absolute pleasure to have you with us in the commentary box. We hope that KTM and you have a very enjoyable and successful 2026 World Championship campaign. Have a great win through, and we'll see you next year. Once again, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Well, that was fascinating, wasn't it? Always a pleasure to get the thoughts of Dani Pedrosa, MotoGP Hall of Famer, multiple world champion and multiple MotoGP race winner. But don't worry, because slotting straight into our third seat in the commentary box, while there is still no track action going on here, unfortunately, in Valencia. Jack Miller doing one very tentative outlap on the V4 Pramac Yamaha. So out goes Dani Pedrosa, and I'm delighted to say in comes another very special guest. What a year it was for Trackhouse MotoGP. Coming up, well, now we have all 11 teams victorious in the MotoGP World Championship after Raul Fernandez's fantastic win over in Phillip Island. It was a fantastic ending to the season, wasn't it, for Trackhouse? Raul Fernandez climbing up to 10th in the World Championship sprint podiums in Mandalika and in Phillip Island, winning in Australia, and so close to winning the final Grand Prix here on Sunday behind Marc second and Aprilia at 1-2. I'm delighted to say we're joined by the boss, Davide Brivio. Davide, still is good morning. Unfortunately, a quiet morning to start 2026 with yesterday's thunderstorms disturbing this morning's action. But what a way for Trackhouse to finish 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you, and hi to everybody. Yeah, it's been a great end of season. Of course, with the highlights of the win in Phillip Island, but also I would say in Valencia, we were very close to the win. Actually, a little bit disappointing because of not winning, which is a big change of mood and attitude compared to the beginning of season. And so yeah, fantastic. And so I think also we got Aprilia as a bike has improved a lot through the season, from half a season onward, and then yeah, Raul getting more and more confident. Oh, good.
Raul Fernandez on screens right now. We know that he had phenomenal potential in Moto3, in Moto2. He came into MotoGP and found it difficult to get sort of adapted to the top class. He's having a little bit of a laugh inside the Trackhouse goers. It just shows sort of how confident and relaxed Raul is. What has changed in 2025 to turn him into a MotoGP winner? He said in the press conference on Sunday, the only reason he's still in MotoGP is because of you. Okay. He was very complimentary about the support and advice you've given him. So what's changed with this young man in 2025?
Yeah, thanks to Raul, but it's not me riding the bike. It's no, I think it's a matter of course, the talent has never been in discussion. All the paddock knows how talented Raul is. I think it's been a matter more picking up confidence on himself, and also during the winter he changed his training method and more focus on what really important in terms of physical. And for instance, we were talking this morning, chatting with Raul. Last year, by the end of the races, he was let's say slowing down. And because I say to him, and that's what I think is like, what I really like from Valencia and Valencia and Phillip Island, especially. The takeaways is how constant he has been for all the race, with no single mistake for all the race distance, 27 laps, with no, I mean, he didn't make any mistake, always very constant, and this was something that was not possible last year, or didn't happen last year. And so it's like physical preparation, better prepared from physical point of view, and also the confidence that we pick it up through the season. I think starting from Le Mans, at the beginning of season, if you remember, we were struggling to score points, 17, 18, and actually we had also some hard discussion at a certain time, because I mean, if you are Raul Fernandez and you finish 17, 18, there's something wrong, you know, somewhere. So let's try to find out what's wrong. If it's a rider that doesn't have a talent or potential, you can complain, or you can't be so hard. But with him, I mean, hey, come on. I mean, you have a talent. What's going on? And then from Le Mans was a wet race, but finished P7. And then he started to build up. Then we had a number of races in a row where he was in the top 10. So from 17, 18, constantly in the top 10, this gave him confidence. And this has increased and built up more and more and more through the season until, of course, before Phillip Island we had Indonesia with the sprint podium, and that was click probably, and then Phillip Island the win. Sepang was difficult, but then again Portimao not so bad, but so Portimao we had an injury, and then here again in Portimao he crashed with the injury. Then at a certain point he wanted to race. Oh, I can try, maybe it's a little bit painful, but I can try. Also in this sense it's more mature now, not say, no, okay, I understand, now it's better I stop, we recover, say, let's stop, and we get fully fit for Valencia rather than have too difficult weekend with pains and whatever. So this one, it's a bit... The season is finished.
Incredible day, wasn't it, for the Fernandez family on Sunday, with his younger brother Adrian winning the Moto3 race. When I spoke to you on Thursday, you said that perhaps Raul Fernandez didn't quite understand himself how good he was or how good he can be. You think he does now? And what do you think ultimately is Raul Fernandez's potential as a MotoGP rider? How good can he be?
No, he always... I think he always believed to be good. Like last year, I remember, I mean, as soon as I arrived, he was, let's say, upset, was unhappy because he couldn't be in a top 5, he couldn't win a race and stuff like that. So it's, hey, we have to say, hey, I mean, before to win a race, you have to finish top 10. Before to get in a podium, you have to start to be in the top 5. So, you know, it's a process, it's a pathway. It's not, you're not getting like this. It's a hard work, progress step by step, and this is what I think he built up in this year. So now let's see. Now, of course, it's difficult to reach the top, but it's even more difficult, we know, to stay at the top. Even if, of course, this end of season, as I say, Aprilia improvement helped. Then, of course, we know maybe Marc was not there. Some rider had trouble, maybe some rider already happy with the results, but it's interesting to go through the next winter and the beginning of next year when everybody will be fresh. Also next year probably it will be interesting because anyway, there will be the riders market hot.
Very hot, yeah.
And every rider wants to secure a good contract. And I think they will have an extra motivation at the beginning of next season. Will be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think right now a lot of riders are going to have a lot of motivation and interest in joining Aprilia. I mean, the end of the season, the second half of the season, I think Marco Bezzecchi said on Sunday, from Assen onwards, he felt like the factory took a real big step forwards. I know you're obviously not directly involved with the factory team, Davide, but the message coming out from Nawale right now is they believe if they continue this progression, that they can fight Ducati and fight Marc for the World Championship next year? Do you see yourself close to the Aprilia project, that they now are ready to really step up and fight for the title?
Yeah, I already said, I mean, a few weeks ago, but I mean, of course, we have to be very clear. Ducati is very strong, still the best bike, dominates the reference, but our job is to try to disturb as much as possible, to make things more difficult for them, you know, that's the first target. And I think we did, no? By the end of the season, also with KTM, Aprilia and KTM, we both sometime went in a podium. There's no Ducati on Phillip Island podium. So here, Dija only on a podium. So that's our job. Try to disturb, to make things a little bit more difficult for them, less obvious. And thanks to the progression. No, Aprilia has really improved. I think many small things like chassis improve, electronic tidied up, the new aerodynamic more efficient from second half of the season. So many things, let's say, tidying up small problems, solving small problems, and then comes this progression. But now, okay, it's encouraging because somehow Aprilia, we know the way. We just have to keep going. Even if next year, you know, from technical point of view, it's quite challenging with the 2027 machines under development. So we have to see how many resources will be dedicated to the 2026. Probably all manufacturer will make development until probably the first 3, 4 races, 5 races, and then probably the development of the current bike will slow down in order to, unless the big company has unlimited resources. I don't know.
Let's talk about your rookie this season, Ayagura. I guess the highlight of his rookie season came right at the start of the season. The incredible performance in Burran, 4th in the sprint, 5th in the Grand Prix. Let's say he's had a bit of an injury hit season. Certainly not the first rookie that we can say that about. Has he met the expectations that Trackhouse had of him at the start of the year?
Yeah, personally, I'm very happy about this season because, okay, apart from the injury, which is something, of course, you don't want to happen, but overall, we did what we had to do, in a sense that this season was supposed to be a season to make up experience, to learn things, to understand things, and then normally what happens is that you go back in the winter, think about, and next year, when I will be in Sepang, he's much more aware of what he's expecting, what is coming up, where he has to be stronger, where he's already strong, what he has to improve, and this type of things. And every rider has his own time. Of course, I is a Japanese, he goes step by step, he wants to learn, to understand. I mean, in the history of motorcycle, you have seen rookies, of course, Marquez winning the championship on the first year. His brother took few years to be a top rider, so every rider has his own time. You can take 6 months, you can take 2 years, you can take, it doesn't matter. But I think in case of definitely, I mean, 100%, the talent is there, the potential is there. I like very much his approach to the racing, his mindset, and I'm sure he will be one of the top riders in the future.
2025 clearly was a breakthrough year for the team, a new project. Now, as you just mentioned, all 11 teams currently on the grid have now won a MotoGP. But now Raul Fernandez is a winner. It will be the second season for in the championship. What's the natural progression for you personally? Where would you like to see Raul and performing next year? I mean, I guess for Raul, it's got to be fighting for the podium at most races, getting closer to that top 6. I mean, would you see that as the sort of natural progression for your two riders?
Yeah, of course, it's always difficult, no? You know, to understand. But yes, I think our target is, of course, to improve what we have done this year. And my expectation is to have both riders, let's say, in the top 10. And then it means everything, no? But I would expect to have both Raul and let's say, similar performance, fighting maybe each other, and with the target to stay in the top 10 and take opportunity when they came, as we have done this year, when the Aprilia maybe is good, when there is an opportunity to go on a podium and stuff like that.
I think Vinales is about to be the second rider to go out on circuit here this morning. We are still, no, we're actually tipped into the afternoon now. It's 4 minutes past midday here local time. So Maverick Vinales heading out on circuit just to check to see what the current state of the track is. Phillip Island, what a day. I mean, obviously you've been victorious team manager with Yamaha's factory team. You've been victorious team manager with Suzuki's factory team. You've now done it with an independent team at a track house. How was the experience doing it with an independent team, and just how special was it for Trackhouse to get that first win in MotoGP? What a day.
No, it was really special because as a Trackhouse, you know, it's only the second year Trackhouse is in the MotoGP, and also this year we felt a little bit of a pressure because our NASCAR colleagues has won 6 races there. Of course, we couldn't win 6 races, but at least one. And so in this way, we made Trackhouse winning team in NASCAR and MotoGP, which is something unique in the motorsport. And of course, this is, it's make us very proud of that, and was very, very important. I think everybody in Trackhouse is proud about what both NASCAR and MotoGP we have done. But I think in the both sides, NASCAR and MotoGP, we're looking at how we can improve further, and this is what we have to do next year. And next year, this was the kind of a strategy of the design. Let's say, when last year we decided to nominate Raul as a #1 rider, and in the meantime to grow up high in order to have in 2026 let's say, strong rider, ready rider. Let's try to continue this process and see if we can make it happen.
It's a very slow lap, isn't it, Maverick? You actually have Michelin rain tyres, actually, as you can see. So I think we're going to see Vinales come straight back into pit lane on that Tech 3 KTM. You just mentioned about the sort of new rules coming for 2027, the different engine capacity. I mean, the big change will probably be the switch from Michelin to Pirelli tyres. As a team manager, of course, ideally, you'd be liking for Raul and I to perform next year so well that you don't need to be looking for other options. But as a team manager, how difficult could it potentially be to understand who might be strongest in 2027 when it's a complete unknown with the 850cc engines and the Pirelli tyres?
Yeah, of course. Let's say, I expect crazy riders market next year. I expect some big surprise. And so for the riders will be difficult because it's challenging to decide which manufacturer will be strong. Of course, you would expect Ducati will maintain his positions. Maybe the strong manufacturer now will probably remain strong. Then Yamaha, Honda, I think I have an opportunity to make a big jump, a sudden jump, the competitiveness field. And so for the riders will be challenging to decide where to go because there's many uncertainty, many doubts. Or from a team point of view, let's say, of course, if we start this process with Raul and I, it will be interesting to continue. If we reach our target that we will have 2 top riders in able to stay in the top 10, to try for the big results, it will be, of course, interesting and important to keep going also on 27. But I'm afraid that maybe our rider will be attracted by somebody else if they become strong in 26, no? So it's a challenging. As I say, I expect big movements, and we are an independent, so we probably have to wait the big moves first when the factory team will allocate their own riders, and then but I think we can have some surprises.
Well, then we'll put you on the spot. You're expecting big surprises, big moves. Who do you think will be making them?
No, okay, I don't know. That's.
I mean, we're thinking of
I compromise to myself if I say so. No, I think. I mean, that's of course the place for factory team are, let's say, limited. Yeah. Some of them are already occupied. So there's not so many riders that can go on a factory team. Unfortunately, nowadays in the MotoGP, there's still a big difference, not a big difference, but there's still a difference between factory team and independent teams. So all the top rider wants to go to factory team, so we have to wait that all the spots are filled, and then and we might have some big ones looking for a ride. And as you say, maybe Aprilia, of course, can be an interesting target for everybody. But as I say, let's see Raul and I. Let's try to keep going with them. Let's try to keep them. But unless they might get, they might want to go away.
Moment, Maverick Vinales, I think, just pointing out where some of the troublesome spots still are around this Ricardo Tormo circuit. Unfortunately, we are
to grow up a young rider and bring in. It's interesting. Rider, they are fresh, they are clean mind. And you can teach them, or you can talk to them. Yeah, of course, there are a lot of riders coming up, especially from Moto3. Also Moto2, of course, there are names that everybody has in mind. Also, Olgado, we are expecting them to up, then many more, and somebody coming from Moto3. So it will be an interesting.
2027 actually be a very good year for a rookie to move up to MotoGP, with the change in the technical regulations, with the introduction of the Pirelli tyres, which of course we see already in Moto2. Could it be a real opportunity for a rookie to really go?
Yeah, I feel there could be some spaces, because we see now, without taking any name, but that's few riders that most likely won't be here in 27. And so I think there will be some slots available for more rookies if you want to try that. So yes, I think there would be a good opportunity in 2020. Maybe more than two like now.
Maverick Vinales goes out for another quick look around this Valencia circuit, and track's been open now for nearly 2.25 hours, and we still don't have a rider that's actually registered lap time. Unfortunately, we've seen Jack Miller and Maverick Vinales complete very, very brief excursions out on the circuit. Very, very close, obviously, Davide, to what's happening in Aprilia. We just had Dani Pedrosa in the comms box with us previously, always bringing some fascinating insight, and he said probably one of the surprises of the season for him was the performance of Marco Bezzecchi. Obviously, it was always going to be a challenge moving into a factory team for the first time, and the expectation of being able to develop a bike, moving from Ducati to an Aprilia, new team, new bike. What's been your impression of Marco this year? Because he second half of the season particularly, he really has been impressive.
Yeah, it has been a surprise, especially for different reasons. First of all, let's say he remained alone from beginning of season, unfortunately. Jorge injury. Also coming from Ducati, normally you take a little bit of time to adapt to a bike. I remember also talking to Massimo last year, was a little bit excited to have Marco and Jorge, but also at the same way worry about having a non-experienced rider, not Aprilia experienced rider into the team. And that's why he was, let's say, happy that we would have Raul, but Raul was the only rider with Aprilia experience. So there were many question marks. Also, Marco was coming from difficult season in Ducati, but I think it has been a surprise, but then it's not a surprise when you know a little bit his mindset and his approach. He's a very hard worker. He really make a lot of effort. He really work hard, put all himself into, and also very important, he's really connected to Aprilia. I mean, he really trust in the project. He's very committed. And this is something important when you have a rider so committed, so integrated into the group and proud to be part of the group. It's very important. This is what Marco has become during this season. Then, of course, the results helped. The fact that becoming more and more competitive. But let's not forget that the beginning of season has been difficult. He was making mistakes, maybe not qualifying well. But he kept believing, he kept working, and it paid off. So now I think it's a big asset for Aprilia.
Now though, looking outside the window, and you might have seen there on screens, the red flags were waving. You can see one bottom of the screen. I do wonder whether there's going to be a bit of a concerted effort here to go out there and just dry this track up and clear up some of those wet patches. Perhaps having spoken to Maverick Vinales, who's just done a couple of laps on the wet tyres. Maybe that will be the next course of action here to get some actual meaningful track action here today. I guess in these kind of situations, Davide, not really meaningful data you can get. You can go out there and do some laps, but what are you really learning?
Yeah, we will try to use probably 2 or 3 hours, and okay. Hopefully, maybe we will be able to go out in an hour or so, have a couple of hours, few rounds, and then go in a winter holiday.
What was the plan today? What were Raul and I going to be working on? Have you got some new parts that were coming from Aprilia? What was hopefully going to be plan A today?
No, like today, I supposed to test one chassis, which is not new, but it's new for him because it's a chassis that has been used by Marco and Raul in the last races. No, Raul. Anyway, but then we gave an opportunity to test it because with the injury that he had, we never really had time. He missed the last 2 Mondays test due to the injury, so we never had the time to test something so drastically different. And he basically raced almost all the season with kind of some standard. Of course, we got the aero update, but the main thing remained pretty much standard. Also to keep stability, the rookie, it's better to not make a big revolution, whatever. So this test would have been important. It would be important to test like a chassis and different setup, and maybe ergonomics and whatever. Let's see what we can do. There's nothing really new to test for us.
Obviously, at Ducati, it's quite easy sometimes to understand that the specification of the bikes or the difference between the factory team and the independent team because they've got the GP25 and the GP24. What's the distinction between the Aprilias that Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin race compared to your bikes? I mean, is it very close? Are they identical? Or?
Yeah, no. That, I mean, they have to be identical in a way that we have an agreement with Aprilia that they will supply their latest material. Of course, we do understand that maybe like this year Marco got aero update earlier. I think in Mugello, we go later on in Austria, and because there are production timing, whatever. But the target is that we have to have the equal bike. And Raul and Marco bike, I would say they are identical, they are equal. I'm not aware, maybe some small difference, but I would say that we have the main thing. I mean, as far as concerned aerodynamic, chassis, engine. I mean, it's all same. You know? So yeah, that's our agreement with Aprilia, that to have all the same equipment.
Well, unfortunately, this is not what we wanted to see, was it, at this stage? We were hoping to have had a couple of hours of good track time ahead of 2026, but as mentioned, unfortunately, our timing screens are still completely blank. Nothing has happened really this morning, apart from some very interesting chats with Dani Pedrosa and Davide Brivio. Some great interviews, of course, down in pit lane from Jack. Those fans who are still awaiting some meaningful track action here this afternoon. In general, Davide, 2026, Marquez this year once again has proven that he's going to be the reference. Alex was very, very strong as well. He's going to get the upgrade to the latest spec Ducati. How do you see 2026 potentially playing out in terms of the championship? Marc will be tough to beat again, but guessing Aprilia are certainly hoping that Bezzecchi can continue this progress and just have Jorge Martin fit again, because clearly the Aprilia is fast enough. If Jorge is fit, he's going to be a big contender as well.
Yeah, I think it will be very interesting because somehow, of course, Marc has dominated this championship. I wouldn't say shocking everybody, because you would expect. I mean, maybe it was not expected such a strong domination, maybe, but of course that Marquez could win the championship was something expected. But now I think it's with in the winter, looking at the 2026. I think everybody will try to challenge him. So now is the reference, is the target for everybody, clear target. I mean, the reference is clearly Marc Marquez. So everybody will try to get more stronger, better prepared, more focus and everything to try to challenge him. So in this sense, it could be an interesting season. Maybe starting from his brother, because he would like to be, I guess he wants to be, maybe try to beat a little bit more often, try to be more close or whatever. But then again, so Marco Bezzecchi became so strong at the end of season. Raul as well. I mean, won good results at the end of season, try to keep going. So at the end of the day, this last part of the season, there was only Marc missing on the track. These last 3-4 races. Of course, Pecco, we know, has been in trouble. But then, I mean, more or less, everybody was there. So, of course, Pedro has improved a lot, a big progression. So now all these guys, I think, starting from Alex Marquez, Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro, Raul, everybody that will try to, okay, now I try. Now let's try to make it again. Same as from team and manufacturing point of view, we want to disturb Ducati for sure. All the other rider wants to disturb Marc Marquez, you know. So I think it could be an interesting season.
Davide, it's a pleasure to have your company. Once again, congratulations on what's been a wonderful 2025 for Trackhouse. Long may that success continue, hopefully straight away in 2026. Have a great winter, and thanks for your company. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for having me here, and have a good winter if I don't see you.
we will do indeed. Many thanks to Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio. As always, some interesting observations from Davide. Trackhouse winning their first Grand Prix this year in Phillip Island. Well, we're resorting to the leaf blowers now, aren't we, to try and get some dry action here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. Well, you're hopefully being patient with us at home. I'm sure you've enjoyed those two brilliant interviews we've just had with both Dani Pedrosa and with Davide Brivio. We are due to be joined by a man who's been very influential behind the scenes in turning Aprilia into the end of season dominant force, Fabio Sterlicchini. The tech guru is going to be joining us this afternoon. We haven't got the paper towels out now as well, have we? Now we are getting a bit desperate.
Any means will do. Who said MotoGP was all glamour? Pre-season testing off to a little bit of a slow start. Imagine, as mentioned just while we were speaking to the reviewer there, they would have been speaking to Maverick Vinales and getting some information from Maverick, and hear that Maverick is dead. Track is not really fit to run. Now got paper towel all over the racetrack down there at looks like turn 4.
Well, at least we are trying to get you some track action in 2026 here in Valencia. We're doing our level best. We've got the leaf blowers, we've got the paper towels. We're getting Jack's,
isn't it?
We'll be getting Jack's hairdryer out soon, won't we, to see if we can help it out.
Jack will be getting his running shoes on and going out for a lap of the track to potentially set the fastest lap of the morning so far. Might get himself session-topping time if he can get himself out there right now. Clock has now restarted on your screens. The clock had briefly stopped, but session will run up until 5 p.m. We've got no information at the moment to suggest that the session will run past that. Part of the reason is because the sun gets very, very low at around about 5:45 here. So if there were ever any thoughts of extending here today, unfortunately, setting of the sun is going to have a say in that.
Plus Matt Burt's
flight
to London Gatwick today. Yeah, that will also.
Yeah. Flying solo if we do run by 5 o'clock.
Well, fingers crossed. Let's keep everything crossed, so we are going to get some track action. Well, 2025 closed with Alex Marquez, second in the World Championship. Scored 27 podiums this year. First time winner in MotoGP 3 times. Alex was a Grand Prix winner this year. Not the way he wanted 2026 to start, but hey ho, it means he's free up to speak to Jack. So here is Alex.
Yeah, great to be down here with Alex Marquez. Alex, good morning. You need some entertainment after the track when you're heading out.
I don't know. Not a good morning for us. Many but yesterday now I spoke with Michele. There's some cars on track, or you know, now they are working back a little bit because it's so yeah, waiting a little bit, having patience, and yeah, our time at 1:30 be okay to start.
I mean, 2025 been some year. Someday you had the the opportunity to reflect that incredible moment yourself on stage with your mum and dad seems from just being there an incredibly special moment for you being in the centre of it. Is that something a long time?
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, not forever. This for sure. I mean, that moment was unique. I think it's historical. In 17 years of racing MotoGP, never happened that. So yeah, we enjoy it. We enjoy it a lot. It was a special night, and yeah, I'm looking forward to be on Saturday on Cervera for a good show also and a good party. But first of all, I mean, it's so important for us keeping that. But yeah, I think from us, from my personal side, much better what is like. Nobody was just the gala and we were there, so that is, I enjoy it.
In terms of you've got today as the GP25, 26, whatever we want to call it, been rolled into the box. What's the plan?
I don't know the name of the bike. I mean, it's different things to try, different items. We are thinking everything together and to understand things step by step. So the most important thing. So I will know it I will not go in the argument of GP25, GP26 or something. We are trying different items, put everything together and look if it's working.
Davide was speaking earlier and said that you're the man. You're going to be the one that develops this bike to keep Ducati at the top next year. That's the great thing to hear. The fact that so much.
Yeah, that always is good, and I say always. I always feel that the Ducati believe in me, and I always go present there. But yeah, just I will try to make my 100% top. I said as a rider, what you need to do is to put the items on the limit, to have better data and all that, and then especially to put the things on the limit, to have data, and on that form they can analyze in a good way.
Obviously, the target for all riders is to be a factory rider in the future. Huge year for contracts next year. Is that the target? Try and become a factory Ducati rider for 2027?
I think it's too early to speak. I mean, I think now we need to work and to focus in our job that will be on this season. I think it's about marketing 27. I will try to be there, and the look of the rider is the last race. So we need to be concentrate, focus, and we'll see what happens on the.
Nobody expected yourself to be at the gala on Sunday, but into 2026, people expect now. So how different will that be to manage that pressure and that expectation that people are ready to see you up there on a regular basis?
It's a good motivation, I mean, to have that, to see that the people trust you finally after many years, and they put it as one of the title contenders. So we'll try our best. We'll try to be there on the maximum. We'll try to make our job as we did this year, and then we'll see the final result.
Alex, I'll let you go and get some lunch. What's on the menu for today? Pasta?
Rice and chicken, so nothing more.
Well,
I'm looking forward to some pork hamburger or something soon. I think this night already.
Yeah, you've earned one. Well, enjoy Christmas. Have a good New Year, Alex, and we'll see you on track soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
At least he didn't say pineapple pizza, which we know is a favourite of Alex's, which sometimes doesn't win him many favours, but his Italian Grazzini crew, Pedro Acosta at the moment then. Red flags, track conditions. See Pedro's enjoying some Valencian sunshine. Is it one of his crew now? Is one of our camera guys in pit lane?
Else to do, I think he's better, so might as well.
Even the mechanics are trying to kill time, aren't they? As we await the track action. Alex Marquez then there just saying that maybe around 1:32 p.m. local time it might be dry enough. And let's leave it back to the professionals. Yeah, we've got the best production crew in the world, haven't we, here in MotoGP? So yeah, leave it to the professionals, Red Bull, KTM, Factory Racing. But thanks for the kind offer. Thanks for taking over briefly. Pedro Acosta then, as we just mentioned, enjoying some of the Valencia sunshine on pit wall. He was hoping to be enjoying some of the Valencia sunshine out on circuit, but that thunderstorm. So I came to the circuit yesterday to a bit of prep work for today, and as I was driving back into downtown Valencia, there was a spectacular thunderstorm, massive lightning bolts, big thunderclaps, and I was actually thinking in the hike, I was thinking, do you know what? This could be really problematic for us tomorrow morning.
Right,
oh dear. 2026 MotoGP, we're hoping will be finally underway at some point later on this afternoon.
I was out in the downtown Valencia when that thunderstorm hit and had to rush for cover in a local fast food restaurant to avoid getting an absolute soaking. And yeah, because in many respects, the teams would have thought this could have done them a favour had it washed a lot of the rubber away. Because what we so often hear from riders, and when they test on a Monday after a Grand Prix, we had a Monday test earlier this year in Pisano, we had one in, I think, it was Aragon as well, and one in Jerez, is that there's so much rubber down from the race weekends, you don't always get the most representative data that you would, for instance, when you go to a Grand Prix circuit first thing on a Friday and it's a green racetrack, as we term it, no rubber has been laid down. So we were going to have that today. We were going to have a track that's been completely washed away of all of the MotoGP rubber. 3 days of action. Fortunately, some of the rain that has washed it away has stuck around on the surface until now. So there are a team, as you saw, out on the racetrack right now, trying to dry some of those wet patches up. There's a mention to Davide Brivio in the commentary box. You're learning by going out here at the moment. You're not getting any kind of representative track information or data to actually make some key decisions on. For your Yamaha, some key decisions potentially made today in terms of the future development of the V4. Probably making those decisions based on 10 or 15 laps around a cold and slightly damp surface in Valencia. Want some genuine data and representative conditions, and that's why the teams are rather looking at each other, waiting for someone else to be out there drying the track up. At the moment, it's leaf blowers.
quite comfortable how I am now. But anyway, let's try to make it happen, and the rest will not be a problem. I mean, I will be drunk for a week maybe for this. Not necessary to think about haircuts and all these things.
Absolutely. Well, Pedro, thank you for your time. Some enlightening information in there. None more so than fact that people in the box think you're a pervert. So thank you for that one. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It was your exclusive that you gave us.
There we go. So we've had a chat with
Today I'm a slow.
Thanks, Pedro.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thanks to both Paul Trevathan and to Pedro Acosta.
Careered off the rails, didn't it?
Let's hope that when Pedro Acosta does get out on circuit, he's riding faster than he seems like his brakes operating at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's not being
Where were you,
disrespectful.
Pedro?
He admitted himself that after a very, very long season, our longest season in history, maybe it's just a little bit of mental fatigue, shall we say. Any action?
Pedro's point, we have had the longest season in MotoGP this year. 20. Grand Prix, which of course we've enormously enjoyed bringing every active session of them to you, from E1 in Buriram all the way to the checkered flag in Valencia a few days ago. Well, there are many riders, many mechanics, crew chiefs, everyone behind the scenes who makes this show happen. Looking forward to their holidays. Of course, if you're Yamaha, they might be thinking, well, there's no rush for us to go out. Yamaha are actually testing here tomorrow. They're actually staying for some private testing at this Ricardo Tormo circuit on Wednesday. For June is there 4 riders. Quartararo and Alex Rins, the team. Toprak, Razgatlioglu and Jack Miller for the Prima Pramac independent team. They celebrated their first Moto2 success here on Sunday, courtesy of Ethan Guevara. We have this circuit open for Yamaha tomorrow. We then have Junior GP. The final round of their season is also going to be competing around this Ricardo Tormo circuit from Thursday through to their race day action on P. I'm sure you all do on social media.
foundation,
Yeah.
which is difficult for all of us, but
Absolutely, I can imagine for Diogo in particular, he's desperate to try this bike. How excited are you to be partnering up with him and working with him in 26?
it's a great opportunity for us. Yes, having the World Moto2 World Champion. Yes, we have, let's say, know that the guy has reached to be the real great one. Yes, right now we just make the foundation. We try today to build the foundation for a good.
Yeah, with tracks going to be limited today, has the plan had to change, and what is that plan?
Yeah, the plan, honestly speaking, I have changed already like 6 times. I think by now, yeah, the main goal is riding as much as possible, get basically familiar with all the functionality of MotoGP bike, which much more work and more handling all the buttons of the bike. The device is understand and to use it effectively. So this is the main goal. Our target is to make him familiar with the bike and happy with riding and not trying to make things. Just need to get a good.
Know how important the relationship between a rider and his Gucci is. So how, when it's a new partnership, start to build that relationship, that trust between one another.
Yes, I think this is key number one. For the rider, they have their skills, but then they need a familiar. Yes, this is one key, and I think here in our team, it's the mechanics, the right place. We'll take care of him, and we will try to make environment.
What you've seen in Moto2, what kind of rider do you think we'll see Diogo in MotoGP? Where do you think strengths will be?
I think clever one. That he has strengths in all kind of area. I think he's very adaptable condition, and that will help. In MotoGP, every session the change. The bikes are very different with different tire specs. So he has a lot of experience with bikes and used to be fast on the bike. Will adapt.
Excited for that first trip to Brazil. Excited for that first trip to Brazil pretty quick.
Yes, it's almost in front of the corner. Are we happy? Yes.
Yeah, we're fantastic. Thanks, Jack, and thanks to Klaus Noles. He'll be a vital aid, won't he, to Moreira, having had experience working with previously, and a lot of experience as well in HRC. Just a reminder, Brazil back on the calendar in Guyana. Mark's the 22nd, our first trip there since 2004, when Makoto Tamada was victorious in the MotoGP race. You see there off in the background a Brazilian flag fluttering down near what was the VIP village last weekend, where the gala was held here on Sunday night as Marquez lifted the Tower of Champions. We saw our world champions crowned at Moto2, Diogo Moreira. Wonderful, wasn't it, after that horrendous accident he had with Noah Deckwheeler in Sepang in Moto3, to see Jose Antonio Rueda working through his recovery. I do believe that despite the fracture to his right hand, Rueda is still planning on maybe before the end of November making his Moto2 debut for the Red Bull KTM squad.
Yeah, just to re-emphasise how much of a blow this is for a rookie like Diogo Moreira to lose this track action today, given the limited mileage that the rookie's going to have ahead of the first race of the season. First sprint will be February the 28th in Buriram next year, March the 1st, the first Grand Prix of the season. This was one of essentially 9 days, in fact, that they were going to have before the first race of the season to actually get themselves up to speed. Before the first race of the season. Valencia test today. Then in the new year, we have the shakedown test, which will be available to the rookies, to Diogo, Moreira, Toprak, Razgatlioglu, test riders of all teams, and Fabio Quartararo, Alex Rins, and Jack Miller. In addition to Toprak, of course, is eligible because he is a rookie. That's the 28th, 29th and 30th of January. The official Sepang test then follows a couple of days later, February 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We'll be bringing you various coverage across MotoGP.com, social media, with reaction to and analysis of the Sepang test, so keep an eye out in early February for that. And then we, of course, move over to the city of Kuala Lumpur for the MotoGP season launch. Takes place the following weekend, and the second official MotoGP test in Buriram takes place February the 21st and 22nd. That is the weekend before first Grand Prix of the season. In this season, first Grand Prix, like the final pre-season test, will take place at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram. So unless they do get out on track very, very shortly, we're going to have maybe half a day for the rookies to get some experience here today. After that, they're going to have 6 days of testing at the Sepang circuit in Malaysia and 2 in Buriram before Toprak, Razgatlioglu and Diogo Moreira are going to be going racing for the first time in MotoGP. So it's a blow for everybody. It's a blow for all manufacturers who had various programs that they wanted to work through over the course of today. It is essentially a blow for the rookies who are losing valuable track time.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? It's not the way any of us really wanted to be kicking off our 2026 campaign. Always a day to look forward to, isn't it? With so much anticipation, the opening day of a campaign here in Valencia. But unfortunately, it's the elements that have conspired against us here yesterday afternoon. So just Jack Miller and Maverick Vinales, the only two that have actually left a pit lane, and it was a very, very brief experience as well. There'll be no track action at the moment because the red flag is going to keep pit lane shut for the time being. Track conditions still very slick, still very greasy in parts. Problem is, as you can see from these live pictures, it's a beautiful, beautiful mid-November day here in Valencia. But it looks like the ideal weather to quickly dry up this service. The problem is, it's pretty cool. The coolest day we've had since we first touchdown in Valencia. Many of us making the immediate trip over the border from Portimao a couple of weeks ago. It says it's about 18 degrees at the moment. So, yeah, it's not exactly super chilly. It's not exactly frosty, is it? But not warm enough at the moment to be drying up some parts of this Ricardo Tormo circuit. We're here on Sunday. We saw the 21st time in Valencia a World Championship decided. Diogo Moreira having the honour of winning his duel with Manu Gonzalez. Manu Gonzalez, of course, who has ridden a MotoGP bike himself in 2025. He rode the Trackhouse at Aprilia in a test in Aragon earlier on in the year. I think many of us felt at that stage Gonzalez was going to steamroller towards the Moto2 Championship. It would be him that would be part of this Valencia test. That's not the case as far as Manu Gas is concerned. He'll be back in what will be an ultra-competitive Moto2 Championship next year. As Davide Brivio mentioned when he joined us a few moments ago in the commentary box, keep a close eye on the Aspar duo of Dani Holgado and David Alonso. They're ages, we know it's going to be a title content. Let's have a look at, though, at some highlights from last weekend's Grand Prix. Yeah, no wonder he's got a big smile on his face and a thumbs up there from Diogo Moreira as he just watched that highlights video of himself. Best day of his life, best day of his career here on Sunday. Fortunately, he was hoping to continue the celebrations and continue with that big smile on his face. His LCR Honda debut here this morning in Valencia. Fortunately, like most of us in this part of the east coast of the Mediterranean, been a rather frustrating morning as an early afternoon. Diogo Moreira patiently sitting inside that LCR on the garage waiting to throw his leg over an RC213 V4 the first time. Well, they've already gone through the ergonomic settings, getting him all ready and prepared for what is a very new chapter, a new adventure. And in the background you can see Klaus Noles. 4 podiums in the last 6 Grand Prix, with those 2 wins in Mandalika and Portimao. Well, they proved really decisive, didn't they, as far as Moreira is concerned. What a leap forward he made. He went from 13th in 2024 Moto2 to world champion in the space of 12 months. It just showed what a massive rate of progression that he produced. Thumbs up. Does that mean a thumbs up, Diego? You're going to head out on circuit and give us some track action, or are you just a thumbs up that you're still buzzing from Sunday night celebrations?
Currently cobbling together some cash to offer Diogo for anyone to go out there on the racetrack and give us some entertainment. Boy from Brazil, now officially in the big class, moves up to MotoGP for the very first time. The Moto2 season it was, with 11 different winners at the end. The intermediate class, of which Diogo Moreira took 4 wins himself. 17 different riders on a podium, with the toughest class of the 3 in Grand Prix racing to truly stand out. Diogo Moreira certainly did that. And what he demonstrated this season in Moto2 was such a incredible ability to withstand pressure. Often Neil Morrison, who were bringing you the practice sessions in Moto2 throughout the season, would speak of Diogo not looking particularly quick on a Friday or a Saturday morning, but as soon as we got into the key sessions of qualifying on a Saturday afternoon and the race on the Sunday, we'd always trust Diogo Moreira to be there in the battle. On a head-to-head battle with Aaron Canet to win his first Moto2 race in Assen at the end of June. withstood an awful lot of pressure from Manu Gonzalez in Indonesia to triumph there. That followed a victory at Red Bull Ring in Austria. And after taking the championship lead for the very first time in his career, after Sepang, when Manu Gonzalez crashed out of 5th place and handed the championship lead over to young Brazilian Moreira. No any signs of blinking with the finish line in sight. Winning the penultimate round of the season in Portimao, overcoming a brave challenge from Colin Via, Moto2 rookie this season, before Moreira sealed the deal with that 11th place at the final round here in Valencia on Sunday. Let's rejoin Jack in pit lane, who has Brad been doing it.
Yeah, great to be down here with Brad. He's just telling me how I've decided for November to style with a bit of a moustache, and he was just giving me some advice on it. How do you think I can style it better?
No, but personally, I don't know, try mascara or something, you know, thicken it up, some gel. I realized that you guys have less to talk about than I do right now.
Yeah, which is saying something, it really is. I wanted to chat to you because my sources inside the Binder camp are telling me there's a big weekend coming up with another sport involved.
Yeah, we're going to go and test the Guinness and Ireland, and then we're going to watch some rugby on the side. So that's the goal. That's what we're going to do from Friday, Saturday. So yeah, really exciting, and I was really hoping to get some more laps in before that, but right now it's looking like hopefully in the next half an hour we can roll out.
You managed to sample the Irish Guinness before? Because if you haven't, from previous experience of my own, I can tell you, you are in for a treat.
I've split a few G's in my time, not many, missed a lot, but I've hit a few, and yeah, it's always a good time, so I'm looking forward to it.
It's of course the start of 2026, a new man next to you in Phil Marron, someone that our friends over in World Superbike know really well. Obviously had a huge amount of success there, so how excited are you to get working with him?
Yeah, it's been really cool so far. Phil's an awesome dude, really nice guy, started straight into the team really well, so yeah, it's been awesome. I'd have liked to have spun some laps for him already, but so far we had a 10:15 start time and we're a bit delayed.
Just a little bit. When you have a new crew chief, I was just speaking to Klaus, who's obviously now partnered up with Diogo from a crew chief's perspective, from a rider's perspective. How do you start to build that relationship with him?
Well, for me, I've had Andres since 2015, so it's been a really cool 10 years pretty much with him, or 10 seasons, I should say, and yeah, so you know, for me now, I think with Phil slotting in, it's for sure a little bit different, but when I walk into the box, everyone else is still the same. So the first trip around the corner, I was like, geez, what's going on? Yeah, but no, it's been cool. It's been a good start so far, and looking forward to spinning some laps later on.
Coming from the World Superbike paddock, he's obviously going to have a fresh take on things. Is that the main thing that you're hoping he can bring to next year?
Yeah, you know, I think for sure he's had a lot of success that side, so it's clear that he really knows what he's doing. So yeah, looking forward to well, really take this adventure head on, and let's see how far we can get.
Brad, hopefully we see you out there soon, and enjoy those Guinness in Dublin as well, and hopefully the Springboks can get a result for you.
That's the plan, but I couldn't do it, so they're carrying the country.
Cheers, Brad. Have a good one.
Cheers, Brad.
Well, he sounds very, very chilled and very relaxed, and he's right. Yeah, we haven't had much to talk about, unfortunately, so far this morning. Have we, as this was just behind the scenes, a few relaxed faces reflecting on 2025 and beginning new journeys and new adventures in 2026. Fabio Quartararo just signing a few 20 caps. Luke Marini was very popular in parts of HRC last weekend when that 7th place over the line saw them lose concession rank D. Tonju, one of our 11 winners in Moto2 this year, that record-breaking season in the Intermediate World Championship category. As Brad Binder said, well, not a season that certainly went to plan as far as the South African is concerned. That long-standing partnership with Andres Madrid coming to end. 2025 was Brad's lowest World Championship finish since his rookie year in 2020, when he actually did finish 11th overall that season as well. The first time in MotoGP he didn't collect at least one podium. First time actually since Moto3 back in 2013 that Binder did not collect at least one podium in the World Championship.
It's a smile on Pecco Bagnaglia's face, isn't it? We haven't seen an awful lot of that in 2025. Either side of those two solitary victories, which, in the case of the second one, perhaps confused the issue still further for Pecco Bagnaia, because he suddenly found a feeling that he wanted in Japan and then lost it again. Didn't score a Sunday point after that. Might have seen, just while we're hearing from Rapido in pit lane, you might have seen the Ducatis lined up in pit lane, and some very cool liveries as well that Ducati have on both of their test bikes for the afternoon. They get set for 2026. Ducati are entering their centenary year next year, so a year of real celebration for the Bologna brand. So Pecco Bagnaia and Nicolo Buliga, who's running number 16 today, with the 11 now handed over to the two-world champion Diogo Moreira. They're going to hit the track with two liveries, they say, rooted in their racing heritage. Colours that once made history, returning to the track as they look to write a new chapter in the way they race. So if you're wondering what the two liveries are all about, is the reason.
100-year celebrations next year for Ducati. The last 4 years have been pretty darn good, haven't they? As Pecco Bagnaia has won 2 world titles. Jorge Martin and Marc Marquez, our most recent world champions, both, of course, on Ducatis. Not been too much to celebrate, though, as they're in 2025 for Pecco Bagnaia, who'll be looking to quickly turn the page from what was, by his normal standards, an abysmal 2025. 210 points less he scored this year than 2024, 179 points less than what he managed in 2023. And it all started actually pretty well, despite being overshadowed in our first 2 Grand Prix by the Marquez siblings. When Bagnaia left the opening 2 rounds in Buriram and in Argentina, 43 points from the opening 2 Grand Prix was actually his best ever start to a MotoGP season. Little did we know at the time that he was going to have a miserable season. It's been a long journey, but one that will lead to something great. We certainly hope so, as far as Pecco is concerned. When he came to the broadcaster set after that 5th successive Sunday DNF on Sunday, he almost just looked lost for words. He was pretty much speechless to explain just how much his form had tapered off in the final part of the season. He's starting from scratch at a blank canvas in 2026 as far as Bagnaia is concerned. Doing a bit of an experiment here for Dawn, and maybe, don't know for sure, but behind the scenes we have been working with some rider messages, rider communication. This is the ideal time to be carrying out those kind of experimental projects. Well, we just saw Jack, didn't we, right next to Pecco on pit wall. He's got an update on the Italian. Jack, back to you.
Yeah, first time I can actually look at some motorcycles and see if anything's different. Our first tech update, and it's only taken a few hours, but interestingly, as they wheel the bikes back in, not giving me much of a chance, there are 2 different chassis aboard Bagnaia's machines. Trying to get a closer look. One of them is obviously what he spent the weekend on, and the other one does have a very similar look to it to that GP24 chassis. The main sort of area is difference is up at the top end. There's a little bit of carbon added on the 25 one, which is not there on the other bike, the one in red. So interesting that maybe once again potentially going to be doing some of those back-to-back testings that we saw obviously in Misano, which Ducati still to this day wouldn't confirm for us. We had to go to Uccio Salucci for that confirmation, but clearly it's another plan once again to try and find that feeling back for Pecco to get him somewhere close to his best again.
Thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, he was the mole, wasn't he, inside Ducati that time when all those rumours emerged about Bagnaia in Misano testing the GP24. Then, of course, he went straight to Japan and cleaned up. Pole position, sprint victory, Grand Prix treble, which, of course, his teammate Marc Marquez was doing for fun throughout 2025. But the stats tell the story. 16 podiums less than Marc Marquez in 2025, and Marc was missing, of course, for the last 4 Grand Prix. Spategi is only winning the last 19 rounds since Austin. His Austin victory was a bit of a gift, wasn't it, when Marc crashed out of the lead quite comfortably. You know what's going to happen here. This is just, we just know exactly what's going to happen. As soon as we come off air at 1:15 for our lunch break, there's going to be somebody leaving pit lane. Well, you can't say we haven't tried. The marshals are still out on circuit. We've now got the brushes, we've got the leaf blowers. We are trying absolutely everything. to bring you some action here today.
We will still have live timing on MotoGP.com up and running during the lunch break, and there will be some live connection on our social media channels ahead of the resumption of track action. Can't confirm an exact time to you because they're still in discussions, but do head over to MotoGP social media channels. We will continue to keep you very much up to date over the course of the next hour or so. We are back on air in just over an hour's time. 2:20 we rejoin for live coverage, and Fabiano Sterlachini from Aprilia will be joining us at the beginning of our afternoon's action.
Kids being tried up. GP bikes, they always look super cool, don't they? So stealthy. The black carbon liveries, Yamaha Y-Star M1, that V4 just looks like a work of art, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous motorcycle. Alex Marquez, well, is Alex going to be right on the money when he said that maybe from about 1:30 p.m. local time we might be getting some track action here this afternoon? Well, it looks like Alex's 73 bikes are getting warmed up. I think we're going to see anything like the GP26 prototype until early February in Sepang. And there's a lot of expectation on the likes of Bagnaia and Alex to steer direction for this Ducati. Of course, Ducati have been missing Marc Marquez for the last 4 Grand Prix. He'll be absent for this Vital Valencia test. So late season has been precious little input as far as Marc is concerned. He would have given Ducati, though, a steer on where he wants the GP26 to go next season after what was just a phenomenal comeback, one of the greatest comebacks in sporting history. This is nice, isn't it? Fermin Aldeguer looks like he's giving his crew chief Frankie Carcetti a special helmet with a message on it as well. Frankie Carcetti, who has done so much winning as a crew chief in the MotoGP World Championship, previously with Fabio Di Gianantonio, with Joan Mir, helping Aldeguer be the second youngest rider in MotoGP history to win. Yeah, it says for Frankie. Oh, he's a little bit, he's very emotional, very touched, isn't he, there? Frankie Carcetti on the left-hand side of your picture, for those of you who may not know, who are just getting a special memento of what's been a 2025 for the Gresini Racing. Everything that really Gresini could win this year, they did. Top independent team, top independent rider, rookie of the year, and that's a lovely gesture. From Fermin Aldeguer, winning crew chief as well, of course, with none other than Marc Marquez when he was with. It's pretty cool. Jack Miller and Maverick Vinales this morning. So unfortunately, despite the fact that there's been no significant track action, we hope you've enjoyed some of our coverage. Dani Pedrosa and Davide Brivio, great to hear from those two in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard doing an absolutely brilliant job down in pit lane, bringing some fantastic stuff from the likes of Jorge Lorenzo, who has revealed looks like he'll be joining forces with Maverick Vinales next year. Might just be able to hear in the background there are bikes that are being warmed up in pit lane. Sadly, that sunshine, though, not warm enough to quickly dry this Ricardo Tormo circuit surface. The reason there has been this delay was because of all the thunderstorms which struck this part of Spain yesterday afternoon. But we are hoping, we've got fingers crossed, that we're going to be back out for this afternoon's action. So for the time being, we'll take a pause here in the commentary box. We'll be back with you in just over an hour's time. Let's hope 2026 will finally start in MotoGP.
fans have been waiting years and years for one of those unanswered questions. Just what could Toprak do on a MotoGP machine? One of the most extraordinary natural talents anywhere in the world on a motorcycle. He has genuine star quality, doesn't he? He's now bringing that to MotoGP.
Up turn 14, a little bit wrong though, did as he dropped down into that final corner. Yeah, Dani Pedrosa, KTM test rider, multiple world champion, Hall of Famer when he joined myself and Lewis this morning. He likened Toprak Razgatlioglu to Kevin Schwantz, which is a hell of a compliment, isn't it? And Danny said himself, one of his most exciting aspects going into 2026 will be the performance of Razgatlioglu and fellow rookie Diogo Moreira. We've also had the company this morning of Trackhouse Aprilia boss Davide Brivio, who didn't really want 2025 to come to a conclusion, did he, after Aprilia and Raul Fernandez really came on. So 2026 has got off to a pretty bright start as well for the Spaniard. Fernandez currently occupying third place. He did, for the first time in his MotoGP career, set the fastest lap here in the Grand Prix of Valencia on Sunday. Raul Fernandez, he tried to chase down Marco Bezzecchi for our final 25 points of 2025. Was the only rider in the Grand Prix here over 27 laps that did produce a sub 130 level, 139.976. Raul Fernandez already immediately inside the top three early doors in this test.
You know, only is it a new challenge in MotoGP, but Toprak Razgatlioglu does not have much competitive experience, if any, around this Ricardo Tormo circuit. So he's sort of learning a new track in many respects, as well as new machinery. Gino Borsoi leaning over to get the immediate feedback from Toprak, who has been the busiest rider since the track opened up. Back to one rider being slightly busier. That's Marco Bezzecchi, who's done 18 laps to Toprak's 17. Bagnaia, who's currently up in 6th place, has also put in 17 laps as the team all teams try to condense a 7-hour run plan into around about 3.5.
Moreira understanding now just what it's like to have about 300 horsepower in your right hand, understanding what it's like to have a plethora of electronics to contend with, Michelin tyres, more weight, more power, carbon brakes as well. So many aspects of MotoGP that he's going to have to learn over the course of the season. But he's an exciting prospect, isn't he? No question about it. Diogo Moreira, Moto2 world champion here on Sunday. And our last winner of 2025, well, we're joining him on board right now. It is Marco Bezzecchi. Well, he won the last 2 Grand Prix, didn't he, Bez? Looks like he's running a bit of a development AGV helmet, not painted. Some development aero as well, it looks like, on the factory Aprilia. Sort of a zebra livery. So yeah, they're clearly getting down to some early business. We're hoping to find out exactly what Aprilia are up to in this one day, or now one afternoon test that it really has been brought into. Fabiano Sterlachini, Aprilia Tech Guru, should be joining us in the comments box very, very shortly. Well, this is clearly some updated 2026 aero, isn't it, that Bez is running?
The camouflage livery is done with a deliberate purpose. It is to try and mask any baits and make it harder for us to spot them, and more to the point, harder for any of their rivals to spot what Aprilia might well have found with their development of the RSGP. Of course, Davide Brivio was speaking to us earlier on today, and it's something we're going to dig into with Fabiano Sterlachini. It'll be a real balancing act for all 5 manufacturers to tread next year between developing their 2026 bikes and chasing the World Championship next season, with an eye, of course, on the major regulations reset that comes in 2027. The shift to 850cc motorcycles, the reduction in aero, the removal of ride-eye devices, and the introduction of Pirelli as the sole tyre supplier in MotoGP, which could completely change the pecking order as we see it.
First Aprilia rider in history to win back-to-back races. It was the first time at the end of the season in MotoGP that Marco Bezzecchi had ever taken back-to-back wins. He was so good, wasn't he? Leading from start to finish in both Portimao and over in Valencia. It was a massive step forward as he was part of the factory Aprilia project this year for Bezzecchi. He found it tough, or the going tough, didn't he, in 2024, his farewell season to Ducati. He scored exactly 200 points more this campaign than what he did in 2024. And Dani Pedrosa and Davide Brivio, our special guest this morning, one rider that really did surprise him in this season, or the last season, it was Bezzecchi. Right to shoulder so much of the responsibility for the development of that RSGP. So much in that factory Aprilia garage. He was without the talents of Jorge Martin, who only ended up doing 7 Grand Prix in 2025. Fernandez. Davide Brivio was pretty clear that Lewis, having broken his winning duck at Parliament in Australia, he now expects that to be a regular challenge for podiums in 2026 from a transformed Ralph Fernandez. It sounds like around Le Mans Mugello time there was a bit of a rollicking, a bit of a pep talk behind the scenes, but whatever Davide Brivio said for Ralph Fernandez, it clearly had the desired effect.
And there's no question that over his MotoGP career, Ralph Fernandez has matured now, moved up in 2022. So much fanfare, so much hype, so much expectation on his shoulders after breaking records in his rookie and sole Moto2 season when he pushed Remy Gardner all the way to the World Championship in 2021. But the Tech 3 adventure on board a KTM just did not work out at all, did it? It caused that change in scenery for Raul. That's been up to turn 8. On the angle, you can see the rear there starting to dance sideways, and Marc having to react to keep that bike under control. One thing that every crew chief, every team manager will be saying to their riders, particularly if they've got brand new parts on board their motorcycle, just don't crash it.
Massimo Riva said at the end of 2025, Marco Bezzecchi was perfect in both Portimao and in Valencia. They expect to be posing a real sustained and stronger threat to Marc Marquez and Ducati's domination coming up in 2026. Well, this has been a very public debut for Yamaha's new V4 project. There was a bit of information swirling around that maybe there'd been a technical issue for Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins, or maybe even both. Right on cue to bring us bang up to date with some information is Jack down in pit lane. Good afternoon, Jack.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It does seem as though that information was correct. Both Alex Rins and Fabio Quartararo did start the day on the inline for Paolo Pavesi. Just saying, yeah, a couple of electronic gremlins inline for the start of the day as they tried to get up to speed. Both of those bikes are now in the garage. Alex Rins is out on track on the V4 for the very first time, and that in the background is Fabio Quartararo's V4 M1 powered into life. The Frenchman about to swing his leg over it and head out for the very first car.
This was then the issue a few moments ago for Alex Rins. We saw Fabio Quartararo have an issue there, didn't we, the Grand Prix weekend, when he had water pouring out all over the left-hand side as he was going down the start-finish straight. Bit of black carbon bodywork on Alex Rins' V4 M1, which suggested it's an update and a bit of an experimental fairing at the moment that Yamaha are looking at.
On board with the 2024 world champion, Jorge Martin, whose pace over the weekend in Valencia was not too bad at all. Already so far today with the 89 back on the front of his RSGP. Martin is just under 0.6 of a second up the pace in 13th place at the moment. Of course, pulled in partway through the Valencia Grand Prix. Pulling out of the Grand Prix with 12 laps for the Grand Prix to go. He completed just over half distance, which was just about the limit physically that Jorge Martin felt he was capable of running. The team, as he confirmed after the race, did have the strategy in mind before the race to instruct Martin to pull in during the Grand Prix just to protect his shoulder, because he knew just how important today's testing was.
Yeah, wanted to save a bit of energy, didn't he, for today's all-important test. First mission, of course, will be for Jorge Martin to get through the winter testing program unscathed, without injury, because he beat himself up big time, did he, pre-season last year, and every time it just looked like he was at the point of getting over serious injuries. He picked up another one. 2025, one to instantly forget as far as Martin's concerned. First time in 9 years, first time since Moto3 in 2016. He ended the season without a podium. How much seat time did Jorge Martin lose in 2025 with his sequence of big injuries? Well, just checking through some of the stats which are available on MotoGP.com. He did 631 racing kilometres in 2025, which was almost 1,800 less than Alex Rins, who did the most. And he did 2,370 Ks in practice, which was over 5,000 less than Marco Bezzecchi, who did the most. So if you add all that together, in terms of just his Grand Prix weekend, this is not testing mileage, which Martin lost. Shows you what a disadvantage he put himself at for so much of the season. He lost almost 7,000 kilometres worth of track time. It's pretty astonishing, really. It just shows how much catch-upping he has to do on the Aprilia RSGP.
And when you're up against the best riders in the world, on the best motorcycles in the world, that's not time you're going to get back easily in a season from start to near enough the finish that has been a tale of injury woe for Jorge Martin, which began with the very first test of the season. Sepang in February, and Jorge Martin injured himself within a dozen laps or so of his first run of the season. Of course, injured himself in Qatar as well. His racing return, his third injury, of course, as he also picked up a knock in training for the first Grand Prix in Buriram, for the unfortunate incident at the start of the sprint in Bateki saw him injured for a fourth time. There's one thing that Aprilia will be hoping for in 2026, that Jorge Martin completes the full season injury-free.
Well, while we're on the subject of Aprilia and their factory team, as promised, I'm delighted to welcome their technical boss, the man behind the success of the RSGP in 2025. It's our pleasure to welcome Fabiano Sterlachini to the commentary box. Let's have a look at this replay of Pedro Acosta breaking into the first corner on the factory KTM. Just a little bit of a moment there as Pedro flung it onto the left-hand side. First of all, Fabiano, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. A very important date for you, starting your plans for 2026. But we have to talk about the way you finished 2025. Congratulations on what was a fantastic end to the season. Marco Bezzecchi winning in Portimao, dominating here in Valencia again on Sunday. So you must be thrilled with the way that the bike progressed through the season and how you finished 2025.
First of all, let me say that I'm one of the men behind it. I'm not the man behind the project. For sure, I think that we have to be quite proud. Not proud for what we did it in terms of growth of the project. And when we speak about the project, we are not speaking about the bike, but also about the system work inside the garage to try to recover some weekend. No? Because, for example, probably noticed during the season, times are not really deep in Friday, but we did to recover a lot the performance during the weekend. And this is also thanks to people sometimes that they are working behind the shop. For example, we have the garage, Vale, and we have a really huge connection with what we are doing.
You obviously had a lot of experience previously for many years at Ducati.
Yeah.
You then worked at KTM, so this was your first full year with Aprilia. So what did you change yourself behind the scenes to help Aprilia reach this level?
Again, try to one important part was project secret. Several times we ability of so we try to work a lot to find the best package about riders, like same time as before, also our organization, in the way that we use the time on the track, dedicate the analysis, the opinion, and to take the decision, important part of the
Two new riders for 2025, of course, from last season, Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. When we spoke to you in pre-season in Sepang, we asked about the feedback that Marco had been giving and how impressed you were with Marco's feedback. His first season as a factory rider. How impressed have you been by the way he's grown into that role?
Yeah, can confirm completely impressive impression that they had at the beginning of the season. And for sure, I believe that Marco has been the tip of the arrow, let me say, in this process, no? Because from his comment is coming all our investigation and solution. And to be honest, I think that even though we did a really good job together with all the people, without the important contribute of Marco was, I don't want to say impossible, but completely different and much more difficult. Also because at the end, we have also the contributor Lorenzo, but clearly the performance of Marco and the race approach that he has is different, like in all the other teams, no, compared to the test rider.
It was a very different challenge for Marco this year, his first time in a factory team. You've obviously been working in factory teams yourself, but it brings extra pressure, it brings extra responsibility because you have to guide the engineers in terms of developing the bike. How impressed were you, or were you surprised at just how good Marco was with the comments and with the feedback?
Yeah, to be honest, I think that every time you have to transform a problem in an opportunity, no? And I think that even if you have more pressure, because for sure you are in a factory tent, but in the meantime you have all the company behind of you to support you. And I believe that we transform also this emphasis in performance, in how Marco was believing in the project, how training himself, but also in some aspect that is not just the gym, not just the normal training, but also how to manage the race, how to manage the weekend. So it's an unbelievable surprise.
You get, of course, to work very, very closely with him. You get to analyse his data. Where do you see as an engineer Marco's strong points? Where is he really, really good on the Aprilia?
For sure, one of the key points of Marco, the performance that he had during the season, in the way that he managed the gas. Normally, in my experience, there are two key points. That is in the way that you are managing the bite of the braking, and the way that you are managing the exit of the corner. The exit of the corner with the gas for Marco is I would say natural talent. In the braking situation, as you remember, probably we had some problem that Marco went way in the runaway area. In the beginning of the season, we work also to adapt his riding style to the bike characteristic.
The big what if of this season, I guess, would have been what could Jorge Martin have done had he been fit for the whole season. But how did the Aprilia plan change through the season? I guess right from pre-season in terms of developing the bike, and then through the season itself, just how big a blow, both on and off the track, was it to be missing Jorge for so long?
You mean how we adapted our plan, no? The lack of Jorge. But honestly, at the end, as we remember, the story during the year has some different situation, no? So we have to manage also. Jorge came back in Qatar, and then after we had immediately the crash and the problem. So we tried to react, exploiting the bike, the free bike that we had with Lorenzo, and to be honest, we tried to brought a different spirit in the garage that was not just to prepare the race weekend, but also in the race or in testing mode. And for example, several times we introduced some evolution in Marco, exactly because we accelerate the process of development of the bike.
Marco said in the press conference on Sunday, after he won the race, he felt like that he really started to feel comfortable and confident on the Aprilia around Assen time when he had the real big battle with Marquez. Was there something that changed on the bike around that period of the season, or was it just Marco gaining more experience? Did you bring him some new material which helped make this switch and make him stronger?
Yeah, you know, in the process to try to somehow join the rider, the way that he can exploit the bike and to modify the bike to be suitable for the ride, so vice versa. We did some steps, but for example, recently after the sprint race in Portimao, we did some check after some comment of Marco, so we deeply investigated some area. We did just some modification of the electronic, and you saw the result that we had in Portimao and also here. We are using exactly the same tuning. So at the end, we never, during the season, we never brought something completely different, apart, as you notice, the package that we brought in Mugello, more aerodynamic and also some evolution to increase the power.
And obviously, the way you finished 2025, everybody now is looking at Aprilia, thinking, well, what is possible in 2026? This is only the first day right now of next season, but moving forward throughout the winter, what are the areas that you have identified and the riders have identified which you're looking to improve in 2026?
To be honest, I don't think that we have one area where we have to focus, but we have to maintain this process, try to evolve all the aspects of the bike. So several times we have to consider that apart, okay, there is the motorcycle, the rider, but it's like a black box, the company. You put your investment and exiting the result. So if you implement some method and you see that the results they are coming and you see the trend of the way that the results they are coming, you have just pushing, increasing the efficiency in the way that we are producing solutions. So just to reply to your question, for sure we are working in the aerodynamic to increase the power, to develop the electronic, and also we have some evolution in the frame that will land to the track in Sepang reasonably.
And as we go through next season, picking up on something that Davide Brivio said to us here in the commentary box this morning, with the regulations change coming up for 2027 with the introduction of Pirelli, of course, wide height devices, the 850cc bikes, where is the balance between focusing on developing the 2026 package and focusing on the 2027 package? And I guess the two kind of go hand in hand, but at what point do Aprilia, I guess, switch focus from 2027, or has that perhaps come already?
Yeah, let me say you touched the point. That is the difficult item that a manager has to address because you have a limited resources. To be honest, it's quite clear that in terms of engine, you have to be already in the way. Otherwise, you don't have time to react for the lead time that normally you have to simulate, design, and receive the component, not to procure the components of the engine. Basically, we are targeting to the beginning of the year, around, let me say, February, April, to have the bike with the first check-down test and the first event with the 850 bike. In the meantime, we have also in our plan some prototype that we will bring to the what we call the rolling bench to try to simulate the shifting and the electronic behavior and everything. But basically, this is the plan.
You mentioned earlier, Fabiano, about the influence of the remote garage back in Nawali, which we've known for many, many years is quite a common thing in Formula One. Do you think now that the remote garage scenario is becoming more important, more crucial in MotoGP, and just how much do you rely on and how much do you use the remote garage during a race weekend?
Yeah, we use quite a lot. Honestly, I don't want to explain in the way that we are organized. But to be honest, let me be pragmatic, you know. One of the reasons why we have the remote garage in Formula One is for budget reasons. Also in our side, we use this remote garage because for sure you are much more focused and less distracted to the activity, the rush that you have on the track. So you can manage in a better way the analysis. Then we have some alignment with a specific organization. But in the meantime, the budget reason is exactly the reason why we organize in this way with the proper structure, transfer the data, because especially after the COVID time, the investment that you have to do for the logistic is exploded. So if you save in the logistic, obtaining the same result, for example, you can use this money in the concept of the black box of before to have a more powerful cluster to make the aerodynamic simulation. So that is the way that we use to try to manage.
We're looking at your team right now. We're just looking at Marco Bezzecchi briefly on circuit. He's got that sort of camouflage, a zebra-looking fairing. You're not going to tell us exactly what's going on there, but what are you looking for? In which areas are you trying to find improvements with this sort of new bodywork and this new aero? Is it all just about downforce? Is it wheelie? I mean, or is it just a little bit of everything?
Let me try to translate in this way. The aerodynamic is like a cover. Because, for example, if you increase the drag, you can have a better stopping, but then you have less straight speed. So in this situation, it's like that you have to stretch the cover, like that you have less drag on the straight, but more drag, for example, during the braking. And what is our target is exactly this one. It's not to find another balance, but to find a more performing balance.
And just finally, before we let you go, we know you're going to be very, very busy for the rest of this test. I spoke to Marco in the press conference on Thursday and asked him if he had one wish for Aprilia to improve throughout the winter, and he said, I'd like a bit more top speed. Is that something that you can easily achieve? I mean, you have to be careful as well, putting more horsepower into the bike because it can disturb the chassis, upset the handling. So is it also a key area for the engineers to find more power from the engine in the winter?
Yeah, for sure with the engine freezing is not super simple, clearly, but we have some plan and we are bringing out some activity in this regard. To be honest, Marco told us about this comment, and if you see our ranking in terms of top speed several times, in the middle of the season we were more in the top, but then during the season, due to the concession system and everything, some of the other manufacturers, they recover a lot in terms of performance. So now we are in the average situation. But for example, in Portimao with Ogura, we had the best speed. And the speed, let me say, the genesis of the speed is not just the power, but for sure it's the drag, for sure it's the wheelie, because if you are accelerating more in the wheelie, you have also more top speed, and also the traction. So, for example, with the modification that we did in the electronic tuning, in Portimao, we increased the top speed at the end of the straight. So, for sure we will work in the engine, but we know that we have to maintain the focus also in the 850 project in terms of completely new engine, no? So, for sure, we try to satisfy the wish of Marc.
Well, as mentioned, you're very, very busy, so we will let you go back to the Aprilia garage. Many thanks for taking your time to join us, Fabiano. Congratulations once again on Aprilia's best ever season in MotoGP. We wish you all the success in 2026. Thank you very much. Have a good winter break.
Thank you very much. Thanks to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Fabiano Sterlachini then as Aprilia look to continue their progress in 2026. What a year the Inuali factory just had. We're going to be joined hopefully by another special guest in the next 10 minutes or so. And always great to chat to Lucio Cecchinello. He'll be able to give us some early impressions on what Diogo Moreira thought of a MotoGP bike. As always, it's an ever-changing game, isn't it, at MotoGP? Aprilia not resting on their laurels. They'll still be pushing the envelope on the current 1000cc spec RSGP as they look to topple Ducati and Marquez next season.
As you saw while we were hearing from Fabiano there, we saw a technical issue coming out of turn 1 for Fabio Di Gianantonio. So he's now pulled over at the side of the racetrack and will be getting back to the pit through shortly. Di Gianantonio currently in 12th place. He's been the least busy rider so far today, both he and Joan Mir have done 8 laps. Joan Mir now, as you can see, on his 9th lap, as he now goes up the inside of Diogo Moreira, who can now watch the 2020 world champion and get some pointers from his Honda colleague.
Yeah, be a good idea. Just, don't do that. Yeah, I was going to say, do not do that. That's not an example of how you tackle turn 2. And he had his problems at turn 2 over the Grand Prix weekend, didn't he, Joan Mir, when he cleaned out his teammate Luca Marini in the sprint. Yeah, that's not how you want to be stopping Honda into that second corner. Moreira's just done his 20th lap. He's getting quicker and quicker every lap, as you'd expect, is he, Diogo Moreira? As that rear tyre on the Honda just steps out on braking, as it just gripped and kicked him off on the runoff as Romano Albiciano, of course, former Aprilia tech boss. It was his departure to HRC which created the vacancy, which was quite brilliantly filled by Fabiano Sterlachini. He's been very, very busy behind the scenes, only this year. Romano Albiciano, I think Aleix Espargaro almost can claim Malaysian residency. I think he's been spent so much time on the Sepang International Circuit over in the winter. And just as we were listening to Fabiano Sterlachini, well, it's his star performer of 2025 who's opening his account at 26 in some style. Bezzecchi then now has gone to the top of the standings. He is the only rider to lap in the 129 so far at 129.684. It wasn't Aprilia here, as I mentioned earlier on, with Raul Fernandez, the only rider in the 129s in the Grand Prix here on Sunday. So Aprilia picking up where they left off at the back end of last season. Moreira over the line. 2.515 is the best time so far from Moreira, which you have to say is a pretty darn respectable time. Of course, this is just lap number 21 of a GP bike.
2.8 seconds off the pace, and he'll look over to his left there, and he was waiting for to come back past him so he can once again try and tuck him behind 2020 world champion. It's all about kilometres. It's all about learning Diogo Moreira. His eyes will be out on stalks, and this Valencia circuit will suddenly feel a lot smaller than it was when he won the Moto2 title 2 days ago.
Yeah, he might have thought it was a go-kart track on a Moto2 bike. What's he going to be thinking as everything comes up that lot quicker in MotoGP? It's massive transition he has got coming his way. Saw how tough it was for some of our star rookies in 2025. Ayagura, who was in this very same position as Moreira last year, Moto2 world champion, stepping up in the MotoGP. Flashes of brilliance, which we know Agura was capable of, but some big crashes. Think of the crashes he had at Silverstone, massive one he had in Assen, big one in Brno as well. Every time Ayagura seemed to fall off that pretty large GP at some point this season, they were all monumental crashes, weren't they, for the Japanese rider. Moreira, who's not going to run before he can walk on that Honda at the moment. Over the line we go. Then Joan Mir is 4th place at the moment with a 130.161. There's been glowing praise on the prototype RS213V 2026 version of by Aleix Spargo in recent weeks. He feels like they've made quantum leaps forward in that performance of that bike. First time today, we'll see Marini and Mir get a crack on it.
Was chattering away there for Mir on the way into turn 2 this time. Did make the corner on this occasion. He's now through the heart of turn 4 and into 5. Another look. The most recent version. Watch the front end. You'll see it here. There it is, chattering away as Mir uses the rear of the bike to get it the bike stopped and turned into what is a tough turn 2. Mir knows all about that from a couple of days ago. Just looking at the top speed charts at the moment, won't surprise you at all to hear that a KTM tops it. You've already heard Fabio Quartararo of a previous wish to get a little bit more top speed out of their bike. Won't also surprise you to hear that the 4 slowest bikes through the speed traps, which is just before they break for turn 1, and the 4 Yamahas, of course, with the, I guess, slightly detuned V4 Yamaha, which they're going to have to turn up at some point before the season gets underway next year. Miller, Quartararo, Toprak and Alex Rins all at the bottom of the standings. The first 3 of those, Toprak, Quartararo and Miller, giving up 11 kilometres an hour to the fastest through that speed trap.
Miller said on Sunday he feels like Yamaha are missing about 25 horsepower in terms of the competition. Pressure on those who are to engineers, no question about it, as the 4 Yamaha riders are hoping that this V4 can transform into Yamaha back at the front. Pedro Acosta, we're right on board with him as he just logged in the second fastest time. Precision, absolutely bang on a 90-second lap that from Pedro Acosta. I've seen that tips the factory KTM into turn 2. 12 podiums in 2025 for Acosta. Still though winless in the MotoGP World Championship. Through 5 he goes. Let's have a little break and ride on board with Pedro. Well, let's stop then. Ride on board with Pedro Acosta around the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. Let's have a look instead at the now 89 liveried Jorge Martin on the factory Aprilia, who just moves up into 7th place with a 1:30.236. That's a pretty decent lap time, that by Martin. He's just outside of half a second behind what is at the moment your current leader, Marc Vettel. That could change pretty quickly here, though, because Acosta's on a really good lap. Look at this. Up by 0.2 of a second through the 3rd sector. He's going to drop now down through turn 13. Just one corner left then for Pedro Acosta. This is going to be his first 29 lap of the test. A 1:30.202 was the best KTM lap time in Sunday's Valencian Grand Prix. Acosta then charges towards the finish line. Over the line he goes. It's a 1:29.591. Acosta then now P1.
Jorge Martin just did the fastest first sector on the Aprilia a moment ago. Bagnaia also going very well. Pecco Bagnaia just goes up into 3rd place now on a 1:29.846. Compared to what Pecco Bagnaia has done so far this weekend on that factory Ducati, as we now look at Acosta. The iconic shot of the Grand Prix season, seeing MotoGP bikes sideways into turn 13. Pecco Bagnaia's qualifying, that was a 1:29.584 Q1 on Saturday morning. Well, he's currently within about 1/3 of a second of that. So it's now KTM, Aprilia, Ducati, Yamaha, and KTM Finn with Maverick Vinales. First Honda at the moment is driving the air next up in 6th.
The start of 2025 where he expected himself to be a main threat for MotoGP glory. Pedro Acosta, at times we saw the toys out the pram on more than one occasion. He got more agitated, more frustrated with the lack of pace, the lack of performance from that RC16. I think any of us thought we were going to have to wait until round 12 before he troubled the podium in either a sprint or a Grand Prix. There was a fair bit of petulance, wasn't it, when he came to his media debriefs, understandably so, because he was not anywhere near the position he thought he was. There was some behind-the-scenes chats around the summer break with Pete Byra, KTM Motorsport Director, Aki Aya, of course, who really does know Pedro Acosta inside and out, having guided him to Moto3, Moto2 glory. There was certainly a level of maturity in the second half of the campaign from Pedro Acosta. And it was reflected in the results as well. I mean, you look at the last 5 Grand Prix, he didn't finish lower than 5th. He was frequently fighting for the podium. After jumping up to 4th place overall in the standings, 5 sprint podiums in the last 6 Grand Prix.
3 Grand Prix podiums as well. But that doesn't cut it. It ain't good enough, is it, for Pedro Acosta, who we do feel if KTM don't match his ambitions, he won't hesitate to jump ship. Well, there was rumours at the start of this season, Lewis, he was looking to jump ship before he'd even got halfway through this 2-year deal with KTM.
And there'll be a list as long as your arm of suitors for Pedro Acosta if he does decide to pull the pin and leave KTM at some stage. Not a decision he would ever take lightly, because he has an awful lot of personal loyalty to KTM. Won the Moto3 World Championship with them, and won the Moto2 Championship with them. KTM that brought Pedro Acosta into MotoGP. Sure, he would have got there eventually one way or another, given how talented he is, but it would be with a very heavy heart if Pedro Acosta ever left the KTM factory. He wants to win with this Austrian brand first and foremost. Has come very, very close in 2025 already. As we look to the future, there's no question, he does not get what he wants from the 2026 spec RC16. He will start looking elsewhere. He's already 2 seasons of MotoGP, 41 starts in the MotoGP class. He's been on the podium in 10 of them on a Sunday, if you include sprints too. He's had 21 podiums, of which 9 are second places.
He's going to hate me for reminding him of this. 10 Grand Prix podiums now is the second highest history. That a rider winning a Grand Prix. Colin Edwards has that record, the unwanted record. 12 times Colin suddenly won a GP podium and wasn't able to find a victory. This time last year when Alex Marquez first threw his leg over that GP24 Ducati at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, well, he had a smart with downtown Barcelona, because he knew that that was the bike that was going to change his career, and it did, didn't it? Alex Marquez had a great winter, topped that Barcelona test in November. He was fastest at the Sepang test in February. It was a platform which he built on to use to deliver his best Grand Prix season. I don't think too many people at the start of the year would have been backing Alex to have been second in the World Championship. More power to him. 27 podiums Alex finished this season with. 11 more Grand Prix podiums than what he managed the previous year on the Gresini Ducati. To really find anybody that made such a massive leap forward in terms of performance. But as Jack mentioned when he was having a chat with Alex earlier on today, he has got the upgrade. He'll be on a factory GP26 or whatever designation it will be from the Borgo Panigale factory next year. Second in the World Championship, 3 Grand Prix victories. There's more pressure, there's more expectation on the shoulders of Alex to deliver perhaps a more sustained championship challenge next year. And he's also going to have a part to play and a big say in the development of next year's Ducati. Likewise, this man as well, Pecco Bagnaia, who's now got up to third with a 129.846. 3 riders now doing sub-130s.
Of course, the bike that Alex Marquez has been on is, of course, a contributing factor. There's no question that Alex Marquez has elevated himself as a rider this year. He was riding with Marc Marquez at the front of races in Buriram in Argentina. That was still even a new experience for Alex Marquez in MotoGP. Yes, he's a world champion in Moto3 and Moto2, but hadn't been used to leading Grand Prix in MotoGP and having to deal with that sort of pressure. He certainly belongs there now. Some memorable moments of the season involving Alex Marquez winning at home at Jerez, winning the Catalan Grand Prix 2 to his home fans after he crashed out of the sprint a day earlier. Another superb performance in Malaysia, securing the runner-up place in the World Championship in the sprint on the Saturday afternoon before following that up with victory in the Grand Prix itself. Alex Marquez, part of a golden season for Gresini. He took the runner-up spot as Marco Bezzecchi goes straight on into turn 2. Romain Aldeguer, the Rookie of the Year. With an update on the Rookie of the Year, we can head down to Jack Hinton.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I was going to say just right down the start finish straight. But Aldeguer now out there on the GP25 the very first time. The coach talked about GP25. It'll be interesting to see what kind of a standard Aldeguer can set. He's out there with the full 25 aero package. Shows slightly revised wings, the bigger downwash ducts, slightly increased rear aero as well. We've got the 25 pole shot device, which some have said is the root of Bagnaia's troubles in 2025. So we'll see what he can do. But it's maybe not the first time he's sampled the 25 engine, because there was a lot of talk back to the year when we were in Sepang. Ducati were in trouble with regards to trying to find out whether to stick with the 25, go with the 24. That Aldeguer and Morbidelli, who of course were contracted to be on 12-month-old machines, were actually given the engine for an afternoon to try and just get some more data, some more knowledge, some extra insight from different riders with a different perspective. So it's not going to be completely new. The rumours are that right at the start of the year, for an hour or so, he was given a chance to try Ducati's 25 items.
Thanks very much. I don't think Marco Bezzecchi might have a problem here, because we saw him run wide into turn 2 on the previous lap, and now he's gone in hot into the first corner. I don't know whether he was maybe having a look down at the shifter there, whether he's got some kind of shifting issue, gear selector problem, or maybe something wrong with the gearbox. But Bezzecchi altered the previous lap at turn 2, and you can just see him there running off at the first corner. Yet Fernandez Aldeguer, what a breakthrough season in MotoGP it was for the Spanish rider. So good. Ducati got him signed up even before the Moto2 World Championship started a couple of years ago. Aldeguer, second youngest rider ever to win in MotoGP history, but since that fantastic day, what a day it was over in Mandalika, not able to find another podium, either a sprint or a Grand Prix in the last 4 rounds, was the 20-year-old. Although there is no doubt about it, is that Ducati are going to be monitoring his progress very, very closely for 2027 and beyond, because there's already some hot gossip around the paddock that if anybody, or if he delivers next year, then it's most likely that Aldeguer could win the race, should there be a seat available, of course, in the factory Ducati team. Pecco Bagnar's going to have a big part to say in that, but Aldeguer, if he continues this sort of rapid rate of progression, well, you just know that he will be one of the names that Ducati will be looking very closely at, should they need a new companion for Marc Marquez.
Well, it's fair to say that there were 1 or 2 questions surrounding the early appointment of Fernand Aldeguer as a MotoGP rider. Ducati signing him up before the 2024 Moto2 season had even begun. Having seen that purple patch from Firmin late in 2023 when he was winning everything in sight in Moto2. Didn't have the best of Moto2 seasons, fair to say, last year. Made a few mistakes, didn't challenge for the World Championship that most people assumed he would win. There's no question. Questions that were hanging over his head have been answered by the young rookie, second youngest MotoGP winner, 3 Sunday podiums and 3 sprint podiums, with one of those Sunday podiums being the victory in Indonesia, where he won by an absolute mile. Marco Bezzecchi's lack of contact with Marc Marquez left the door open for him. It was immediately apparent quite early in the season, just how good Fernand Aldeguer was on used tyres. We often saw him strong late in races, and that was most apparent was in Austria, where Marc Marquez was even forced to speed up a little bit when he was placed under very late pressure. Riding 54, he came from as low as 6th place at one point to take P2, and really forced Marc Marquez to get his skates off in the latter stages. He was in a battle only with this man, Marco Bezzecchi, on that Sunday afternoon in Austria. And suddenly when he saw +1 Aldeguer, he realised he suddenly had to speed up again to end his victory drought at the Red Bull Ring.
The 3 first-time winners in 2025 was Aldeguer. Well, the compliment wasn't it when Marc Marquez in the Austrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring in August said, of all the riders that can manage the rear tyre the best out of Ducati, it was indeed Fernand Aldeguer, the rookie, as I'm delighted to say. Right on cue, we promised you another very, very special guest, and it's my pleasure. He's joined us before here at this Valencia test down the years, and he's back once again with us. It is LCR Honda boss Lucio Cecchinello. Good afternoon, Lucio. How are we?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm very good, and very excited. Opening the first 2026 season test.
You're very, very used to welcoming rookie riders into your team. A very exciting rookie joins you for next season, the Moto2 World Champion, Diogo Moreira. He's done 24 laps on the RC213V. How's he been feeling? What was his first reaction when he came back in after that first run?
He said, I shit in my... I tell you, he said... Fuck, he said, the bike is so powerful, but not fast, really fast, but really fast. He said, unbelievable. I was astonished and really really difficult also to understand the breaking point.
Exciting day. Well, just apologise about the language there. Everybody's getting a little bit excited, aren't they? Because it's great to welcome Diogo Moreira into the garage. Obviously, Honda know that Moreira's got super talent, the Moto2 world champion. He's only been in the Grand Prix paddock since 2022. It's been a real rapid rise to the top for him. What interests you most about him? What do you see in him as a rider that you're looking forward to working with?
Of course, I don't know him very much. By looking outside, by looking at his racing career, by looking of course what everybody talk about him, I can say that what for me is fascinating is that he's definitely a talented rider. He's able to be really fast in motocross. He's able to be really fast in supermotard. He's able to be really fast in flat track. He's able to be really fast in Moto3, in Moto2. So, you know, there are all the good sign that he will be really fast also in MotoGP. Of course, we need to give him a little bit time, and we are more than happy to work with him.
Isn't he one of the few riders that's been able to go to the VR46 ranch in Tavullia when Valentino has the 100-kilometre event at the end of the season? And I think we know how much the VR46 riders lap around the ranch, and I think Diogo went there last year and actually won. He beat all the ranch riders, didn't he? So shows what a versatile rider he is.
Yeah, I talked this morning with one of his mechanics that he's tuning his training bikes, and then he said that basically they have done a supermoto race in 2 years ago in Alcaraz. There was the World Championship. It was just one wild card, you know, and then he said he didn't win. He humiliated everyone, you know. It's like you know, but really like 1 second faster than the fastest of the championship. So he also this morning I met Julian Marquez because he's good friend with the father of Moreira, because they are seeing each other very often in Alcaraz, and you know, and while Marc is training, also Moreira is training in the same places, and he said it's incredible because we are going to have a very talented and fast rider, and what is incredible is that when you know, they started together for doing motocross, he's leading and Marc cannot pass. Vice versa, when Marc exits first, Moreira is, you know, in the back and trying to pass, and you know, and he never give up. So this is the right mentality.
Nice moment on Sunday when he won the Moto2 World Championship. Marc was in Parc Ferme offering his congratulations to Diogo. Raul Fernandez, just while we're having this nice little chat with Lucio, has just taken over top of the leaderboard, a 129.501, has put the Phillip Island winner back in control of this Valencia test.
On Toprak, he's just gone into 19th place. He's now down to 1:31.1.6 seconds off the pace. Back on 2025, Lucio, I guess there's only one obvious place to start, and that's with the French Grand Prix at Le Mans. One of the great moments of this or any MotoGP season, seeing Johan Zarco win in front of his home fans. What are your emotions and your memories looking back at that special day?
Wow. You know, we often say in the inside of our teams that all the planets were aligned, you know, because it was a magic day. You know, the parents coming for basically the first time ever seeing their son racing, you know, and then the weather moving on the right direction for us, you know, having made the right choice, and then he was, you know, absolutely riding in an unbelievable way, and yeah, everything was really perfect. It was a magic day. I honestly, I don't hide you that when I was in the podium to take the trophy of the team winner, I was having goosebumps, because believe or not, but seeing about, you know, like thousands and thousands of French fans and spectators singing the French national anthem, and you know, with such pride, with such intensity, with such so many people so happy, you know, and feeling that I was a part of providing this joy for them, you know, after 70 and 78 years, whatever, you know.
Yeah, the last rider from France to win their home Grand Prix in MotoGP was all the way back in 1954. So me and Lucio weren't born back in 1954. How do you, I mean, obviously that was the standard.
My dad was a child.
Le Mans, obviously, Lucio was the standout moment of the season, but overall, how do you reflect on the season for Johan? There was the podium as well in Silverstone. He's finished top Honda in the championship again. What's your overall assessment of how 2025 worked out for Zarco?
You know, undoubtedly, we start the season quite good. You know, Argentina, 5th place, and you know, we finished 4th in Qatar. We finished. We won Le Mans, 2nd in Silverstone. So the first part of the season was really, really good for us, over our expectation. At a certain point, you know, we were 5th on the World Championship ranking. So we really, really enjoy. And then the reality is that the second part of the season, we started to have to struggle. The reality is that yes, we struggle. I think there are several explanations about that. Basically, I think that because of the very good results in Le Mans and also in Silverstone, that this kind of result was extreme and was influenced also by the weather condition. I would say because also in Silverstone we had a very, very cold day, and not every rider could feel very good with the front tire and so on. But you know, when you as a rider, I know that when you went to the podium, you really want to achieve other, you really strive and want to achieve other top results, and then eventually there, Johan started to probably have too many crash. Yeah, the reality is that he crashed quite a lot, and then he crashed in Aragon, he crashed in Barcelona, he crashed in Germany. So basically, those crashes didn't help us. Also, Honda produced some very good development parts, and then we needed to wait some weeks before to be delivered, because we needed to have we were waiting the supplier, the Honda supplier producing the parts, and this also, let's say, creating a little bit probably disappointment, you know, on his he was a little bit disappointed and not perhaps 100% focus on riding his bike. What is positive is that finally we got the parts, finally Johan got better concentration, and then definitely we finished the season, you know, with not absolutely as fast as the other Honda riders, and I think that even this last Sunday, this last race in Valencia, we had the potential to stay there with Marini, because the lap time was that one, but yeah, with the mistake he had done at the start of the race, he got a long lap penalty, and yeah, we struggled a little bit more, but overall, first part of the season very good. Difficult central end part of the season, and the very end of the season back on our let's say top 10 spots.
Honda has clearly taken big steps forward this season. Of course, it has been a topic of discussion with Johan waiting for those new parts, but how much optimism does it give you for 2026 to see how much progress Honda have made over the last 12 months?
On the last 12 months, Honda have undoubtedly made very big steps. If you look, you know, not only Zarco performances, but you look Joan Mir performances and also Luca Marini performances. Joan Mir, he have done 2 standing podium, also in the second part of the season. We have done at the beginning of the season. Luca Marini was really, really close to to finish in the top 5 a few times. So I believe that Honda really made a big progress. Perhaps now we need to still try to improve some area, but yeah, the result is that we are really close. Now you look the lap time, Marini is 29.9. The other rider, the fastest rider, is 4 tenths faster. We are talking about just few tenths to be improved, and I believe that we will make good 2027 season. We do a good 2026 season, because definitely Honda will keep improving the bike.
You listen to the comments, obviously, the factory riders, but obviously you listen very closely, obviously, to the comments of Joanne. So where do you feel that perhaps they're just missing those last 2 or 3 tenths? Where have the Honda engineers got to try and improve the bike further over the winter?
Basically, there are one area that all the riders of every manufacturer they want the bike turning better. Yeah, is a common request by the rider. The bike doesn't turn. But yes, the reality is that we need eventually to improve the bike on the corner entry. So the very first part of the corner, because from the center of the corner to the exit of the corner we are doing quite good. I think that we need to improve a little bit the way how we enter into the corner, and eventually we need to improve the problem we have with sometimes on the corner exit we have some pumping, and which is not really good for us, because when the bike pump, you take out energy and you take out drive. So that's the most important point. But I think that altogether between new aerodynamics that we are going to test soon with new package, I think we will be able to solve this problem.
How impressed have you been as well behind the scenes, Lucio, with the clear increase in effort it seems from our side, from HRC? They went and got Romano Alduciano from Aprilia. They really did strengthen the test team with Aleix Spargo and Taka Nakagami coming. Of course, Taka, something that you know very well. Do you get this impression as well that the Honda now really are starting to make a significant push to try and get back to the front in MotoGP with the arrival of Alduciano? Strong testing, now probably one of the strongest testing.
You are exactly saying, you are mentioning exactly all what they are doing. In fact, Honda understood that if they want to be competitive in MotoGP class, they have to change a little bit the mind with, let's say, employ and involve people from whichever nationality. Before, as you know, Japanese manufacturers with Japanese culture, they really want to keep the control and to do everything by themselves. In the 500 era, we had a Honda bike with UK wheels, with the Showa suspension, with missing brakes, So everything was really made in Japan. And then now, we have European manufacturers, and eventually now finally change the mentality and open, their door onto their work racing department to European, case Italian engineers, Manuel Besiano and other engineers coming from other department with other experience. I mean, it's really remarkable what they are doing, and I believe that this is the right mentality. Collaboration and, international collaboration.
Outside of your team, we know you've taken on some additional responsibilities this year. You're now the IRTA president, taking over from Hervé Poncharal. First of all, how are you finding that role, and how different is the MotoGP paddock going to be in the future without Hervé?
I I'm really enjoying this moment because for me it's some kind of feeling I have that I can give back something to the motorcycle community, to the paddock, to the people who's working in the paddock. I receive a lot from this racing environment in terms of experience, in terms of in terms of lifestyle, and now the paddock is asking me to do something back, to give something back, and I'm more than happy to do that. The reality is that when Hervé decided to retire, it was Hervé there, probably looking at the longest and oldest team owner from MotoGP. After him, I am in this championship from 93 as a team principal, team owner from 96. So he told Carmelo Espeleta, Lucio for me is the right guy. And Carmelo said, yes. Then I went to visit Carmelo. I said, but Carmelo, are you sure? I'm not really so confident that I can do the job. And so no, you must do. Apart the joke, it was an honor. It is an honor. I have few things to still to learn, but I think that altogether now we have the IRTA. Is an association. It's a wonderful association. Mike Trimby have done an incredible job founding IRTA and then creating everything. Creating this kind of association and structure that interact with the other MotoGP stakeholders, and it's an honor for me to be part of that.
Lucio, as I'm getting older, my memory is not quite as good as what it used to be. But as you just mentioned, 1996 was your first year as a team owner in MotoGP or in Grand Prix racing.
Yeah, with
2006 was the first year you were in MotoGP, which means next year is 30 years in the Grand Prix paddock as a team owner, 20 years in MotoGP, which is an incredible journey. Some story. I mean, you look like you don't look like you've aged one bit, but you've obviously still got the same passion, the same hunger. I know when I say those numbers, it makes us feel quite old. But what story you been on?
Listen, the first time I was in a racetrack in my life as a mechanic helper in '86, then as a team owner 96, as a team principal in MotoGP class 2006. Next year, 2026, I don't know what will be, but definitely will be 40 years in racing, 30 years as a team owner, 20 years as a team principal of a MotoGP team. And I feel it's incredible because sometimes I ask myself, which kind of sickness you have? Yeah. Because I still have the same passion and the same motivation like back 20 years ago, to try to prepare the best team organization as possible, to prepare the most nice looking bikes and, to let enjoy our rider, our team and our fan, for the next year.
2016, one you didn't mention there, is when you got the first win with Cal. So it's really good things happen when the year ends in
correct. This I forgot. Correct. That's really cool. It's, something to finish with 6 is something magic. So who knows?
No pressure on 2026, and hopefully there's more success coming the way of Alcione. You talked about maybe at times this season, Lucio, Joanne getting a bit frustrated that the parts that Marini and Mir were using were a little bit delayed, but this new contract that Joanne has for the next 2 years, I think it's a factory contract. He's going to get the same specification. But is there anything different in terms of when he gets the new parts? Will he get the updates at the same time as Luca and Joanne, or can you update us on what's...
The reality is that if I don't want to hide anything, I want to be very clear. I mean, back when I debuted in the MotoGP class, we always said the MotoGP bike of 1 year old, basically the technology of 1 year old. And then we move when Stefan Bradl joined in 2012. We move that we had the same, at the beginning of the season, we had the same bike as a factory team. But of course, the factory after developed the bike and we didn't basically get any development. But then, since Cal arrived, we got not only the same bike at the beginning of the season, but time to time the evolution parts were available. We got the evolution parts available, I would say maybe 2 months or 3 months later. And then lately with Zarco, we are getting the evolution parts either in the same times whenever they can, either with some week of delay when they can't. We just asked HRC to please reduce as much as possible the lead time, the lead production time, and this is exactly what is their target, because they said we are going to do that because it's our interest, not because it's written in the contract of Zarco, because we really want to provide the best support to all 4 riders, including Moreira next year. We really want to have as many riders as possible being able to collect points for the Constructor Championship, and definitely they are really committed to look also to work with other suppliers, not only with Japanese suppliers. And that's why, as you may know, they open a HRC office in Milan. There is an HRC office in Milan, which is of course there to try to start to interact with also Italian and European suppliers, and to be faster in producing evolution parts.
Sometimes looking forward to 2026. Lucio, it's been a pleasure as always that you've taken the time to come and join us. We look forward to what's going to be your 40th anniversary season then next year. You don't look a day older, I have to say. You have aged very, very, very well. So yeah, great. I mean, your team did deliver probably, I think, for myself and Lewis, the moment of 2025, that victory in Le Mans. And as you mentioned, 120,000 French fans on their feet singing Le Marseillaise. I mean, just talking about it now, you can feel the hairs on the back of your neck standing up. It was a great moment, and we hope there's more to come in 2026 and beyond.
When I was in the podium, that podium in Le Mans, I was remembering that I got goosebumps, not only for that, because also I thought that when I was a kid, I was there, inside of my garage, changing the cylinder and putting the Polini or Malossi cylinder on my Vespa, and then now where I am, it was a really great feeling.
There you were, standing on top of the world, loved by the whole of those French fans. Lucio, we hope there is more success for you, Johan and Diogo, and the LCR Honda team in 2026. Have a great winter break, and we'll see you next season. Fantastic, isn't it, as always, to hear from Lucio Cecchinello, one of the most longest-serving and popular members of the Grand Prix community. Looks like Iago has been running a bit of experimental aero. I think that Pedro Acosta, see, he was on a plain black lower fairing, new fairing. It looked like that Acosta was testing on the KTM. Agura is 10th, the 130.127. His teammate Raul Fernandez is still leading the way with the 129.501. Say that this track's performing a lot better than I expected, given the fact that all the weekend rubber was washed away. Raul Fernandez was the only 129 lap in the Grand Prix last Sunday. Yeah, we've got 8 riders now that are in the 29s. Fernandez, Acosta, Becky, Aldeguer, Bagnaia, Marini, Alex Marquez and the Gian Antonio. On a million miles off doing 29s themselves are Quartararo and Agura, as we just mentioned.
Lucio, I think, will be pretty pleased with the progress being made by his young rookie, Diogo Moreira. 21-year-old from Sao Paulo is now, well, he's first in the order, but 2.4 seconds is now the deficit to Raul Fernandez. He's now got himself down into the 131s.
And it was colourful language, which
yes,
Lucio described how Diogo's first stint was, but I think we got the general gist of it. We got the impression of exactly what he was trying to feed back. Fastest first sets being delivered at the moment by both Aldeguer and Bagnaia. Top into the distance, the sun just starting to set. Favourite time of the year for all of our photographer colleagues in the media centre. We get the nice backlit photos as we close out the season's action. Winter really is just all about a rebuilding process, isn't it? Rebuilding some shattered confidence as far as Bagnaia is concerned. He says Japan showed that I've lost none of the talent, none of the edge. I'm still more than capable when I've got the bike underneath me to deliver top-notch performances. who would have thought the way that the factory Ducati's teams would collapse after Marc Marquez was crowned world champion in Japan and Pecco Bagnaia completed the sprint pole position and Grand Prix treble there. Was it on Sunday? The factory Ducati team has scored just 2 points in the last 5 Grand Prix, both delivered by replacement rider Nicolo Bulega. 15th in Portimao, 15th last weekend in Valencia. Just unbelievable. Of course, Marc was injured. It gives an indication of just what a disaster those last 5 Grand Prix turned out to be for Bagnaia.
Goes to show that when looks against you, it really is against you. Puncture in Malaysia, when he would have finished probably either second or third. Maybe he would have been able to chase down Alex Marquez had he not had the puncture, but we'll never ultimately find out. Taken out by Johan Zarco on the first lap here on Sunday. And even go back as far as Le Mans early on in the season, when he made the right decision to start on the wet tyres, and then he was cleaned out at the first chicane by Enea Bastianini. Just proving that even when Bagnaia did things right, things went wrong for him at various stages this season. That he's certainly going to be pushing hard to try and salvage something from today, and he's going pretty quickly at the moment as it completes the third sector. But there's one rider in this MotoGP field who is looking forward to going on his holidays. You're riding on board with him right now.
Well, we are blessed by another special guest who has just joined us in the commentary box. It's a pleasure to welcome team manager of Pertamina Enduro VR46 Racing, Pablo Nieto, has just jumped into the hot seat. Pablo, good afternoon, how are you?
Now, yes, now working. Hello, all okay.
You're full live and fully functioning. First of all, what a present that you gave Celestino Vietti this morning. Obviously, unfortunate for Frankie Morbidelli to get injured on Sunday, but how was that conversation when you told Cele that he was riding a MotoGP bike today?
It was yesterday night, because we decided in the last moment that Cele can make a test today. So I called him and say, listen, Cele, come to us, I want to tell you something. And he come and say, no way, yeah, really? Say, yes, but no more than 15 laps. He make 20-something, 25, 24.
24 now,
24. Yeah, because he didn't see the board. We was
enjoying it too much.
Yeah, we was putting box, but he didn't switch, but that's normal.
I guess he came in after the first run with the biggest smile on his face that you've ever seen. I mean, it's always a fantastic moment, a rider getting to experience a MotoGP bike for the first time.
Yeah, it's amazing, no? The first laps that he make it, he told me, listen, Pablo, the bike never stop. It's more power and power and power, and it was amazing. So it's not a present because also we wanted to try him, but it's a good day and good feeling for him today.
Obviously, it was good news for Cele to get this opportunity. He got it because it was bad news, unfortunately, for Frankie on Sunday. The crash on the grid. We know that he's missing the test because he got a fracture in the left hand. I mean, how is Frankie? I mean, a nightmare way to finish the season.
Yeah, it's not nice when you finish like this, no? Because in the end, also today was very important for him because we have some things some pieces, some spare parts to try for the future. But anyway, the good news is that it's nothing important. Of course, it's the hand are broken. But anyway, the most important thing is that in 1, 2 weeks, maximum 3 weeks, he will be more or less okay.
The season did finish strongly though on the other side of the garage because Fabio Quartararo had a great weekend, front row, on the podium in the sprint and in the Grand Prix. Just gives you that confidence and that momentum to take into the winter. It was a really strong weekend from Digio.
Yeah, it was very important for us to finish like this, no? Because always you are your last race. So this is like this, no? So when you finish the winter, you go to the winter like this, when you finish in a podium, that means that you are very on top, on fire for the winter, for thinking about the first practice next practice in Malaysia. So it's very important for us, also for Ducati, and we have to try to make our best. This is the thing.
Fabio's season, I guess, perhaps a little up and down. Even for some of the GP25 this season, much like Pecco Bagnaia, who's found them like pretty difficult. Can you understand, looking through all the data, why for Fabio perhaps the gap from one weekend to the next has been so different?
In the end, that's the thing that we have to be on focus for next season, no? Because we have to understand why this year one race we was fighting for the podium, or even sometimes like in Germany we was fighting also for win the race, and then in the next race it was very hard to us to try to make top 10, no? So we have to try to understand why, try to work on that. It's very, very important to be more constant, because that one in the end makes the difference. And this is our goal, no? Try to go in to be more constant and try to be all the time minimum all races top 5.
How difficult is that, Pablo? You're an ex-rider yourself. How difficult is it when you arrive to a racetrack and you're not really quite sure what to expect? Whether you're going to be fighting for the podium or maybe fighting just to get in the top 10. That's going to be very, very difficult from a rider's point of view.
Yeah, that's one of the points that are very, very difficult, no? Because now I'm in the other side, no? And I see completely different how we are working. When you are a rider, you are focused only on ride, try to be faster, but you don't know everything, all the work that you have, and you was all the time focused on your things. And here it's very important to understand that always the bike are exactly the same. In the end, you are in a circle of your setup of the bike that more or less during all season is exactly the same, no? So it's very important that when you have some problems, that problems doesn't have to be bigger. And this is one of the points, no? Because when you have a small problem become bigger and bigger, and that's, I think this is my personal opinion, that's why in some races you are fighting for the podium and another one not.
What's Fabio doing today? Has he got any new parts from Ducati? I mean,
yes. We have some parts. Of course, we have to try. It's true that the bike that we are trying now is not it's not going to be the bike that we will race in 26, because at the moment we have to develop the bike with Ducati and everything. But more or less the base is that. Also, that bike is going to be working. The bike is at the moment, I think, is the best bike that you can see in MotoGP.
How would you sum up Frankie's season overall? Of course, second season for him on board the Ducati GP24. Of course, a team that sure meant an awful lot to Frankie to ride for as the original graduate of the PR46 Academy. How did Frankie fit into the team, and how would you sum up his season?
Yeah, I think he feels very good with the bike, he feels very good with the team, with everything. Also, we have more or less the same problem with Dija, no? Some races we was very, very, very fast, unbelievable how fast he is. And another one, same problem. Very difficult to get some points, no? And we have to work with both riders about the same thing, no? Because in the end we finished 6 and 7 in the championship, so it wasn't not so bad, but always you want more, no? And then also, I know that the next question is going to be, you are focused on also on Gresini, no? Because that's true, no? The Gresini have same material like us, and they was faster than us. We have to improve, we have to try to beat them, beat also factory times, because this is our goal, try to fight for something important, and then we will see.
One rider you know very, very well, Pablo, is Marco Bezzecchi.
Yes.
Of course, he left the team to get he got the big opportunity to join a factory team with Aprilia. You guys did so much to put him in that position, help develop him in the first 2 or 3 years. Marco finished the season at an incredibly high level. I think he said himself from Aston he was certainly one of the strongest riders who could regularly fight with Marc. Did you expect that from Marco? Has he surprised you a little bit?
If I tell you the truth, no. In the end, when he made the first year in MotoGP with us, we was fighting for the championship until 3 races to the end. I think we finished third in the championship. We was Rookie of the Year. So when a rider comes to a new category and is rookies, and he won the Rookie of the Year, that means that he have a very big potential. He is very, very fast. He have very big talent. You must put it all together with him, and you can win a race with him with 10 seconds to the second. So I think he's making a fantastic job with the factory. So I think he's one of the riders that we have to see.
Marco doing his work this season, very good work on an Aprilia. Of course, as your role as the official Ducati satellite team. Do you see the gap as having closed this season between Ducati and the other manufacturers? Because they were very dominant in 2020, still won all 3 championships this season. But do you see the chasing pack of having closed the gap?
Yes, of course. In the end, they are arriving, so that's normal, no? Our manufacturer didn't have a lot of development because we cannot test. We don't have tires to test. We cannot open the engines. We cannot do nothing. So in the end, we are stopped right in the moment, and the other bikes are coming. So. But the good things and the good news for us is that also all the other manufacturers are working for 27, so that's very important.
You mentioned how a bit of a roller coaster season it was for Digio. It was the same for Pecco. The GP25, did it kind of show just how strong Marc was this year? That on that package, Marc was able to make it work. He seemed to be able to ride around the problems a little bit better.
Yeah, in the end, Marc is one of the biggest talents in the world, no? And is one of the top riders. Of course, I think the difference that Marc makes with another riders is that when he has a problem, the problem is very small for him, and he can ride on that one. Another riders, when they get a problem, the problem become bigger and bigger, and that's a big problem. And also, it's Marc Marquez, so we can see that.
Yeah, he's something very, very special. Of course, next year, I think there's 19 out of the 22 riders will be out of contract. We've had Davide Brivio from Trackhouse join us earlier on today, and he said he expects a very crazy season off track next year. Of course, Didier and Frankie, then that means that they'll be out of contract. Obviously, ideally, you'd like them to be in a position where it's an easy choice. You can just keep them because it means that they would have been successful. Giving Celestino a chance today to ride the bike. Obviously, there was a lot of rumours this year about possibly working with Acosta. I mean, how do you see?
I see that it's coming early and early and early. So everybody talks about next year, but of course, all the market and everything start moving already. So for 27, this is clear, and this is normal, no? Because in the end, if you want a top rider, you have to move now. I think next year, in the first 2 races, 3 races, all the market almost is going to be done. I think this is my personal opinion.
Expect some surprises. Davide Brivio said he thinks there's going to be some big surprises. Do you agree with him? Or?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be some changing, big changing. I don't know from who, but it's going to be. Of course, a lot of riders want to move to the manufacturer, another manufacturer, just to try to make something, but sure it's going to have so many changes.
I guess Celestino, I mean, obviously it's been quite a difficult year for him this year. He had the great win at home in Misano, but it's been up and down with the Bosca Score chassis this year. Back on a Calix next year. I mean, I guess if he has a really strong Moto2 campaign in 2026, and he certainly has to be somebody we're going to consider given his connection with Valentino.
Yes, of course, but Tel is from the academy. We know the potential that he has. He's very, very fast, but also he has to show that he can be a rider from MotoGP. Of course, now he make these 24 laps, and he was really, really fast because he make only three exits with the bike. But the most important thing is that he have to make something important next year.
When you're deciding rider lineups for the future, I guess with your boosted status for the Ducati, how much of the decision is a VR46 decision, and how much say will Ducati have? Who rides for your team both?
No, in the end we are working together, no, because we are the team factory support from Ducati. All the riders we have to decide together, so that's very, very important. The project, let's say that Ducati at the moment have 4 bikes on the. Of course they have 6, but the project that we have together is that everything that we have to make, we will decide it together. So that's very important.
And how is the boss? How is VR46? Is he all good? I mean, do you still speak with him?
Yeah, of course.
I guess on a Grand Prix weekend, do you speak to him every day? Is he still very much hands-on?
He knows everything about everything every day. asking for everything, which tire you will use, which setup, how is the market, how is everything. No, he's involved a lot in the team because he enjoy a lot. No, maybe the first year, second year when he was retired, it was a little bit difficult or different because in the end, when a rider decided to stop, he needs some time to understand how is coming everything. No, and now he's very, very taking care about his team.
Some new seat aero, as you can see on the back of that factory Aprilia. The development game, it never stops, does it, Pablo? I mean,
never.
What do you think? I guess you've got an idea of the direction that Ducati are looking to take for 2026. Which areas do you think that Gigi is looking at, or where would the team do you or your riders think that they might need to take?
I don't know.
Gigi's got he's got a big box of tricks.
I promise I don't know, because Gigi always brings something special, something that you never know. So also we ask how it's going to be everything, and he said, wait, I will show you when all the material is coming. So Gigi, we know him very, very good. He knows that all another manufacturers are coming, all the brands are working very, very good, and of course it's also hard for us.
He has always got a very big box of tricks, hasn't he, Gigi Dall'Igna? Pablo, I know you're going to be very busy for the remainder of the test. You want to go and have a look at how Fabio Di Giannantonio is getting on.
Yes.
So thank you very much for your
Thank you
time.
very
It's
much.
been a pleasure to have you. Enjoy your winter break, and we hope there's more success coming for VR46 in 2026. Thank you, Pablo.
Thank you very much.
So there is Pablo Nieto, team manager of Pertamina Enduro VR46 Racing. They ended their season in style, didn't they, with a double podium for Digia. He's having a pretty good start to 2026 right now as well. A few updates then on his Ducati's 8th fastest at the moment. Heard from Fabiano Sterlicchini when he joined us in the comments box earlier on, saying how much focus Aprilia are putting into aero development in 2026, as well as some rather trick-looking new seat aero there, wasn't it, for Marco Bezzecchi?
Coming up here from Toprak, he's into turn 12 now. At this time at the moment, he's already ahead of his teammate at Pramac, Jack Miller. Of course, they're all on their own various programs, so it's always a little dangerous to read into a single lap time at a test, as Toprak is a little wide there through the final corner, which may cost him a little bit of time. It's going to move him anyway up the order. Across the line he goes. Yeah, look, he loses too much time in that final corner. But Toprak, 1.6 seconds off the pace, and just over a second away from the fastest Yamaha rider, Fabio Quartararo. So, very quietly impressive start to life in public in MotoGP for the three-time World Superbike champion.
He will know, because he's ridden that M1 on Michelin rubber already so far in 2025, that one of the biggest adaptations he's going to have to make is just adjusting his riding technique, his style, and certainly on corner entry braking. It just has a completely different feeling to the Pirelli rubber that he's so accustomed to over in World Superbike. Just look at Nicolo Bulega, Exhibit A, wasn't it, in the Portimao sprint a couple of weeks ago, where Nicolo Bulega sent himself crashing down at turn 13, a straight up and down braking crash, and he just said, basically, I was trying to make a Michelin front tyre work just like the trolleys I'm used to over in World Superbikes, and we saw what the outcome was. Don't worry, folks, this guy's just way too good not to figure it out very, very quickly, isn't he? You do feel that Toprak Razgatlioglu is going to need some help from behind the scenes from Yamaha, isn't he? Because there's a rider who had a really good strong ending to 2025. He was our 11th different winner in Moto2 on Sunday. Ethan Guevara riding for the Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha team in Moto2. Ended off the constant attack from Danny Holgado to win for the first time in the Moto2 World Championship. And you have to say, given the fact that so many MotoGP contracts are up for grabs in 2027, if Guevara can pick up where he left off next season, class rider, Moto3 World Champion, wasn't he, in 2022? Well, maybe door open and one to watch for Yamaha. I mean, he's in that system because they feel like there's talent there, and he's got a potential MotoGP future. Tony Arbolino couldn't step up this year. Can Ethan Guevara next?
Why not? Well, he did outpace Arbolino, who is a class operator in Moto2. It was really a contest between the two of those this season. Finished just outside the top 10 in the championship. I do wonder whether he's looking over at Gino Forsoy and giving the Puss in Boots from Shrek eyes. See, Denny Chettick can be a lap or two on this bike by the end of the day while the sun's setting.
He might be looking at them going, "Oh, Celestino Vietti's got to ride a MotoGP bike. Come on, let me have a crack at one of those Yamahas out there today." Yet one to watch in 2026 in Moto2. Wide open, isn't it? Moto2 World Championship next year. So many hot young prospects will be gunning for the glory in the intermediate category. It's been pretty busy out there so far today. Razgatlioglu, once the track had dried up, we had a pretty miserable morning, unfortunately, after some heavy overnight rain. But now the track is fully dry and we've been getting down to some business. Toprak. Well, this has a very familiar story, doesn't it, from World Superbikes. Their rivalry is translated over to this Valencia test because Nicolo Buliga and Toprak Razgatlioglu split by just 700ths of a second as it stands at the moment in this practice session. We're expecting most likely, actually should have asked VR46 boss Pablo Nieto about Nicolo Buliga. And that was a question that was obvious for him because Buliga has been strongly linked potentially with the Ducati seat in 2027. You would feel like maybe a reunion with Valentino Rossi after his early part of his Grand Prix career was with the VR46 Academy. Yeah, Razgatlioglu and Buliga, most likely, if all goes to plan, will be renewing their rivalry and locking horns once again in MotoGP 2027.
They've been the busiest riders so far today. Marc who's about to take top spot back from Raul Fernandez. We're about to have the same top two as we had on Sunday here across the line. Best goes. No, he lost time in that final sector. He stays in third. He's now done 41 laps already. Of course, consider that they didn't really do any until around 1:30 this afternoon. They managed to cram a lot into the last 2.5 hours. 41 laps for Bez, 40 laps for Toprak, 38 for fellow rookie Diogo Moreira on board the LCR Honda. Maverick Vinales has just come across the line on the Tech 3 KTM. He's now also done 38 laps on board the RC16. He's just set his personal best on that last lap now, 1:29.95. Maverick Vinales up inside the top 10. Jorge Martin, he's done 28 laps, the other recent returnee from injury. And one wonders how much we will see of Jorge Martin in the remaining 94 minutes of running.
By the time Moreira finished this listing today, the first thing he's going to be saying is crikey, please spend a bit more time with the well, they are a completely different beast to what he's been used to riding. Really good. It's pretty cool. Hidup
The move back to its traditional August slot, followed by Aragon, Misano, and the final European slot before we head over to Asia is the Austrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring. That moves to late September for a very familiar look to the end of the season. Japan, Indonesia, Australia, Malaysia, before we complete the season in Portugal and here in Valencia.
Bececchi's gone top, 1:29.400. Let's put Marco Bececchi fastest on the leaderboard. Well, one of the most interested observers about Toprak Razgatlioglu's first public outing on the V4 M1 is his boss, someone who knows him better than anybody. Is Kenan Sofuoglu, 5-time World Supersport champion. What has he made of this rider's first day, Jack?
Yeah, we're just on pit wall with Kenan outside the Prima Pramac Yamaha box. So far, so good, I think we can say, Kenan.
I think we have to be happy with this because, you know, that was the last weekend race and everybody warm up on the track and Toprak is a new bike.
new track and new challenges is not easy, but he's doing well at the moment.
Obviously, we weren't at the Aragon test where he had his chance to try it for the first time. How did that go?
I think the Aragon is just about the meeting with the team, meeting with the bike to understand how we can sit on the bike. And this is like more realistic testing. But you know, Yamaha is in a new chapter. They are changing before. And I think everything from whole Yamaha group Toprak is just learning. But to me, when I'm watching this, he's managing well at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You can already see he's trying to find the limits with that front tyre, a couple of mistakes here and there, but that's going to happen. As you mentioned, it's a new bike, new team, new circuits, including this one. Well, what do you think could be the biggest challenge for him?
Honestly, you know, when you look the lap time, he's around 1.5 seconds slow, but when I watch him, I'm not watching like our Toprak. You know, he's like, it's scared because there's not many bikes at the moment. V4 is just only one for Toprak, and you know, he is terrible at the moment. He's very scared at the moment. But still he's there. Probably after a couple of testing, we will see the real Toprak stopping on the brake and riding and pushing harder. At the moment, without pushing, I can see how he ride the bike. Doing great. I mean, there's a lot to go. I'm very positive about what he's doing at the moment.
What we all want to see. A few people have suggested it might not be possible for Toprak's braking style. Translate MotoGP bike, but even with the Michelin tyres, even with the aerodynamics as they are, do you think we could still see him having that strength, that braking power on a MotoGP machine?
A lot of people think MotoGP, but he can't. But everybody will see he will do same things, because also before he came for bike, nobody was driving like him. He was riding like him. And for sure he will surprise everybody what he can do on the bike, because he's always surprising us. How people see MotoGP, although he will surprise a lot of people, because you know, he has a he understands very much. At the moment, video you can understand he don't push at the moment. He's just riding the bike like that. The way you start, this is not we don't push him to crash and to be in the top of the list. We push him just last learn and slow down and careful not crash the bike. And the time is coming, we will push him, but at the moment just we are learning a lot of things about this tire, this bike and these championships.
Have you got any targets going into next year? Anything that he would like to achieve?
Of course, in MotoGP for new challenges, we could say something, but of course, there's still there's 4 Yamaha bike, and we want to be top of the list. It's a hard challenge because Fabio is one of the best riding in the paddock, and it's him target for the first season.
Keenan, great to see you here. I'm glad to see that the day is going well so far, and look forward to catching up in 2026.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Keenan Softball-Glue, of course, very much an integral figure of the backroom team with Razgatlioglu. Yeah, one of his nicknames, Toprak, isn't he, for his famous stop. He's over in World Superbikes. Well, hopefully we'll be able to carry on that moniker in MotoGP. Yeah, they're in short supply. There's not a lot of those new V4 engines knocking around, as Yamaha have been prepping at least one for all their 4 riders this weekend. They're in such short supply that Augusto Fernandez, the Yamaha test rider, is actually not out on track here today. You just saw there a nice shot inside the garage. One rider, one sort of talent or two lean on for advice and experience there for Toprak Andrea Dovizioso. Behind the factory, the factory Yamaha garage. Dovi himself has done a lot of work behind the scenes on that V4. Very much involved with Yamaha behind the scenes in terms of rider mentoring and rider coaching. Yeah, not a bad rider, not a bad talent to have on your side there is old Dovi.
He's forgotten about Grand Prix motorcycle racing, aren't really worth knowing. His role will remain important next year, along with Augusto Fernandez, who of course stays on as Yamaha test rider. He went with us this morning. We reiterated, Yamaha, the one remaining manufacturer now in MotoGP that still have the rank D concessions available to them. Means that Yamaha are still pre-event development into next season. Of course, they will be expected to develop that V4 powered M1 to bring it closer to the front of the field. To test it between Grand Prix, to test with their regular race riders and any circuit they please across the calendar. No question that they need to make some serious steps forward to convince Fabio Quartararo that they are worth his time and effort into 2027. When heard from Davide Brivio, Pablo Nieto, expecting some big moves and big surprises in the rider market. Into next season, of course, but into 2027 when the regulations reset. We're expecting the rider market to reset as well. Speaking of Mario Marigali earlier on in the weekend, caught up with him on Thursday. He did say that perhaps the first part of next season will be, who knows, he does expect that to be something of a development phase for Yamaha. Big results from that V4 powered machine to come in the second half of next year.
Together now into this infield section he goes on the Gresini Ducati. As we see now, just out of turn 11. Did his season with a top 5 in the Grand Prix here on Sunday. As we mentioned, one of 3 new winners in the MotoGP World Championship this year. Well, he won in Mandalika, and Raul Fernandez won the following week in Philippine. It was the first time we'd had back-to-back first-time winners in the MotoGP World Championship since the Styrian round in Austria. Miguel Oliveira leading that one home ahead of Frankie Morbidelli in San Marino. Holding at the moment, 6th place for our Rookie of the Year in 2025, a 129.774. Close. We saw throughout the weekend, didn't we, the sort of tight compact nature of this Valencia circuit was always going to keep the lap times pretty tight. Well, 10th place is split by less than 6 tenths of a second. The top 15 out there this afternoon are covered by less than a second. It's an Bastianini that is in that 15th place. Well, that was nice to get a tour around the Riccardo Tormo circuit out from Pecca Bagnaia. We're going to be hoping to maybe bring you a few more onboard laps as we close out our coverage on this Valencia test. On a slightly tweaked schedule to accommodate the lost track time we had this morning. We are going to be on air until 17:50 local time here in Spain. The track will be open for another hour and 23 minutes. We are going... Initial plan was to halt proceedings at 5 p.m. We're going for that extra half an hour, which will be welcome for our rookies in particular. It's Razgatlioglu, 40 laps in the books and now for Toprak. 1:31 is his best work. Yeah, this is all just about getting some confidence, and as what we mentioned there, at the back of Toprak's mind at the moment right now is he doesn't want to do anything silly. Throw that new V4 down the road when they are in such short supply. So yeah, he's keeping plenty in reserve here, isn't he, the Turk?
It is usually a bit of a rite of passage as a rookie in MotoGP to crash on the first day of testing. So we do see that a lot, but clearly Toprak is leaving a little bit of margin out there. Want to damage one of these very experimental, I guess you could phrase it. Certainly a Yamaha in the early stages of its development. Jorge Martin, who is continuing to put laps in, up to 34 laps now for the 89. He's now been given a run out on the brand new Aprilia Aero. For moments like this, that Martin did stop short of the checkered flag on Sunday here at the Valencia Grand Prix, so he could take a full part in the test here today. Across the two factory riders, Bettecchi and Martin, two Aprilia riders now completed over 80 laps between them.
Shot and a half is going through the right-hander, turn 11. There's a little bit of talk, maybe, wasn't there, that he might revert back to the 88 that he's used previously in that Grand Prix racing. Of course, now Miguel Oliveira has departed MotoGP. That 88 is sparing up for grabs, but Martin opting to continue with his 89. He was running most recently before he had the #1 plate. I'm sure that the nerves have been eased. The butterflies are under control now inside Diogo Moreira's stomach as he leaves pit lane for what is going to be his 39th lap of the session.
Underwear changed also. That's than what Lucio Cecchinello said to us earlier on today. It's fair to say the Honda RC213V caught Diogo's attention when he first rode it earlier on today. Follow Sao Paulo start in turn 4. We now pick up Pedro Acosta, whose footsteps Moreira has really followed in the footsteps of. It's Acosta, who was Rookie of the Year in 2022 Moto2 before taking the title a year later. 2024 and 2025, that's exactly the path that Moreira went on.
Oh, Acosta. Pedro Acosta was almost wrecking some of that nice new carbon fiber bodywork on that KTM. He has done really, really well to stay upright there as Acosta. He said going into that turn 8, pushing the gravel trap back on full power as you expected he would be, but that was close. That was close to a big front end washout for Acosta. As you go through that kink, it's known as turn 7, but it's more of just a high-speed kink. You're up to about 5th gear there, 250 kilometers now, then you're accelerating 3 gears for turn 8, down to 2nd gear, about 90 clicks. So yeah, bit of a heart in the mouth moment there for Pedro Acosta. The KTM Aero team will be relieved that that bodywork is still intact.
Dani Pedrosa, whose hair is still his natural colour, rather than the orange he was in danger of dyeing it into when Pedro Acosta was chasing victory the weekend. Looking on, Acosta now makes his way towards turn 12. It could potentially be his best lap time of the day, this. The 37, who is on his 34th lap of the day. A good lap coming in from Toprak further back as we follow Acosta through the final corner, and we'll drop down to Jack in just a second to see if this lap does lift the 37 up the order. Final corner safely negotiated. KTM enters a part of a racetrack where it's always very strong when it's going in a straight line. Acosta into 129.8. He stays in third. Toprak across the line, and he climbs 2 places now, just a 2.25 seconds off the pace in 18th place. For an update on Pedro Acosta, we can go down to Jack.
Yeah, I've just seen Brad Binder as well just come down pit lane with that new side fairing. A lot was made in Austria when they introduced this new front fairing, and comparisons were quite obviously made instantly with just how similar it looked to what Ducati have been running for the past couple of years. Well, it looks as though they've copied that formula once again, because that side fairing, whether it be the downwash ducts on the side, whether it be the ground effects, very much that replica of what the GP24 Aero is. So KTM have obviously been trying to catch Ducati, and it feels as though their Aero package is very much influencing down further at pit lane. Obviously, we had Fabiano Sterlachini in the box, who was speaking about the importance of aerodynamics in MotoGP now. And ever since it came in and this new era sort of developed, Aprilia have always been right at the forefront, whether it be the first ground effects now, variants into whether it's the rear aero, it's a brilliant fact was covering them. Well, they've got two different styles of rear aero now. One of them, that big rear wing, is something like before. The second one that came out is a very, very different concept. Quite unique. No other manufacturer has ever tried anything like that before. So Aprilia once again at the forefront of ideas, at the forefront of aerodynamic progress in the sport, and that's why it's got them to the level that they're at now.
Thanks very much, as always, Jack, down in pit lane. Doing a top job down there, bringing us some great interviews and all the updates on what's going on. We haven't seen Toprak yet. We've seen sliding that Yamaha into turn 2. He is going to be all action, isn't he? He is going to be boxed office. I think we all were in agreement with Dani Pedrosa this morning when he said himself he's super curious to understand the potential of Razgatlioglu in 2026 and beyond.
Second fastest Yamaha rider now is Toprak. He's ahead of Alex Rins, and he's ahead of Jack Miller. So he's done an awful lot wrong so far, can you? On his first day on a MotoGP bike, Pedro Acosta continues to try and lay his claim to end the first day of 2026 on top spot. He's just done the fastest second sector.
Always Bersecki, fastest in the Valencian Grand Prix qualifying, fastest in the Valencian Grand Prix. At the moment, he's fastest in this Valencia test. Acosta, 3-4 laps of the road now. We've seen how good he's been on this particular stint, going through sectors 2 and 3. Lose a bit of time as he comes out of the final corner. He made it clear on Thursday when I spoke to him in the pre-event press conference here what was on his Christmas wish list from Austria. That was it. Grip was his only word. Grip over a longer distance as well, that will be key. As he mentioned to Jack earlier on, seen so often this year, tyre life, durability out of rear tyres in particular has been Costa's Achilles heel. Third quickest though, he has just set his best time of the day, a 1:29.581. 38 laps now completed for the Spaniard. Also with some tweaked bodywork, as you can see there, is Alex Marquez looking to try and begin his journey to going one better in 2026. So we'll take some to topple Brother Marc off his perch at the top of the championship. Alex really did step up, didn't he? I think one of the surprise performers without any question to steal second place in the championship.
All the teams that are running new bodyworks, new parts, it's all about trying to put the right combination together for when we go racing at the end of February, beginning of March next year. You'll see much closer to the finished article for all 5 manufacturers when we do go back testing at the start of February for the Sepang test. By that point, that's when you will want to have some firm conclusions and a genuine idea as to what your final 2026 prototype MotoGP machine is going to look like. And when you're house in order by then you certainly are playing catch-up. We go into the final season of this iteration of technical regulations. We've had these 1000cc bikes for, well, best part of a decade and a half now, haven't we? To enter a new generation of MotoGP in 2027.
Here is Zarco at the moment. He's down in 17th place. Lucio Cecchinello mentioned that super special moment at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. Being in Le Mans when over 100,000 French fans are belting out the Marseillaise is special. Nothing comes closer when they're singing the Marseillaise after a home victory, which was exactly what happened to Zarco back in that dramatic flag-to-flag Grand Prix we had, where we saw Fabio Quartararo crash out the lead. Jack Miller crashed out of contention as well. On actually was the most prolific crashing weekend of the season as far as MotoGP is concerned. There were 31 crashes in the top class across that weekend, 13 in that historic French Grand Prix battle. The fewest crashes, the crashes where the riders felt at their safest, was actually round 1, third round. There were only 7 MotoGP crashes across that weekend.
Of course, the Grand Prix back in Le Mans was also the best attended MotoGP race viewers have ever seen. Incredible, it was a pinch yourself moment to be there with 100,000 over the full weekend. French fans made it an atmosphere that none of us who are part of it will ever forget. Boy, were they spoiled over the weekend to see one of their own, Fabio Quartararo, take pole position on the Saturday morning to the singing of La Marseillaise already in Parc Fermé on the Saturday. thought that Lucio was going to get John Zarco made it even better by winning the Grand Prix. One of the most extraordinary races any of us will ever see, with late start, flag to flag, bike swap. John Zarco ultimately making the inspired decision to start the race on wet weather tyres, coming through to pass the likes of Marquez, Alex Marquez and Fabio Quartararo when they came in, changed back to their wet weather bikes. Grand Prix, long in memory. Not just if you are French, not just if you're involved with LCR, if you love MotoGP, how can you not love an experience like that?
Zarco winning by almost 20 seconds at the checker flag. It was the second biggest victory in the modern four-stroke era. Also Marquez in 2002. Secchi then just peels into pit lane at the end of that particular stint. 129.400 remains benchmark lap time in this test. Just over an hour remaining, 70 minutes of this opening 2026 salvo remaining. Yeah, so give us away, Marco. During the lunch break, or our lunch break, when it was drying track, he was the first rider to venture out on circuit to complete a full time lap. We did see brief experiences out on circuit for Miller and Vinales this morning.
Jack there swooping in for a very good look at the RSGP. See what kind of specification that Secchi was running on that particular lap. Because they're very, very close, aren't they? It's back at Ducati next season. We will truly find out where they're at.
I know we're getting close to Christmas, but I think I've just seen a picture of Santa Claus on Marco Bezzecchi's kit awning inside the gate. They did. I was walking past the Aprilia's hospitality here on Friday, and I mean, it's November the 18th, so we're about 6 weeks away from Christmas, but the party was already starting at Aprilia. This was 2 days before they'd even won the final Grand Prix. There was a Christmas tree in the Nawali factory's hospitality. I'm sure that was a picture of Father Christmas. Well, there was some late presents coming away of Bezzecchi. There's been some presents here today as he keeps mixing. As you can see, he's been doing a few laps on the revised aero. That's the sort of more traditional Stegosaurus rear aero on that particular RSGP from Bez. So, well, he said in the pre-event press conference here on Thursday, his Christmas wish list, his request to Santa was for some more top speed. Well, I wonder if Santa Claus inside the factory at Aprilia garage has duly obliged. Maybe it's a wedding gift that he's asking for as well. Let's not forget, here on a Sunday, after the main Grand Prix, he dropped as far as Bez and the factory Aprilia team are concerned. Marriage made in heaven. Thankfully, Bezzecchi said that the RSGP did say yes. This was all the bet that he'd had an agreement to deal with Massimo Rivola. He said to the Aprilia boss, if I win 3 Grand Prix in 2025, I am keeping the bike. I've got space for it at my home in Italy. I think this will be filled very, very quickly by Aprilia's most successful ever RSGP.
Rename him Jingle Bez if you want to do the festive pun back at home. I'm sure you can do better than that. Look at Moreira. Now put up 45 laps on his first day. They really have done a good job, haven't they, of making up for lost time, given that we actually didn't see anything for the first 2.5 hours of the day. Diogo Moreira, 45 laps. That is around about a Grand Prix distance and a half in MotoGP that Moreira has put together. Already some minor cosmetic damage just to the belly pan of that factory Honda as Diogo Moreira is putting it through its paces.
See those colours as well on the front brake disc, just helping keep some temperature in the disc here in these cool conditions. Yeah, Moreira, it's been a pretty faultless opening day as far as he's concerned. He had to be patient, he had to play the waiting game before he could venture out on circuit. Alex Marquez then. 6th run of the day for him completed. He did 5 laps in it. 130.8, 130.7, 130.7. A consistent pace there from Alex, and this is already a big indication of just his increasing involvement, his raised profile and stature inside the factory. Ducati captains, look at all those red engineers. I mean, Gresini do get great support. Alex has spoken frequently of fantastic support he does get from Ducati. Now, they're leaning on him to be one of their key developers with this GP26. I mean, what was there? Half a dozen factory engineers, and right in the thick of it was Gigi Dall'Igna on the every word of the 73.
Just wanted to go some way to understanding the difference between potentially being a factory-supported rider and being a true independent. And that is one of the reasons, just the sheer manpower inside the box. Surrounded by technicians who hang on your every word, because every word you utter will contribute towards the development of their motorcycle as they look to continue their stranglehold on MotoGP into 2026. Marco Bezzecchi has just returned to the pits, as we saw. Now have his teammate Jorge Martin on track. Christian.
Mixed concept that Aprilia have introduced. Now, obviously, because there's so much different aero floating around, the team have got to come up with code words so they can easily understand which type of aerodynamics package we're talking about. So, right now, I'm reliably informed that the 2025 concept of the Stegosaurus wing is called Asterisk, code Asterisk, and then this new one, not this one that Jorge Martin is currently on with the bigger rear wing, that one they're still yet to come up with a name for. The radically new one is called Oblix. So Asterix and Oblix. So if we're ever hearing an Aprilia technician or anybody using those words, we know it's in reference to rear aero, so we can very easily understand in the box which one they're talking about during deep.
Use Rubik's, because that's the name of Bezzecchi's dog, isn't it? But maybe that would be too much of a giveaway. So yeah, try and crack the code then down there, Jack. Yeah, good stuff as always. Aprilia, they have been very, very busy, haven't they? As you can see with this new aero, certainly a radical departure from what we've seen them run toward the tail end of 2025. Jorge Martin. So I'm quite surprised that the market maker is still circulating here. But there's a bit of a shake of the head there as he goes into turn 2. He's going to be mentally and physically a bit drained right now, isn't he? Is Martin didn't go the full race distance here on Sunday. He has done 34 laps. His crew chief Daniele Romagnoli looking on. And expect to see maybe Jorge go the full distance here this afternoon, but doing a good job as Nicolo Buliga has put himself up into 7th. Good lap that by Buliga, 129.862, less than half a second behind Marco Bezzecchi.
Doing qualifying earlier on in the weekend, Valencia Grand Prix. I don't think he got himself out of the 130s, did he? Looking at his qualifying time, he did a 1:13.045 in Buliga. And yeah, while we see on often pre-season or post-race test, we see a track with 3-4 days of rubber already on it. That's not really the situation we're in today. The track was completely washed by a large thunderstorm yesterday, so in many respects this is a day one track surface that the riders are circulating around. So for Buliga to be in the 29s and just a tenth of a second behind his teammate Pecco Bagnaia, whatever configuration, whatever tyres he's running on, is not a shabby lap time at all, and Buliga is going even quicker now on his second lap. Buliga running the number 16 on his factory Ducati today. It's with Moreira now running 11. I don't think you'll be any dissenting voices when I tell you that Nicolo Buliga is the red hot World Superbike Championship favourite for 2026.
He'll be busy next year with Buliga because he is going to be a designated Ducati MotoGP test rider. They're going to call upon his Pirelli knowledge, his vast knowledge of Pirelli rubber, to help guide the development of the new GP27, which already feels a bit strange to say, but we haven't really seen the GP26 turning wheel in anger or the full version of. But yeah, Buliga, this is all with one eye on a possible switch to MotoGP in 27 for the Italian, to believe that if he really does start to show some promise on what will be the development new Ducati, the new era in 27, 850cc engine capacity, of course dispatching with so much aero and so much of the technical gadgets which Ducati have been at the forefront of. Speaking of gadgets and aero, that is what Aprilia have been working on back in Nuali. They've had that in the wind tunnel. They've been doing the computer simulations for only a good time now. Finally confident and convinced that it's going to be a step forward for both Bezzecchi and for Jorge Martin.
That is it, isn't it, on the back of the factory Aprilia. Based on that they're getting will determine whether we see that on a more consistent basis next season. Buliga, by the way, now 4th, as you may have seen bottom of your screen. He's now ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. He now pick up. He is currently sitting in 7th place, but that might be about to change.
Putting in mid-29s. I mean, his best lap in the Grand Prix here on Sunday was a 1:30.9. So he's 1.3 seconds faster than his best race lap. Really was good. I'm not sure he's been able to find that amount of time, though, in the space of, 48 hours. As Fermin Aldeguer immediately bumps him back to 5th. Aldeguer now then up into the top 4. Lucio Cecchinello, another GP race winner with 4 different riders. Not too many crew chiefs down in history, if any, have got that accolade. Jerry Burgess will be right up there as a possible contender. Cecchinello. He talks so much about his key strategy with Aldeguer or with any rookie is to try and make sure that they focus on race pace, be strong at the end of Grand Prix. They're not going to have to, though, miss out on picking up the pace in qualifying in 2025 because Aldeguer had just the one front row start. As good as he was at the end of Grand Prix and as good as we saw him come on and his strengths in worn tyres, too often this year he just gave himself a little bit too much work to do. The only times he found himself on the first 2 rows this season were in Le Mans, at Silverstone, at the Red Bull Ring in Austria, then in Mandalika, where he of course won the Grand Prix, taking full advantage of that front row start, and then 6th he was on the grid in Malaysia. So I think if there's one area that the Gini team and Aldeguer would have clearly identified, and certainly Frankie Carcetti would have been identified, as good as they are on worn tyres, they're going to up the ante on a bit of fresh rubber as well.
6 Q1 exits, and even with a factory Ducati, or near enough a factory spec Ducati, he'll be on the year old by next year at GP25. It's so difficult to overtake him on the GP because the level is so high nowadays. From starting back on the 5th or 6th row of the grid, any hope of coming through to the podium from there is remote at best. It's a clear area to scrub up on for next season for Fermin Aldeguer, as Raul Fernandez months ago took the top spot. We're into the final hour now of this Valencia test. Raul Fernandez down to a 1:29.373, which is around half a second off the all-time lap record, which Marco Bezzecchi set on Saturday morning in qualifying. Final hour of the test and final hour of daylight here in Valencia, because the sun will set in around an hour and a quarter's time.
If Aldeguer does crack qualifying in 2026, it could spell a bit of trouble for his rivals. Twice in 2025 he scored double podiums, and it was when he qualified really strongly. 4th on the grid he was in Le Mans, 3rd in the sprint, 3rd in the Grand Prix, 2nd on the grid in Mandalika, 2nd in the sprint, and he won the Grand Prix. He had been warned. If Aldeguer can just click, find another row at least in terms of his qualifying performances, well, he's going to be a big danger. More than just the solitary victory that he picked up this season. Next year, Grandmere busy on the 2026 development RC213V. Busy enough to do 32 laps so far, a 1:29.872. Best work we've seen from Mir. 2 podiums. He started and finished our 4-race flyaway tour on the box, didn't he? Great ride it was in Motegi by his own admission. He was a little bit fortunate to collect the 3rd place over in Sepang. Late puncture drama that came the way and quite literally deflated Pecco Bagnaia. Going to take the prizes when they come your way. Joan Mir, those 2 podiums late on, of course, proving so decisive and allowing HRC to shed their rank D in the concession structure.
Just really happy with those podiums. Of course, he damaged their hopes of securing that promotion in concessions when he took out his teammate Luca Marini on Saturday afternoon in the sprint. To now ride on board with Fermin Aldeguer. Pecco Bagnaia has now disappeared up into the distance as Bagnaia sets about his work. You got another idea as we were on board with Bagnaia there, braking for turn 2 once again. That Ducati was snapping left and right as Bagnaia tried to get it stopped for the 2nd gear left-hander, which has been a gripe throughout the year for the number 63.
Yeah, when I spoke to him in the pre-event press conference on Thursday, asked him what his winning to wish list was. Stability, which has been lacking, glaringly lacking on Phillip Island when he came out of the final corner. And his Ducati was not really at any point pointing in straight. Yeah, I mean, Bagnaia again on Thursday. Well, sometimes they say it's in the tougher moments where you learn the most about yourself. And what did he learn about 2025? And he said, well, precious little, really. Maybe expectation management had to be somewhat corrected, of course. second place in the Grand Prix previously was not good enough as far as Pecco Bagnaia was concerned, but he said he had to just really revise what the expectations were, as he just could not get to grips at all with that Ducati GP25. Spoke pre-season about how he never really gelled with the new package, that it was a story followed him throughout the whole 22-round campaign. 5 DNFs in a row to close out the season. He did actually have 6 DNFs in the last 7 Grand Prix. Somewhat bizarrely though, this sort of tells the story of Bagnaia's season. He was the only rider all year to lead every single race lap of a weekend over. From first to last in one of the most perplexing collapses I think we've seen ever in the space of 7 days in MotoGP.
Well, as I said at the time, Bagnaia was at a loss to understand why he was struggling so much, and I kind of feel like the dominance that he exhibited in Japan almost made his situation worse, because he ultimately found that front-end feeling he'd been missing all season. Ducati still don't know how they found it. Think about some of the changes they've made through the season. Back in Aragon, when Bagnaia finished a very competitive third on the Sunday, we all thought it was the famous change to the 355mm brake discs that had suddenly transformed his fortunes. We found out later on in the season when he had to run them again in Austria that firmly was not the ultimate solution. Let's ride on board with Pedro.
Pedro Acosta, our latest tour guide around the Valencia circuit. Thank you very much, Pedro. We enjoyed the ride. Third fastest still at the moment is the Spanish rider. Been busy working on some new KTM aero, hasn't he? The rear tyre endurance, so that's the main factor which they need to improve out of Mattinghofen next year. Razgatlioglu's back out on circuit. 7M Yamaha. Pretty good day, hasn't it, for the two rookies, without any question. Toprak 18th to the 130s. He did that quite recently, 130.667. Diogo Moreira just venturing back out onto circuit, casting shadows now in pit lane, and the sun started to set off in the background. Moreira has done 45 laps. 131.958 is the best we've seen from the Brazilian.
Well, waiting, aren't we, for Toprak to come in at the end of his final run of the day to see if he is going to produce one of his iconic stoppies when he returns to that box. You have a practice start session to come at the end of the day, which actually might be quite useful for Toprak, Razgatlioglu and Diogo Moreira. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of those go out for that practice start at the end, because that's going to be another brand new experience for them in their MotoGP careers. Plenty to get on top of when you launch one of these bikes off the line.
Well, you remember last year in Barcelona, Fermin Aldeguer put his head through the screen, didn't he, of the Gresini Ducati in his first practice start when he had 300 horsepower in his right hand, all the power, all the torque of a Monday MotoGP bike, and yeah, absolutely head-butted the screen, didn't he? Circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia. So yeah, I bet you can see Toprak and Moreira will be trying to take full advantage of that 20-minute practice start session at the end of the day. This does bode very, very well, doesn't it? Yes, it's one afternoon of winter testing, but given far in 2025. This is just the ideal way for him to sign off, really. Seat time, track time was the buzz phrase as far as he was concerned, just to try and rebuild some of the destroyed confidence. And he's done it. Fair play to him. High 129s, just send him off into the winter break, knowing that the pace is still there and that the body can pick up some pace. Let's go back down to Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, I might have missed this, guys, but have you mentioned anything about Ethan Guevara? And
did,
you
yes.
did? Okay, I wasn't paying attention then. Apologies. End of a long season. Back to you guys.
No problem at all, Jack. No problem at all. Max I thought checking in. Yeah, Ethan Guevara at the back of the Toprak Yamaha garage. I think he was probably trying to push Yamaha to try and get a ride on a MotoGP bike, just as Celestino Vietti has had the good fortune of doing. His good fortune, thank you more than his misfortune, unfortunately. I think contender for most bizarre moment of the season. It came right in the last Grand Prix of the year when coming to the line, coming on the starter's orders for the 27-lap Grand Prix of Valencia. Total lapse in concentration by Frankie, hitting the back of Malaysia Spargo and fracturing his left hand.
Yeah, great. Frankie was start of the race since Luca Marini is really kicking the rear tyre out on its way around turn 13. Marini enjoying his life this afternoon on board that Honda for a hero's reception. Those concessions on Sunday afternoon with the most important 7th place he'll ever take in his life.
Nice to see that Lucas put into good use. Saw that Margie does at the dirt track VR46 Ranch over in Tavullia. Shot that, wasn't it? By Marini. Looked like he might be another rider. We saw Marco Bezzecchi out on a rather a black AGV helmet. Marini was the same there, so there's maybe some new technology being experimented with by the Italian lid manufacturer. Another lap goes in the books then very surely for Marco Bezzecchi. 3-1-2. Last weekend in Valencia, right here, was only Aprilia's ever second 1-2 in Grand Prix history. First in 2.5 years. The only other occasion where two Aprilias were first and second in a Sunday Grand Prix was Malaysia Spargo, Maverick Vinales. Martina bought his current lap. Might be a good time to pick up his teammate Bezzecchi at the moment, because as you can see, Bez, well, he was briefly fasted through that first sector. Martin then back into the pits. And he will finally decide to call time on the end of a brutal 2025 and the promising start to 2026 that he has made here today.
It's Bezzecchi then to the little mini back straight between turns 11 and 12. And Martin, his place, rather weary slump into his chair, isn't it? For Jorge, his teammate this time, so he's not going to go ahead of Raul Fernandez. Fabio Quartararo, though, is making a late dart for potential top spot. Every rider, deep down in their hearts of hearts, they'll love the kudos and love the little bit of bragging rights that it will provide for them to end the first day of 2026 on top. Alex Marquez did that last year when he topped the Barcelona test and proved to be a little bit of a window into what was to come.
Did you? Well, his 2025 started in painful fashion on day one of pre-season testing in Sepang after a very strong return to action. I mean, missed so much at the end of 2024 with left shoulder surgery as he pulled a bit of a wheelie to complete day one of winter testing in Sepang. Blocked the front when it landed and broke his left collarbone. He was under the surgeon's knife on February the 9th. But at least his 2025 that featured so many ups and downs, did finish with an up with the double podium. Big place in the World Championships, best year in MotoGP. 4 Grand Prix podiums, scoring just 2 in the previous 3 years. Last weekend with the bronze medal in the sprint as well, just the second time we've seen Didier score a sprint and Grand Prix double podium to add to Qatar in 2023. He's going to get a bit loose, is Moreira.
He was on that change of direction between 10 and 11. The rear of that Honda was stepping out a little bit. Moreira was on a personal best up to that. Also got Toprak on track, setting a personal best first sector. He's had a full Sector 2. So both of the rookies continuing their quite impressive debut. So at the end of the day, this is how it does end. Less than 1.3 seconds off the pace, and the best comparison really for Toprak is up against his fastest Yamaha. It won't surprise you at all to hear that it's Fabio Quartararo who's now in 14th place. Toprak at the moment just 0.6 of a second behind the 2021 world champ.
Quartararo in 2026. Fabio Quartararo was standout rider, wasn't he, on board a White Star M1 this year? But in line fourth in the M1, which is now a museum relic as far as the Iwata factory is concerned. They're putting all their eggs in the V4 basket for 2026 and beyond. So the Gian Antonio completes that last run. It's actually an overly busy afternoon for the Italian. Just completed his 34th lap of the session. Trying to be in the top 10, has done fewer laps. He's done just the 32 as he makes a bit of headway on that 2026 Honda.
Just joining us for the first time, perhaps getting in from work and just watching the final 45 minutes of testing today. It's Gian Antonio, the sole remaining PR46 rider testing today. He had been partnered for part of the day by Celestino Vietti and the injured Frankie Morbidelli. Celestino Vietti, as Pablo Nieto told us, doing a few more laps than he was expected to, enjoying life way too much on board that motorcycle. Vietti in the end did 24 laps at the end of the day. Well, he's ended the day at the moment 3 seconds off the pace.
Vietti just rode it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, see, I'll come back in when it's got no juice. I'm enjoying myself far too much. So 2026 then starts for the factory Ducati team. They were so dominant this year, weren't they? With Marquez. What's been the plan of attack on day one here for Ducati and over? Let's get the thoughts of the boss. Davide Brivio, obviously.
Yeah, he is indeed. Obviously, Ducati starting 2026 without the world champion Marc. He continues his recovery. How much of an impact going to the Sepang test do you think that will have on Marc's plan? Will it take him a little bit longer than usual to get up to speed with the new items?
It's important to have him with us, but you know, I'm sure that the work that Alex are doing is good. So the feedback that they give us already some advice. So we are happy. We are happy also for Bulliger. More than the last races. With you that up during the test.
Interesting that you mentioned Alex there first. How much of a key role is he playing today in getting this 2026 Ducati up to as good a standard as possible?
Yeah, it's obvious that Alex today was under the focus, under the lights, because his feedback on the previous bike to the new one very important for us for the development, and he did a good job, did good feedback. So I think we have something to work on during the week.
It looks as though Pecco has just gone down at the moment at turn 2, but he's up and he's okay. He spoke to us early in the weekend. And said, whatever Ducati bring me on Tuesday, it's not. Going to help my team. That's quite a hasn't been anywhere near the limit, which is why we've seen him way outside of the top 10. So, strange thing to say, but you could tell Davide was almost quite pleased to see that Pecco was pushing that front end and obviously had found the limit.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the intriguing aspects, isn't it, of winter testing. Will Bagnaia get his mojo back? Will he recover his best form? There's a bit of a moment here, wasn't there, as we're on board with Fabio.
Almost quite pleased to see that Pecco was pushing that front end and obviously had found the limit.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the intriguing aspects, isn't it, of winter testing. Will Bagnaia get his mojo back? Will he recover his best form? There's a bit of a moment here, wasn't there, as we're on board with Fabio Quartararo. This is going through turn 3. Steady on, Fabio. We know that you like to attack and push hard on a factory Yamaha, but
already lost his voice. He nearly lost his bike through turn 3.
Grabbed his attention, that one, didn't he? Look at his right foot here as he goes through 3. 150 kilometers an hour at that point around Valencia.
Yes, from Fabio Quartararo's point of view, it's all about clear head over the next few months, not making any rash decisions too early, because ultimately the peak of the performance of this V4 Yamaha will not be extracted today. I think we're all waiting, as Fabio is, to see when Yamaha will finally inject the full 100% of performance into this V4 powered machine. They are being very, very cautious with it, which to a certain extent you can understand, because they don't want the public embarrassment of seeing the bike blow up on the racetrack. But we've certainly seen Honda taking more risks in 2025 to extract performance from their bike, and it has worked. Fabio Quartararo will be expecting Yamaha to do the same.
I'll do something just to motivate Quartararo, just to show him that there is some tangible progress, not exactly looking particularly happy as he comes into the garage at the end of that 7th run. It was an aborted 7th run after that mistake that he made, or that scare that he had. Going through turn 3. It's hard to believe, isn't it, Fabio Quartararo not winning a MotoGP since the Sachsenring all the way back in 2022. Yamaha this season had just 7 top 6 finishes. Grand Prix. Fabio Quartararo scored 6 of them. The only other rider on the Yamaha that found himself in the top 6 was Jack Miller very early on at round 3 in Austin, in Texas. Ninth place, 0.731.
Yamaha are staying
from Pecco. Ayagura, after shades of brilliance in his rookie season. Davide Brivio, the message loud and clear when he spoke to us in the commentary box earlier today. He expects to see both of these riders locked inside that top 10 pretty much every Grand Prix next year. We're expecting another step forward from Raul in particular. Davide said he was the clear #1 rider in that Trackhouse team this year. They'll be expected to be pushed a bit harder next time out in 2026 by Agura. He'll just be looking to keep himself fit and healthy. Wasn't the case for much of the season. A leg fracture really did halt his early progress at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Of course, expectations really soared, didn't they, after Agura's brilliant debut in the MotoGP World Championship over in Buriram. 5th place in Thailand was the best result by a rookie on debut since Marquez was 3rd in Qatar all the way back in 2013. I don't think Agura was getting sort of carried away at that point. He was keeping his feet firmly on terra firma, but I don't think it really helped. I mean, as stupid as it sounds to say, like the 5th place was wonderful. What a way to introduce himself into MotoGP, but of course, it naturally, from fans and from media, it sort of did bring maybe that early in the season some unwanted Agura.
Yeah, I don't want to describe it as an anomaly, because that would be being unkind to Ayagura, but we obviously have to add the context of the fact that they had tested in Buriram a couple of weeks prior to that first Grand Prix. So in many respects, it was the first day on Friday was almost, you know, an FP3 of some sorts for Ayagura. Did have already some very recent track knowledge. Of course, the rookie well prepared, having done a 5 or 6 days of testing at Sepang, with the shakedown test preceded by the official test, so he certainly was in the groove when the season got underway. Also went very well at Sepang. It's the Malaysian Grand Prix when he was top of Aprilia at the end of the season, so I'd say on the 2 circuits that Ayagura had previously ridden in MotoGP that he did do a very fine job, but it was all part of the rookie experience for Ayagura this season. Fast, but also some very fast crashes. Broke his leg at Silverstone when he crashed coming through turn 2. He went down at Cavone, famously at Misano, and there are a few more fast crashes than that. It's the Grand Prix calendar, which ultimately leads to Ayagura missing his home race, the Japanese Grand Prix at Motegi. As fast as Ayagura has been on occasions, against showing his inexperience, which you can not exactly blame him for. You have seen many a rookie have a fast crash or two as they understand truly where the limits are on these machines.
And that monster high side he had at Assen as well, which really embattled his cage. One of the biggest crashes we saw throughout the whole of 2025. Yeah, Buriram was as good as it got eventually, and ultimately for the 24-year-old Japanese rider, a season best 5th in the Grand Prix, a season best 4th in the sprint to open his account in the MotoGP World Championship. He did finish in the points scoring places 13 times in his rookie campaign. That included 2 top 6 finishes. Yeah, plenty more to come, no doubt about it. He's far too good a rider not to build on what at the moment looks like a very, very competitive Aprilia package. Brad Binder then getting to grips with the new KTM and getting to grips with his new crew chief, Phil Marron. He's now working on some of that development, new RC16 Aero.
That's not the current aero spec that Brad Binder is currently running. You might have seen a very fair-looking RC16 a moment ago. That's from earlier in the day. There you go. There's the current version of aero that Brad Binder has on board that KTM.
Tough season in the shadow. So much of it by Pedro Acosta. Podiumless for the first time in his MotoGP career in 2025. Was the South African Phil Marron, the crew chief change. Inject some fresh impetus into Binder's challenge. Best Grand Prix result was the 4th place in Mandalika. His best sprint result was in front of the Austrian management, a 5th at the Red Bull Ring. There were Grand Prix points finishes are plenty. He did finish in the points in 18 of our 22 Grand Prix, but top 6 were very few and far between as far as Binder was concerned. And qualifying really was a big issue for him as well. 17 times this year Binder did not get out of Q1. So we mentioned about how Aldeguer really needs to step it up in terms of time attacks next season. Well, Binder certainly is in that club as well.
So often we heard him just speaking of not taking the step forward that he or we expected from him on a soft tyre in time attack mode. So much of MotoGP nowadays is dictated and decided by what goes on over a single lap on a Friday afternoon and on a Saturday morning. As good as Binder is at rampaging through the field from poor qualifying, I don't expect to rely on that on a regular basis. We have had some personal best coming. Binder, one of them. He's now into the mid-29s, 129.711. He's put in 9th. Diogo Moreira, he's also recently improved on his 53rd lap of the day. Of the 55 he's now completed. Moreira is now within 2 seconds of the outright pace. 131.197 puts him 1.8 back of Raul Fernandez now.
Yeah, that'll do nicely as far as the rookie is concerned. Juan Mir goes through the seamless shift gearbox on the factory Honda. The rider's briefly in top gear. And that start-finish straight here. Tight, it's 4.005 kilometres this Valencia circuit, just 2.489 miles. So yeah, for only a brief moment where these MotoGP bikes really do get to stretch their legs down that start-finish straight. Let's have a listen to, I was going to say, let's have a listen to
Did it again.
Yeah, we did very, very briefly for about half a second, which is coincidentally the gap between the top 11 in this session. Let's go down to Jack.
Yeah, joined by Celestino Vietti, fresh from MotoGP debut.
Really the best day of my life. Experience. I really enjoy it. Every lap and also was really funny. I don't expect to be able to ride a MotoGP, so I'm happy about riding well.
How fast are MotoGP bikes?
It's incredible. It's incredible how fast he reached some speed in the straight, and how is fast to stop this speed because the breaking point is really close to a Moto2 bike, but you arrive like double faster. So really nice, and I hope in the future I can ride more.
Well, I guess now the ambition is there to make sure you get your own bike in the future.
Yes, for sure. So I have to do something to achieve it.
Well, great to see you out there today. Hopefully it's not the last time, Chile.
Thank you so much.
Best day of his life. Wonderful, great stuff that Jag to get Celestino Vietti, who I'm sure has his mind blown after he did 24 laps on that Ducati GP24. Lovely, unexpected present coming his way from VR46, inviting him to make his MotoGP debut in the absence of Frankie Morbidelli. Maybe, just maybe, he will be on our MotoGP grid in 2027. Down to how he performs in Moto2 next year, isn't it? There's no doubting that Celestino Vietti is a top-notch talent. Struggled on the Bosca score, a bit of an inconsistent Bosca score, wasn't it, throughout 2025? The highlight clearly is brilliant victory in front of his home crowd in Misano. Debriefing to the HRC engineers is Joan Mir, just a whisker outside of that top 10 at the moment. He is the last rider behind Raul Fernandez to be lapping within half a second of the Trackhouse rider.
May change shortly as John Zarco is setting some personal best sectors at the moment. Keep an eye on the Frenchman's progress as Fabio Di Gianantonio tackles turn 2. Looking at Di now as at least on the road taken 2 podiums at. If he only got to keep one of them through turn 4 and into the heart of 5. Marco is on toil, of course, to potentially move himself to maybe 11th or 12th if he keeps this lap going. Digia now is into 6th, and it is 12th for John Zarco. 29.894. So we've got Aprilia, 1 and 2, Ducati 3rd, KTM 4, Ducati 5th, KTM 6th, Ducati 7th and 8th, Digia and Buliga, KTM 9th with Binder, and Ducati 10th, Bagnaia. The first of the Hondas is Joan Mir in 11th. The Hondas are 11th, 12th and 13th, the 3 of them with experience riding on them. Mir, Zarco and Marini. First of the Yamahas, that's Fabio Quartararo. Won't surprise many of you. Up on the pace in 14th place. A pair of Aprilia, Segura and Martin. And KTM, Bastianini. Toprak is 18th. Second of the Yamahas, which is no small achievement. Ahead of Alex Rins and Jack Miller. And Diogo Moreira, the final Honda, 21st. 1.8 off the pace. Jorge Lorenzo can't get enough of his MotoGP action as he's getting some trackside footage. He might be a busy man. We might see plenty of Jorge Lorenzo in the paddock. Those are his comments speaking. Those are the comments of Maverick Vinales speaking about Jorge to Jack Appleyard earlier on this morning to try and find perhaps a little bit of added impetus and added experience to help him become a better MotoGP rider. There are a few better riders to seek the wisdom of than the 3-time MotoGP champion Jorge Lorenzo.
Former foes on track, united to try and get Vinales back onto the top step of the podium in 2026. Alex Marquez having a bit of a late flurry here. Puts in some more mileage on that kind of hybrid 24, 25 Ducati. Alex now down to a 129.457. Top 3 once again, just 800 splitting the top 3. It was a wonderful moment, wasn't it, at that gala evening on Sunday night, taking place just outside of the Valencia paddock. Around 2,500, 3,000 MotoGP fans were able to be in attendance, and Marc Marquez, when he was called up to receive the Tower of Champions for the 7th time in his career, he called on brother Alex to join him, called on Father Julia and Mother Rosaire also to stand on the stage. 3 people who really did witness close up and first hand just out of the road back to the top has been for Marc. It was a beautiful gesture, barely a dry eye in the house, was there, as the Marquez family toasted what has been an historic season. Never before in Grand Prix history had 2 brothers finish first and second in a Grand Prix. Well, that was a stat corrected at round 1 in Thailand when Marc led home Alex. At that stage of the campaign, I don't think there was too many people who thought more history would beckon for the brothers as they became our first siblings ever to finish first and second in a championship. Hard to accomplish and hard to repeat, you feel, in the face of some stiff competition emerging next season.
Hard to truly understand what much it means to that family. Spoke to Alex Marquez in Hungary and asked him how much it would mean, and he said it would mean absolutely everything to secure that achievement, which Alex Marquez did wrap up with plenty to spare when he secured second in the championship on the Saturday of the Malaysian Grand Prix, when he took second place and a silver medal in the sprint, which secured second overall.
Enjoying this onboard lap with Bourbon Aldeguer, it's potentially going to be the fastest time of day. We'll just track Aldeguer's progress actually through this second sector. Jack has got Raul Fernandez on standby, currently the fastest rider, currently the fastest rider on the circuit. Jack, if you could just hold off for 2 seconds, I hope Raul's going to be patient because he's staying at the top of the time sheet.
Yeah, might be going to get his helmet back on.
Yeah, might be going to an end here because Raul leads the way with a 1:29.373. But at the moment, as you can see, we're on board with Aldeguer. This could be Firmin on the Gresini Ducati now, through 12, now through this long left-hander. One of the toughest corners on the calendar to manage the rear grip in terms of grip and temperature as well. Dropping down the hill, then we go. Oh, yeah, he took the front. And that's going to keep Raul Fernandez surely at the top of the leaderboard. How much did that cost Aldeguer, that moment he had? In the far corner, half a second and a little bit more. So still our fastest rider on day 1 of 2026 is Raul Fernandez. Jack, down to you guys.
Yeah, Mystic Fernandez. We were watching it on the big screen over to our right, and he said, don't worry, he's going to lose it in the final sector. And good news is, you're still top of the timesheets, Raul.
Yeah, but this is not really important. I mean, we have a lot of data from the GP, so here. Today we had a lot of work with electronic side. We don't test nothing new in terms of aero package, chassis or engine. I mean, we improve our package. I am happy. After the last part of the season, I'm quite tired, so I need to rest well, to have some rest day, and try to be back stronger. No, so yeah, on the top in the test, but I don't care because in Japan will be. Come from zero and we have to start the new season.
Work you did with the electronics, it was positive work. You found a step?
Not really. I mean, maybe because we spend a lot of time here, we make a lot of laps during the weekend. Maybe the test doesn't. We cannot take the test as something like a reference. I mean, we try something, but I think. In the factory had some new things to try. We have to wait to see what they say, and after that we will see what Aprilia bring to us in Japan.
Cool. Thank you for joining us. I'll let you go and chat to the rest of the media. Have a good Christmas.
Thank you, same for everybody.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Raul Fernandez. It was the reason why. Oh, look, he was a bit offline there. Look at the dirt and the dust. But Aldeguer's front tyre kicked up there as it wasn't pointing in the direction he wanted to. Well, it was pointing left, but it was tucking. Yes, Frankie Carcetti relieved that Firmin stayed upright and on 2 wheels there because they didn't want to be closing out 2025 with a bit of a repair job on that number 54. So relief all round inside the Gresini Ducati garage. get Raul Fernandez. So Jack said it'll be a very happy winter break as far as Raul is concerned. What a Sunday the Fernandez brothers had here. Adrian winning for the first time in Moto3. And then Raul almost beating Marco Bezzecchi to the victory in the MotoGP race here in Valencia. We are still on air and continuing for about another 20 minutes or so here in Valencia after our delay this morning when nothing really happened. AM did it after the rain soaked this Ricardo Tormo circuit yesterday afternoon. We had to wait for it to dry up. So as a result, there's been a 30-minute extension to the track time available here today. So the track will be open for time lapse and testing until 5:30 p.m. local time. It has just ticked to 5:10. So 20 minutes remaining. We'll stay on air for a further 20 minutes as the riders complete a practice start session. And then we will bid you all farewell and happy Christmas, because we're going to be all making our way back home as Pecco Bagnaia makes his way back around this Valencia circuit, having been our one and only faller of this opening day, although Aldeguer was very close to joining him.
Pedro Acosta too almost joined him when he had that moment at turn 8 earlier on in the day. Bagnaia would not have wanted to end his 2025 in that manner. Let's go out once more. Agura looking to add further good news to what has already been a good news day for Trackhouse and for Aprilia, though he was also exactly troubling the apex in the final corner there. Wasn't as wide or as troublesome as it was for Fermin Aldeguer, but will that have cost Agura more time? Well, he lost a quarter of a second to his teammate, but it is still the best lap of the day for the 79. He climbs a couple of spots into 11th place now.
Bagnaia back in. Still in 10th place. 16 riders have laps under the 90-second barrier here today. Look on the Yamahas, Fabio Quartararo 15th. Razgatlioglu, World Superbike King for the last 2 years in the factory BMW. Big shoes to fill as far as Danilo Petrucci and Miguel Oliveira are concerned in World Superbikes next season. Pecco Bagnaia is going to take advantage of every single second of this opening exchange of 2025. So too is Agura. Good little stint this late on for the now former Moto2 world champion.
The clear or the tinted visors that the riders now have at this stage of the day. You can see the eyes of Eye as he now approaches the final sector. As the sun getting very low now. Sunset's around about half an hour or so away here in Valencia. Agura making sure he can see clearly, and a much cleaner run through the final corner that time for the 79, the former Moto2 champion, as we can now call him, with Diogo Moreira having taken that crown away from him. And Agura continues to make climbs, or make strides up the order. 29.8, another personal best.
Yamaha's 15th, 18th, 19th and 20th. Exactly been a headline-grabbing start to Moreira for their factory quartet next season. Yeah, big smile on his face. I'm sure he has enjoyed day one of his MotoGP career, Diogo Moreira. And have an understanding of what he needs to do physical preparation-wise now, having done what have been 57 really demanding laps. Nothing quite prepares you for the first ride on a MotoGP machine. Of course, Honda will go away and crunch the numbers. Maybe there'll be some ergonomic tweaks ahead of his next appearance on the bike in Sepang in January. Shakedown test. Let's have a little listen to that, shall we?
That's not Quartararo into turn 8 then. But the habit of holding the jinx on that one today. Would have been quite interesting, wouldn't it, to listen to the different tone of the V4 versus the inline 4. We're right on board once again, this time looking into the eyes of the 2021 world champion. Now looking forwards. Quartararo through the second gear, turn 12. Up a couple now into fourth. the fence at turn 13. Pedro Acosta is also negotiating. In 15th place for Fabio Quartararo, this is not a day really about headline lap times for Yamaha. It's all about getting as much data as they can to decide what next steps to take with this V4. Fabio Quartararo, as I said a few moments ago, the one thing he's thinking about now that he could do with is a good night's rest.
When are they going to start with that V4 Fabio Quartararo? We can ask somebody who will be able to give us an answer on that one, as Jackie's joined by factory Yamaha boss Mayo Marigali.
Yeah, great to be joined by Mayo in the closing stages of today. Happy with the official debut of the V4 with all four riders. How has it gone?
As you can imagine, we have a lot of work. Luckily, we have a private test, but we are not able to do a lot of work today. And we for sure start tomorrow we have to do parts to evaluate. Some already started today, but what we were looking for. Yeah, so far we didn't have any issue. Not complain.
So did you expect a little bit more performance today?
No. Today we prefer more than performance. We were looking for to get some feedback and gather information. We know that the level of the bike and the timing, so it's not really lap times. We did with the three, let's say, old rider, the first old bike, just to check the track condition, also to get some confidence and some feelings, and then they will move to the new one. But as I said at the start of the interview, we have a lot of work in front of us, and that's not scary.
Since Fabio, Alex and Jack last tried the bike at the Misano test 2 or so months ago, how much has the bike changed?
Yeah, from today and tomorrow for sure there are different things and parts which overall part of the engine we change. We have part to evaluate on the chassis. We also have a different chassis, different aerodynamics, different components related to the chassis. For sure, even tomorrow, if we start from 5, we will not probably evaluate all the. Let's say we have to really try to maximize additional to prepare the bike that we will test in.
We know that you haven't turned the engine up to 100% yet. When will that moment come? Augusto.
No, yeah. As you can imagine, we don't have a lot of parts. We are always trying to manage the part that we have, and sometimes we don't use all the RPMs to try to make the mileage of the engine longer. But it's there where we are playing.
Will it be day 1, round 1, the moment where we can judge Yamaha's new V4? Is that the moment where we'll see the complete package for the first time?
I think you should have an idea when you make a completely new project. You can't expect the day 1. It will be a long development. It's really a new project. Even though we started maybe a little earlier compared to our initial expectation, but there are so many unknown things around this bike for us that we need to discover and then develop. For sure, I hope 6 months or maybe half season will be enough to to make some decent steps. We already know what we expect. I mean, what we should expect.
Just finally, obviously Yamaha welcome Toprak Razgatlioglu to the family. First official day today, if you can see on screen, Fabio Quartararo has just exited pit lane for what I imagine will be his final lap of 2025. Mayo, on your thoughts on how the day has gone for Toprak on debut?
That's, in my opinion, very, very good. Toprak had already the possibility to test the bike a few days ago in Aragon. In my opinion, he jumped from his bike in the middle of all the others without any. I didn't see him very nervous, and he did a good job today. I think he was able to made all the plan that was scheduled for us today. In my opinion, he couldn't have a better start.
That's great to hear. It certainly is impressive. As you say, everyone has had a weekend at the track to get used to it. It's a new circuit for him, so must be pleased with how the day has gone. Mayo, thank you for your time. We'll catch up with you in the new year.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much for everything.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Factory Yamaha boss, Mayo Marigali. Message loud and clear from Yamaha. Data gathering, information gathering, that's what it's all about at the moment on that V4. Fabio Quartararo is the lead Yamaha. Looking at the top speed once again, and the fastest Yamaha through the speed trap. It is actually Razgatlioglu, but he's 10 k's down on Marco Bezzecchi's factory. Tralira's the Wally factory seeks some extra top end.
Don't judge us just yet. Will be the message from Yamaha, but ultimately on the opening weekend of the season in Buriram at the end of February and the 1st of March when we go racing on the first Sunday of the season next year, we will judge Yamaha for the ultimate progress that they've made with that V4 powered M1. And whilst we can understand why they will be talking their chances down for the first part of next season as they do develop that motorcycle, we are in a results business at the end of the day. And Fabio Quartararo is going to have to make a decision at some point as far as his future is concerned beyond 2026. And as much loyalty as Fabio Quartararo has shown to Yamaha, he's been with them either in their factory team or with the Petronas SRT squad since he came into MotoGP in 2019. The next year will be his 8th in MotoGP, all on board a Yamaha. Quartararo's loyalty is only going to go a little bit further. He's decided he's had enough, because he's had enough of not winning.
Almost feels like it's maybe time to seek some new money.
Their door onto their work racing.
Lorenzo.
My foes on track, united to try and get Vinales back onto the top step of the podium in 2026. Alex Marquez having a bit of a late flurry here, puts in some more mileage on that kind of hybrid 24-25 Ducati. Alex now down to a 129.457. Who's top 3 once again, just 800 splitting the top 3. It was a wonderful moment, wasn't it, at that gala evening on Sunday night, taking place just outside of the Valencia paddock. Around 2,500, 3,000 MotoGP fans were able to be in attendance, and Marc Marquez, when he was called up to receive the Tower of Champions for the 7th time in his career, he called on Brother Alex to join him. He called on Father Julia and Mother Rosaire also to stand on the stage. 3 people who really did witness close up and first hand just how tough the road back to the top has been for Marc. It was a beautiful gesture, barely a dry eye in the house, was there, as the Marquez family hosted what has been an historic season. Never before in Grand Prix history had 2 brothers finish 1st and 2nd in a Grand Prix. Well, that was a stat corrected at round 1 in Thailand when Marc led home Alex. And at that stage of the campaign, There's too many people who thought more history would beckon for the brothers as they became our first siblings ever to finish first and second in a championship. Hard to accomplish and hard to repeat, you feel, in the face of some stiff competition emerging next season.
Hard to truly understand how much it means to that family. I spoke to Alex Marquez back in Hungary and asked him how much it would mean, and he said it would mean absolutely everything to secure that achievement, which Alex Marquez did wrap up with plenty to spare when he secured second championship on the Saturday of the Malaysian Grand Prix, when he took second place and a silver medal in the sprint, which secured second overall.
While we are enjoying this onboard lap with Fermin Aldeguer, it's potentially going to be the fastest time of the day. We'll just track Aldeguer's progress actually through this second sector. Jack's got Raul Fernandez on standby. Currently the fastest rider, the fastest rider on circuit. Jack, if you can just hold off for 2 seconds. I hope Raul's going to be patient because he's staying at the top of the time sheet.
Might be get his helmet back on.
Yeah, might be going to an end here because Raul leads the way with a 1:29.373. But at the moment, as you can see, we're on board with Aldeguer. This could be Fermin on the Gresini Ducati now, through 12, now through this long left-hander. One of the toughest corners on the calendar to manage the rear grip in terms of grip and temperature as well. Dropping down the hill, then we go. Oh,
front end went
yeah, he took the front. And that's going to keep Raul Fernandez surely at the top of the leaderboard. How much did that cost Aldeguer, that moment he had going through the far corner? Half a second and a little bit more. So still our fastest rider on day one of 2026 is Raul Fernandez. Jack, down to you guys.
Yeah, Mystic Fernandez. We were watching it on the big screen over to our right, and he said, don't worry, he's going to lose it in the final sector. And good news is, you're still top of the timesheets, Raul.
Yeah, but this is not really important. I mean, we have a lot of data from the GP, so here today we had a lot of work with the electronic side. We don't test nothing new in terms of aero package, chassis or engine. I mean, we try to improve our package. I am happy. After the last part of the season, I'm quite tired, so I need to rest well, to have some rest day, and try to be back stronger. No? So yeah, on the top in the test, but I don't care because in Japan will be in camp from zero, and we have to start the new season.
Work you did with the electronics, it was positive work. You think you found a step?
Not really. I mean, maybe because we spend a lot of time here, we make a lot of laps during the weekend. Maybe the test doesn't. We cannot take the test as something like a reference. I mean, we try something, but I think in the factory had some new things to try. We have to wait to see what they say, and after that, we will see what Aprilia bring to us in Japan.
Cool. Thank you for joining us. I'll let you go and chat to the rest of the media. Have a good Christmas.
Thank you, same for everybody.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Raul Fernandez. Was the reason why. Well, look, he's a bit offline there. Look at the dirt and the dust that Aldeguer's front tyre kicked up there, as it wasn't pointing in the direction he wanted to. Well, it was pointing left, but it was tucking. Yes, Frankie Carcetti relieved that Fermin stayed upright and on two wheels there because they didn't want to be closing out 2025 with a bit of a repair job on that number 54. So relief all round inside the Gresini Ducati garage. Yeah, Raul Fernandez, so Jack said, it'll be a very happy winter break as far as Raul is concerned. What a Sunday the Fernandez brothers had here. Adrian winning for the first time in Moto3. And Raul almost beating Marco Bezzecchi to the victory in the MotoGP race here in Valencia. We are still on air and continuing for about another 20 minutes or so here in Valencia after our delay this morning when nothing really happened AM did it after the rain soaked this Ricardo Tormo circuit yesterday afternoon. We had to wait for it to dry up. So as a result, there's been a 30-minute extension to the track time available here today. So the track will be open for time lapse and the testing until 5:30 p.m. local time. It has just ticked to 5:10. So 20 minutes remaining. We'll stay on air for a further 20 minutes as the riders complete a practice start session. And then we will bid you all farewell and happy Christmas, because we're going to be all making our way back home as Pecco Bagnaia makes his way back around this Valencia circuit, having been our one and only faller of this opening day, although Aldeguer was very close to joining him.
Pedro Costa too almost joined him when he had that moment at turn 8 earlier on in the day. Bagnaia would not have wanted to end his 2025 in that manner. Still now once more. Tiagura looking to add further good news to what has already been a good news day for Trackhouse and for Aprilia. Though he was also not exactly troubling the apex in the final corner there. Wasn't as wide or as troublesome as it was for Fermin Aldeguer, but will that have cost Tiagura more time? Well, he lost a quarter of a second to his teammate, but it is still the best lap of the day for the 79. He climbs a couple of spots into 11th place now.
Bagnaia back in 10th place. 16 riders have laps under the 90-second barrier here today. Look on the Yamahas, Fabio Quartararo 15th, Razgatlioglu, World Superbike King for the last 2 years in the factory BMW. Big shoes to fill as far as Danilo Petrucci and Miguel Oliveira are concerned in World Superbikes next season. Pecco Bagnaia is going to take advantage of every single second of this opening exchange of 2025. So too is Agura. Good little stint this late on for the now former Moto2 world champion.
The clearly tinted visors that the riders now have at this stage of the day. You can see the eyes of I as he now approaches the final sector. The sun getting very, very low now. Sunset around about half an hour or so away here in Valencia. Agura making sure he can see clearly, and a much cleaner run through the final corner that time for the 79, the former Moto2 champion, as we can now call him, with Diogo Moreira having taken that crown away from him. And Agura continues to make climbs, or make strides up the order. 29.8, another personal best.
Yamaha 18th, 19th and 20th. And it's actually been a headline grabbing start to the 4 era. And a sprint race, but yeah, 22 races, 22 Grand Prix, 22 sprints next year. It's going to feel like the calendar will be a lot longer as Toprak is concerned, which will certainly affect his physical preparation.
Right, to bring up the different weekend format that he's going to have to get used to. On Superbikes, they do go qualifying like here on a Saturday morning with their Super Pole session, but Friday is going to bring a lot more pressure and a lot more scrutiny for Toprak this season. Unforgiving in MotoGP. With the sprint format, you need to be on the pace from the get-go. Once a race weekend gets underway, you can see how dark it is now getting on the main straight. Just about enough daylight left for a few practice starts here.
You can see that Aprilia have sent out Marco Bezzecchi on the new aero. So very, very keen to just see the impact of the new fairing, the new seat unit in terms of start mode for Bezzecchi. There's a whistle, that looked like, didn't it? As he powered experimental RSGP away from the grid.
Start that for Diogo Moreira, just coming through the front of the picture there on the 11. Comes Toprak. I'm sure he's Start devices engaged. Number 7 is ready to launch.
It was a brilliant. It was glued to the tarmac there as he dropped the clutch on that RSGP. So too was Anea Bastianini's KTM. Grabbed a handful of throttle. He hasn't got something hasn't been engaged properly, has it? Launch control was not activated. Let's try take 2 for Toprak. Better. It's a bit of a mental minefield as the riders come to the grid. There's so many system checks they have to contend with. How many buttons you've got to press. Like a PlayStation game before you even drop the clutch on these one-day MotoGP machines. Whole shot devices, launch controls. Name it. It's a complicated pre-race procedure that the riders have to contend with. Jack standing on pit wall and got some additional thoughts. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, it reminded me exactly what we saw with Marc Marquez in Mugello. I remember that day. Was that in the sprint, I think it was? When he was lining up on pole position, did exactly what Toprak did there, blipped the throttle and it revved all the way through, and then Marquez somehow had the presence of mind in just a matter of moments to get the launch control activated. Look up, see and over the drop a couple of places. Incredible reflexes.
Yeah, it just showed the clarity of thinking in the high pressure situation. That start from Marc in Mugello. Good recall there, Jack. Very, very good recall indeed. As Fabio Quartararo then. That was the V4 Yamaha away from the starting grid. So too his fellow Yamaha rider Jack Miller. Starting to lift in the air as he went through the gears. Starting exceptional, isn't it, in the hands of Marco Bezzecchi. We couldn't say the same about him over in Mandalika, which was a sort of botch start in the Grand Prix, which put him behind Marc Marquez, which for a sequence of events that was fate conspiring against Marc as he cashed the start, and so there followed 7 corners later, ended Marc Marquez's World Championship winning campaign.
Take 2 then. Oh, really? So once again, the front wheel very slightly off the ground, skipping some smoke as it touched back down onto the tarmac. It starts at the end once he got top of everything for Toprak.
Jack, back down to you.
Yeah, and as you can imagine, already there is a throng of cameras down by the Prima Pramac Yamaha box because everybody is anticipating the same image, which we're hopefully going to be treated to very shortly.
So are we going to get the world-renowned trademark signature rolling Toprak stoppie as he comes back into the garage for Jack Miller? See, that was Jack's trying to get the whole shot device engaged.
Finish line is in sight, Jack. Don't crash now.
Yeah, we've already had our start line dramas this weekend in Valencia after what happened to poor old Frankie Morbidelli. He came to his grid position, losing concentration and hitting the back of the latest Spargo's factory Honda. Subsequent. front, didn't he? Jack Miller. 2 Yamahas have almost been on the deck here in this grid. This is just a consequence of no sunshine now available here in Valencia. The track temperature will be plummeting by the second. Scary for both Miller and Rins.
Alex Rins with the Christmas break in sight, very nearly not only injured himself, but crashed an M1 the V4s, which they've been so keen to get to the end of the day in one piece. They have just about done it.
Marc Secchi with 3 practice. Here we go. Here we go. He did it. There's going to be plenty more of that in 2026 without any question. I think with a bit more experience, we're going to see him start that stop here about 50 metres that in 2020.
They have just about done it.
Secchi with 3 practice. Here we go. Here we go. He did it. There's going to be plenty more of that in 2026 without any question. I think with a bit more experience, we're going to see him start that stop here about 50 metres further up pit lane. Brilliant to watch. Dani Pedrosa, when he joined us in the comms box earlier on today, likened the sort of X factor of Razgatlioglu, likened him to Kevin Schwantz with his some compliment, that, isn't it? Kevin Schwantz was not only an incredible world champion, but about Hall of Fame, of course, in 2025. It was so spectacular. A fan favourite was the Texan, and I'm sure Toprak Razgatlioglu will very, very quickly emerge as a fan favourite in MotoGP, just as he was in World Superbikes. 2025 ended brilliantly for Marco Bezzecchi. It started pretty positively as well, hasn't it, for the Italian? Second fastest. Excellent ending to the season as far as Aprilia are concerned. First and second in the Grand Prix on Sunday, third and second in the test. There was the photo of Santa Claus in the background. Well, it will be a very Merry Christmas as far as Bezzecchi is concerned. He will enjoy his winter break.
I think we all saw that one from Alex Rins. Apologies to all of you at home for the language. Yeah, I think.
Break. There was the photo of Santa Claus in the background. Well, it will be a very Merry Christmas as far as Bezzecchi is concerned. He will enjoy his winter break.
I think we all saw that one from Alex Rins. Apologies to all of you at home.
English slang it wasn't really carrying a lot of brake pressure there, as well as he comes to the grid to try and engage the whole shot device. And yes, Alex believed. yeah. Did not want to end. Did not want to end 2025 and start 2026, did he? With a crash coming to the grid to get the final. So many memories. We hope you have enjoyed a unforgettable 2025. So many moments, so many memories for us all to enjoy. For your company, we can't wait to do it all over again. 2026. Just a few weeks before the MotoGP field will be back on track over in Sepang in early February. But it is Raul Fernandez that will close out 2025 and start 26 on top.
It's the second, covered the top 17 today. Raul Fernandez and Marco Bezzecchi in Aprilia 1-2. Alex Marquez and Fermin Alder, Rossini, Ducati 3-4. Pedro Acosta and Maverick Vinales for KTM 5 and 6. Digia 7th from Nicolo Bruliga, Brad Binder and Pecco Bagnaia, who had a little spill at turn 2. Ogura next up in 11th ahead of Miyazaki, Marini and Quartararo, who got into the 29 late in the day. Jorge Martin will be hoping for a much better 2026. 16th ahead of Enea Bastianini. Toprak 18th on a 1:30.6, just 1.2 seconds off the pace. Alex Rins and Jack Miller behind him, as was Diogo Moreira at 31.1 for him on his LCR debut. 1.8 off the pace. Celestino Vietti got those 24 laps in midway through the day as a present for VR46 in place of the injured Frankie Pedro.
Okay, thanks for your company as 2026 MotoGP is well and truly underway. Raul Fernandez, fastest. We will see you 2026 for what promises to be another special and spectacular MotoGP World Championship campaign. Thanks for joining us. We will see you next year. Great winter and great Christmas. Thank you, mate.
as they
We're back on track over into Santa Claus in the back. Marco Bezzecchi did 3 practice. Here we go. Here we go. He did it. There's going to be plenty more of that in 2026 without any question. I think with a bit more experience, we're going to see him start that stop here about 50 metres further up pit lane. Brilliant to watch. Dani Pedrosa, when he joined us in the commentary box earlier on today, likened the sort of 8 metres further.
20 piece. They have just about done it.
Bezzecchi did 3 practice. Here we go. Here we go. He did it. There's going to be plenty more of that in.
One piece. They have just about done it.
Bezzecchi did 3 practice. Here we go. Here we go. He did it. There's going to be plenty more of that in 2026 without any question. I think with a bit more experience, we're going to see him start that stop here about 50 metres further up pit lane. Brilliant to watch. Dani Pedrosa, when he joined us in the commentary box earlier on today, likened the sort of X factor of Razgatlioglu, likened him to Kevin Schwantz with his, some compliment that, isn't it? Kevin Schwantz was not only an incredible world champion, but of our Hall of Fame, of course, in 2025. It was so spectacular. A fan favourite was the Texan, and I'm sure Toprak Razgatlioglu will very, very quickly emerge as a fan favourite in MotoGP. Just all over the front, just trying to, with his giving you top spot here. Do not thank him all with his left hand, ruling him out of the season.
Day now turns to dusk. The Thomas circuit. Jack Miller is now back at the pits, like explaining just what happened there to the team. Marc is continuing on for at least one more practice start, so he's keeping Thomas
damage to follow.
There is a wrong. From a Yamaha box because everybody is anticipating the same image, which we're hopefully going to be treated to very
average for Jack Miller. World-renowned trademark signature. Rolling Toprak stopping. As he was in World Superbikes 2025 ending. Trying to, with his own natural. Oh! Boy, he locked the front, didn't he? Jack in the background. Oh! Boy, he locked the front, didn't he?
One of the instrumental figures in bringing Top across from World Superbikes to MotoGP.
Quartararo.
Certainly. To round off his first couple of days. Circuit. Jack Miller is now back in the pits. Like explaining just what happened there to the team.
See that I probably have sent out Marco Bezzecchi on the new aero. So very, very keen to just see the impact of the new fairing, the new seat unit in terms of start mode. For Bezzecchi, there's a whistle that looked like, didn't it? As he powered experimental RSGP away from the grid.
Start that for Diogo Moreira, just coming through the front of the picture there on the 11. It's certainly very clear that as we end this 2025 season, Ducati's what felt like an impregnable advantage at the front of MotoGP has been closed down in part or completely. Certainly fill us with hope and excitement that we will have a competitive 2026. We've already seen this season 7 different winners. Of course, Ducati and also Honda, Johan Zarco's win at Le Mans. More of the same and hopefully even better in 2026.
Have a little bit of a feeling end of season though that while the top cat was away and the mice were think their play. Marc Marquez, we know how good he is on anti-clockwise circuits. Doesn't really have any kind of weakness, does he, Marc? Miss Philippi. Missed Valencia. I'm saying that the outcome would be any different, but you knew that they were two anchor tracks where Marc was going to be right in the game. Heard that he's going to be working on proving right-hand corners. He figures out right-hand corners, which is the strong point of his brother Alex. Well, you know that the field have got Big Brother, fourth rider to move to MotoGP as a reigning World Superbike champion. Colin Edwards did it in the past. Marquez then, what 8 season he had. Brilliant was Alex. 27 podiums all told. 15 in the sprints. Really did deliver on so many occasions on sprint Saturdays, didn't he? Sprint Saturdays, the first 10 of them was not just about 2 riders, it was all about one family and one set of siblings, because Marc and Alex in the first 10 sprints of the season were first and second. It was an astonishing run. They sent out a message clearly to the MotoGP field that they were going to be the top
of not winning.
Almost feels like it's maybe time to seek some new motivation, maybe time to find a new challenge, just try something fresh. As far as Fabio Quartararo is concerned, Davide Brivio, Pablo Nieto, special guests here today, expecting some big shocks and some big surprises in the rider market. Well, will Fabio Quartararo be producing one of them? Because then, just down to the end of the last time we will see Fabio 2025 on track here tomorrow. Enea Bastianini at the moment on the radar, as he so often has been this season, down in 17th place.
During MotoGP, as 2025 turns into 20.
Just down to the end of
2025 turns into 2026, or KTM 5-6.
2025. It's the beat whisperer. Does he look a couple of season?
Fuji ran the bikes. Last Klaus
5 and 2 advantage. Oh no, campaign isn't brilliant. The winter break and sign up 7th. Right. Well,
Marc Quartararo, very 7 for the.
I'm saying that it's just about father. Not brilliant action. He was like a guest for the
Charles Jack Mill
challenge. Right. Season history. But that's not like his
qualifying GP with the sprint forming.
Or better second centre.
Go. But Friday is going to bring a lot more pressure and a lot more scrutiny.
Longer. As top like his con.
Fine MotoGP starts.
In terms of
start that for Diogo Moreira.
Or better
the front of the
KTM control. Something mine. A matter of moments on pole position. Did exactly what Toprak. There, flipped the throttle and it revved all the way through, and then Marquez somehow had the presence of mind in just a matter of moments to get the launch control activated. Look up, see the incredible reflections.
Yeah, it just showed the clarity of thinking in the high pressure situation. That start from Marc in Magellan. Good recall there, Jack. Very, very good recall indeed. As Fabio Quartararo then was the V4 Yamaha. Hard away from the starting grid. Go to his fellow Yamaha.
Ready, they're very short.
Garage 4 shots are we going to get?
Box, because everybody is.
Jack, back down to you.
Yeah, and as you can imagine already there is a throng of cameras down by the Prima Pramac Yamaha box because everybody is anticipating the same image, which we're hopefully going to be treated to very shortly.
Yes, are we going to get the world-renowned trademark signature rolling Toprak Stoppy as he comes back into the garage for Jack Miller? See, that was Jack's trying to get the hold shot device engaged.
Finish line is inside Jack, don't crash now.
Yeah, we've already had our start line dramas this weekend in Valencia after what happened to poor old Frankie Mortadell. He came to his grip position, losing concentration and hitting the back of Malaysia Spargo's factory Honda. Subsequent damage to Frankie Mortadell's left hand, ruling him out of this all-important first test of 2026, and the damage suffered to Malaysia Spargo's RT213V cost him the chance to shine in the final Grand Prix action of the season.
Day now turns to dusk. The Ricardo Thomas circuit. Miller is now back in the pits, explaining just what happened there to the team. Marc is continuing on for at least one more practice start, though he's keeping the photographers waiting for at least another lap, or we see what we hope will be the trademark Toprak Stoppy to round off his first public day as a MotoGP rider. Michael Bezzecchi ending the weekend how he started it on pole position.
Those three starts, as Bezzecchi absolutely nailed them. Superb. Right, come on, Toprak. We've given you the big billing. We're giving you top spot here. Do not let us down when you come back into pit lane at the end of this practice start session. How good are you on the old stoppies on a Michelin front tyre? Because on a Pirelli front tyre in World Superbikes, he was ridiculous, like a stunt rider. The old Razgatlioglu. So he's part of the awaiting arrival party for Toprak. Even the factory Yamaha crew are eagerly anticipating the number 7's arrival.
Pavesio was just off to our right as we looked there, and he's now the managing director of Yamaha Motor Racing, and he was certainly one of the instrumental figures in bringing Toprak across from World Superbikes to MotoGP.
Ferraro. Advantage. Of course, not a lot of experience in terms of starting that new V4 motor. Beautiful, beautiful. Love the way Quartararo has got such a unique style on that Yamaha. The way that he just chucks all of his weight over the front end, and crawling all over the front, just trying to, with his own natural body weight, use sort of a physical anti-wheelie system, isn't it? Is Quartararo. Alex Rins also then charges away. What's that? In the background. Oh! Well, he locked the front, didn't he? Jack Miller. 2 Yamahas have almost been on the deck here in this grid. This is just a consequence of no sunshine now available here in Valencia. The track temperature will be plummeting by the second. Scary for both Miller and Rins.
Alex Rins with the Christmas break in sight, very nearly not only injured himself, but crashed an M1 V4s, which they've been so keen to get to the end of the day in one piece. They have just about done it.
Marc and Bezzecchi did 3 practice. Here we go. He did it. There's going to be plenty more of that in 2026 without any question. I think with a bit more experience, we're going to see him start that stop here about 50 metres further up pit lane. Brilliant to watch. Dani Pedrosa, when he joined us in the comments box earlier on today, likened the sort of X factor of Razgatlioglu, likened him to Kevin Schwantz with his, some compliment that, isn't it? Kevin Schwantz was not only an incredible world champion, part of our Hall of Fame, of course, in 2025. It was so spectacular. A fan favourite was the Texan, and I'm sure Toprak Razgatlioglu will very, very quickly emerge as a fan favourite in MotoGP, just as he was in World Superbikes. 2025 ended brilliantly for Marco Bezzecchi. It started pretty positively as well, hasn't it, for the Italian? Second fastest. Excellent ending to the season as far as Aprilia are concerned. First and second in the Grand Prix on Sunday, third and second in the test. That was the photo of Santa Claus in the background. Well, it will be a very Merry Christmas as far as Bezzecchi is concerned. He will enjoy his winter break.
I think we all caught that one from Alex Rins. Apologies to all of you at home for the language. Yeah, I think we echo those sentiments. I think we were thinking the same, even if we weren't saying it out loud when we saw that front end lock.
Well, there's nothing wrong with Alex's English slang, is there? He knows exactly how to express himself with some choice English language. Yes, it was a pretty scary moment for Alex Rins. I mean, we can laugh and joke about it now, but at the time, this is Alex trying to look like he wasn't really carrying a lot of brake pressure there, as well as he comes to the grid to try and engage the whole shot device. And yes, Alex relieved. yeah. Did not want to end. Did not want to end 2025 and start 2026, did he? With a crash coming to the grid for a practice start. Over 3.5 million fans joined us in our record-breaking 2015. Wow, the one.